LCK Cup. And I also think this JDG team, when they did struggle in LPL, it was this kind of mid-jungle combo that they had been relying on from Junja and Hongkyu. And in particular, I felt like Junja was outclassed by a lot of other LPL junglers. And I think he's going to have a really, really tough time going up against Canyon today.
I agree. I went with the big upset here. The 3-1.
Yeah, you're taking risks.
That's a huge upset. I think that in at least one game, Junja's going to have a good early game. And when Junja does have a good early game, JDG look good. He can focus on bottom side, dragon setups, dragon fights, prep your vision really early for those dragon fights, get a good initiation. You know, they can get one.
All right, let's see if they can make it happen. We saw Magic yesterday bringing us to the first silver scrapes in Thurston. Let's see if the tournament favorite can get a clean win against this revamped version of JDG. The first time we see them like this on the international stage. Let's get to it.
Game time, they about to step on a landmine. We on the way.
And welcome to day 2 here of First Stand in Sao Paulo. I'm Medic, I'm joined by Veddy, and we are here for JDG against Gen.G. A battle of 2 titans, although one titan standing ever so slightly taller than the other, Veddy.
Yeah, ever so slightly. JDG for international followers should come as no surprise, but it's been a while since we've seen them return to the international stage. The desk was just discussing such topic, but for Gen.G, they've become a mainstay, and the expectations that surround this team are astronomical. Anything short of winning is a failure. Yeah. They are seen as the predominant favorite coming into this tournament. The expectation that they are just a cut above every other team here at this event. And I mean, even dropping a game is the level of expectation that if they do, that would be a surprise.
Yeah, I think the thing with Gen.G is they have so consistently proved that they are just a cut above. They are just the champions-elect of any tournament they go into. And although at sometimes they do stumble, you look at Worlds last year against KT, stumbling there, not being able to make it to the finals, you have to give them the benefit of the doubt in any series that they play. For JDG, more inconsistent. Their win against AL in playoffs, superb. Coming back, managing to win that 3-2, actually going to 5 games in a lot of their series through playoffs. But inconsistency, I think, is the watchword for this JDG lineup.
Absolutely, and we'll see how well they stack up against this Gen.G roster, because having only lost 2 games so far this year, getting a single game off them will be an insurmountable challenge. The expectations are that Gen.G are coming in as the heavy favorites. They're looking to get a 3-0, but you know what? The man behind the scenes, Tabe, is the guy that is looking to create some upsets. And I mean, the desk did highlight it. The fact that he has a winning record against Gen.G, I think back to that 2023 MSI, where BLG through the lower bracket took out Gen.G, which was the shock of many. People didn't expect BLG to be fighting JDG in that final back then. Of course, it was Ruler back on JDG back in that 2023 iteration, but it was Tabe that's been able to find these draft angles, find the excellence in his players that have allowed them to shine and surpass expectations. So we'll see if he can help his players do that today, as the meta continues to develop. We've seen basically no Azir. We saw one from Caps yesterday, but the nerfs seem to have done their job. Ryze and Ari seem to be the predominant favorites in the mid lane right now.
It really seems like people are going for that sort of, Ari Vi combo, something that can get you accelerated in the early game and then good burst damage later on in the game as well. We'll see if JDG and Gen G do go down those routes. Oriana getting banned out by JDG as the first ban in this Champion Select powered by Omen and HyperX, with Jarvan and Karma being removed by Gen G.
Yunara is, of course, another AD carry that we're keeping our eyes on, but something we heard the desk talking about is Junjia. Often they like to facilitate him with junglers that can do stuff. Vi, Xin Zhao, Jarvan, wanting to remove that Jarvan from the pool already. I wouldn't say it makes Rumble weaker, but it does, that combo is already taken off the table, and it does suggest that Gen G perhaps have other priorities. Of course, Keen, I mean, what is he not known for at this point?
Good.
Because Keen Sante is probably what most have known him for internationally, but the man can play pretty much any champion.
Hello, dobar dan i dobrodošli na još jednom live-u, a danas možda i najjači game ovog firste, mislim, ajte, možda je drugi najjači game, ne znam šta da vam kažem, jer kao realno Gen G, BLG, verovatno finale. Ja se nadam da je okej zvuk, možda trunku jače, a? Šta mislite? Ajde, dajte mi feedback neki, hoćete glasnije? Mislim da je ovo okej u stvari, mislim da ne treba glasnije od ovoga. Samo je da podelim svugde da smo live, da svi znaju da ovaj banger kreće. Vidimo je malo da uživamo. Samo da upalim kameru fizički, da je upalim, pošto je ugašena i dobro smo. Ali ko zna, vidi, Gen G možda ima neki drugi plan. Mislim, ja želim da verujem. Glasniji sam ja. Okej, da, mislim da sam generalno glasan, ne? Bar se meni čini. Tja, ma dobro. Samo je da vidim. A kasteri? Aha, Trebalo da je okej.
They want to take that Xin Zhao away. We talked about it. Junjia's three most played, Vi, Xin, and Jarvan. With both the Vi and the Jarvan taken away, just grab yourself the Xin Zhao. Make sure that you have that comfort coming into game one.
Malo sedim u mraku prvi game, ali znate kako to ide. Serafin, Xin. Ma, vrate, šta oni znaju, gle, vrate. Realno, oni samo ponavljaju što ja kažem 10 sekundi kasnije, jer su 10 sekundi loši, šta da vam kažem. Da, tu sam, ne, kako bez mene može da prođe event Lola, pa to ne postoji. Jel oni pikaju Ashe ovdje treći, šta mislite? Da se realno ne moramo gledamo gameplay uopšte. Radio Shine. Ja ću pričati što se događa, vi meni verujte na reč. Bard je fine. Bard je fine, jer ako igraju Ashe Serafin, oba nemaju escape, Bard možda ih lovi s ultom. Ovo bi bilo čudno. Jinx Serafin je baš čudno. Ezreal je fine. Ezra je fine. Da, ali neće Ashe zato što igraju Barda. Neće igraju Ashe u Barda. Honkyu je mnogo dobar inače. Prošle godine Honkyu je toliko impresionirao. Mislim, imao je... Koje godište je Honkyu? Pa sam moram pogledam, ne znam mi više. Honkyu, League of Legends. On je nešto giga mlad. Honkyu je 2007. godište, on ima 18 godina. Znači, brat moj igrao je u 4 ekipe. Nate 9527 je bukvalno ono igraonica ekipa. CFO Academy zašto je bio previše mlad. CFO Flying Oysters pravo u JDG. Honkyu je ono vanserijski talent iskano. Baš bolesno da u 4 ekipe četvrta ti JDG. To je ko da ja igram ono u Shine i Ortaciji, onda igram u Lupus Akademiji, u Lupusu i onda u Tivanu. Znači, bukvalno van svake pameti koliko je dobar, neverovatno. Prošli Worlds je baš bio insane, doduše on igra čist pikove. On voli Swaina recimo na midu dosta. Gala je isto predobar, Gala je mnogo dobar. Sve se nadam da AD Carry neće biti ono MF na Jinx i te gluposti. Nego da će u stvari igrati ono skill-based AD Carry. Galin Lucian isto bolestan. Lucian, Kajsa. Ti agresivni AD Carry s Dashima mogu budu baš dobri. Gala je baš dobar. Ma da gle, ovo je legitimna serija koju ne moram ništa pričati. Gledam ovo kao realno. Ovo je serija gde se vam fazonu svome zanima šta će se desi. Kao bukvalno, znači taj nivo. Mislim, nije skroz taj nivo, ali kao, znaš, tu je, trudi se mladi Honkyo, znaš, daje sve od sebe.
Basically can just bully the Rumble out. Aurora loves short range matchups. She's relatively short range herself, but in the laning phase, the fact that her auto attacks help.
I dalje mogu flexiju sve. Aurora može mid top Seraphine, može mid support. Ovaj draft JDG-a nije loš uopšte. Verovatno je Seraphine support Aurora, a što je način, ne znam koliko je dobra Aurora u Rumble, iskreno. Mislim, zvuči kao relativno final Rumble ako uzme kometu i pukne s 2 harpuna onih šota. To maksaš harpun u tom matchupu. I šta sad pikaju na midu Genji ovdje? Ja bi uzao tipa Ari, moj odgovor za draft Ari. Onaj brat što lepi selo ti je Ari u svakoj situaciji. Ali Čovi je u pitanju, jao, please Čovi, TF, do it. I lokaj ga, please. Let's fucking go, idemo. Au, ljudima, inače ovo mi je, TF mi je omiljeni mid laner da ga gledam kad ga igra neko ko zna da igra igricu. TF Čovi, ovo će biti prelepo, bukvalno bi samo mid lane gledao. Da se razumemo, TF nikad neće da nosi game, ali mislim kao neće on da bude taj carry. Ali koliko je TF dobar da vidite kako neko razume igricu. Zato ga je Dopa koristio da boosta 7 miliona akauntova. TF ti razloži League of Legends ono na basike i samo ako znaš da igraš TF-a dobro, nevjerovatno je. Ne znam sad kakav je s Gunblade Rushom, to smo vidjeli da su ljudi počeli da rade. Mada opet u competitive vratno će ići na row Lichbane. Gunblade Rush znam da je dosta dobar. Jer kao ultaš, pogodiš Gunblade, nemaš vremena, lokaš kartu. Ili baciš gold card u Gunblade-u, opet gold card, isto možda bude dobar kombo. Canyon, verovatno najbolji jungler. Ja, mislim da je Canyon najbolji jungler na svetu, iskreno. Makoliko ja volim T1, mislim da Honor nije na nivou Canyona. Mislim da je Canyon samo by far najbolji. Legitimno mislim da ne postoji niko ko je blizu Canyona. I to već godinama unazad. Malo shit što igra Pantheona, jer kao koliko možemo da vidimo da je neko dobar igrač kad igra Pantheona, nije baš nije baš najbolji, heroj koji može najbolje demonstrira skill jednog igrača, ali dobro. Ne znam, vidjet šta će radi, baš me zanima. Morat ću hodam na traci posle, ali neću za ovaj game što najjače. Mislim da za drugu seriju dana hodam na traci, neću prvo jer ovo kao legitimno hoću da gledam kako treba. Da gledam u full fokusu kako to već ide.
JDG are not the favorites coming into this matchup. Genji, let's see what they've got here for their first matchup on at first stand.
Let's jump onto the rift. The LPL number 2 seed, JDG, taking on the LCK's champions elect here.
Ćemo da imamo. Ćemo da imamo. Spellbook TF ne obećava da će ići na neki Gunblade shot build. Mada nema nikoga. Xina Ora ne može da shota kroz Seraphine Shield, također ne može ništa.
my eyes on the junglers early on because it does look like both junglers going to start on the top side of the map.
Kedriel? Aha, ovo je kao na njegovom streamu. Ovo je na Riot Games streamu, kapiram. Što vuku komentari sa Kedrielovog live je presmešno. Vidiš to što? What the fuck? Ljudi, je li ovo juče bilo? What the fuck? Gle što stavljaju koje skinove igraju, nema me spredaš. Ja. Najjače. Opa, Sena jaše motor live. Pa braćo, mila, da stavim moju kameru kad ste zaboli. Dobro, vidjeli smo sve skinove, sve je okej. Da, gledam ja, nismo imali grafike juče, už gledam, brate, sve skinove redom. 2023. zadnji put JDG igrao International, dobro, mislim. Kina je prestakovana, tako da me to ni ne čudi. Gala je mnogo dobar isto. Honkyu je giga talentovan. Što najjače, ovo je dobar matchup. This roster's gone through so many iterations. They've tried a plethora of different coaches, they've tried a plethora of different players, they've tried so many different things to return back to success, and this roster Dura je mrtav. Dura je samo mrtav, to je first blood sigurno, bukvalno nema šta. Kad se Xim pojavio onom trajbašu, Dura je umro. Bog mi čovi dobio batin od Honkyua. Nope. Yo, JDG! What the fuck? Honkyu je bolestan. Legitimno je bolestan koliko je dobar lik. Mnogo je dobar. Baš je dobar. Jako je dobar Honkyu. Reci, brate, JDG dovede 2 igrača iz CFO-a. A CFO realno nije, brate, da kažeš sad, ne znam ni ja šta, ono, CFO je okej. To je više meme ekipa. U smislu kao, da, najjači su u svojoj regiji, u Tajvanu, ali realno gledano, nisu sad ne znam ni ja šta. Nije GAM, ono, nije Levi, razumete? Znači, brate mili, znači, šamaraju i Džundžija i Honkyu baš lepo igraju, bre. Džundžija još jedan kill, ne, ovi smurfaju, brate, legitimno. Interesantno. Za koga navijam, brate, nema T1-a, tako da navijam za G2, ali... Ali da li mislim da će G2 izaći iz grupe? Iskreno ne. Mislim da G2 neće izaći iz grupe. Mislim da nema šanse da izađe iz grupe, iskreno. Ne, baš iskreno, Džundžija i Honkyu smurfa. A što je najče, Honkyu ima mnogo bolestan champion. Honkyu, za vas koji ne znate, znači, brat moj vadi ono Svena na midu, zato što voli Svena da igra. O, to je to. Mislim, oni su zajedno igrali u Okeaniju, ali... kažem, mislim, Okeanija opet, Pacific Liga nije nešto sad da kažeš insane, nevjerovatno je da su toliko lepo preneli to u kinu. Ne, naravno, mislim, nisam pratio ja LPL, ali znam koliko je dobar Honkyu i znam koliko je dobar Džundžija. Samo, znaš, postoji jedno, dobar je, kao bili su dobri na prošlom Worldsu i onda postoji dobijaš Genji na first standu. Što nema T1, nisu se kvalifikovali, ljudi. Ovi turniri funkcionišu po sistemu kvalifikacije. Ako niste najbolji u svojoj regiji, ne odete na turnir. Isto kao Worlds, kao MSI. Pa Canon će malo popiti čanka, za ovom izdaje fajn. Ovo nešto Genji spajkuje tek kad Pantheon i TF krenu se rotiraju. Gdje si Divine? O, chillamo iskreno. Sinoć malo posle streama odigrao Valorant s Patreonima. Dobili 3, izgubili 1, bilo giga chill. Valorant i mislim da sutra patch izlazi nov agent, svašta nešto, tako da je te čekam da probamo.
Ginger's nose there. Now Canyon is level 6, and because of that, you'll see JDG say, okay, we have to back off. A little bit of protection for the bot lane. Ginger's going to hold there because there's Destiny and there's the Grand Starfall that could make it a 4v2 on bot side.
I mean, Ginger spending a lot of time making these two ganks happen, both top and bot. You can see the camp differential. Canyon's just been power farming through his clear. It gave him the upgraded smite earlier, which then allowed him to have that smite advantage. I wasn't sure if Ginger even had his
Da, Tivan igra samo Worlds, nema šta. A ja igram večeras, moram odigram bar jedan game LoLa, jer u Masteru sam onda moram da igram svakih x dana, jer na svakih koliko 7 dana moram da imam 7 partije, inače ću da ispadem iz Mastera opet, a baš ne bi bila fora. Bar jedan split da ostanem, šta god. Tako da morat ću bar jedan game da pecem LoLa večeras, mada zavisi ako bude brz dan, možda ću upalim stream kako treba. Ne zavisi kako bude bilo danas. Nemam pojma, mislim, u teoriji LYON bi trebao da prestompa Loud. Inspired je giga dobar. Ali ovu seriju ne znam, ja iskreno očekujem će Genji je dobije, ali malo će se pomučiti na početku kako stoje stvari. To je fora. Ali opet je isto, mislim, Genji će igrati team fightove, JDG igra ranu agresiju. A Genji je prestompovo ceo LCK, a JDG, mislim, opet. Ok su bili protiv BLG-a, vidio sam da je bilo 3-2 i 3-1 su bile 205 serije koje su igrali. Kinezi uvek igraju fun, da, svaki international Kinezi uvek igraju fun. Kinezi uvek igraju na ruke. To je fun. A opet su grupe takve da realno Kina, Koreja prolaze u playoff, osim ako neko baš ne iznenadi, ali ne znam ko bi mogao iskreno, nemam pojma. Koja traka za hodanje? Orion Race G1, ali brate, traka koja je bila na 50% popusta. Nema nikakve razlike od trake do trake za hodanje, sve su ti iste, brate, uzmeš onu koja ti je najjeftinija. Pogotovo za hodanje. Za trčanje je druga stvar, za trčanje hoćeš i elektronski nagib i svašta nešto. Ali za hodanje ti je apsolutno nebitno. Bukvalno. Deš važno pa neka... Kako pa ovo je? Vampire i Der Voxen za JDG na botu, vraći ste lodi. Ja ne vidim razliku. Da li ste ikad vidjeli Der Voxena i Galo na istom mestu? Ja nisam. Šta nam to govori? Čovjek krenuo se rotira, ali... Da je Trunkur ranije krenuo se rotira, ovdje su mogli napraviti play dalje. Jer ne može čovjek da uzme toliki prije, zašto Honkyu perma šava ko besan. I onda samo ne da TF-u da se rotira sa mida. Očekivao sam deep ward na midu protiv TF-a, šta ljudi rade jako često. Bukvalno stave green ward, ili ti običan ward, trinket, skroz do kule, do turret visiona. Jer onda bar vidiš na koju stranu se rotira TF. I onda u odnosu na to možda... Da znaš bar koji deo mape treba ti igra safe. Jer ako TF krene na dole, očigledno top lane ne mora se povuče. Igrao si otišao penziji. Ima istine tu, ima istine. Dobro si to spotovao, vrati, dobro si to primijetio. Keen, first strike. Ušao Jua koji... Rasha Kaenig, mislim on samo hoće da živi, a Keen pokušava samo da rampuje neki gold lead. Vjerovatno first strike cashback combo i onda pokušava samo kroz ekonomiju da bude jak. Inače Duro je umro samo zašto je whiffovao flash, da imao flash ne bi umro. Blow je flash na levelu 2 i onda je level 3 bio free kill. Mislim, volio bi da vidim da JG malo agresivnije krene ovdje da igra. Najiskrenije. Problem je samo što, ne znam li ste vidjeli, čim su hitali level 6, Čim je Genji hito 6, odmah je JDG stao sa agresijom. Jer jako je teško biti turbo agresivan kad imaš TF i Pantona koji mogu ti slete bilo gdje na mapi. A opet Genji odgovara da se malo smiri tempo. Ne nužno radi drafta, već samo radi regije. Korea vs Kina, Korea uvek hoće spustiti loptu u gemu. Rekao je da je Duro bolji od Labrova. Kako to može da kaže? Ako je Dervoxne jednak Gali, onda su Labrovi i Duro ista osoba. 450 godina competitive watching iskustva. Kad to izvalili za Felio sam stav. Mislim da Genji dropa Drake ovdje. Znaš što je fora, ako se biju direktno, mnogo su slabiji. Jer TF ulti ti ne radi ništa u 5 na 5 fajtu. Pantheon ulti, ajde, možda bude engage, ali... Xiaoshu dropate ovo. Ili Pantheon ulta, pa onda flip i to je to. Vision da vidi koliko health ima Drake. Sad da je Junji na njemu. Kakav pincer movement sa Galom, brate moji dragi. Gala mora se repozicionira levo odmah. Jako loš ulti ovdje od Kina. Ali fajn da ih povuče nazad, I guess. Šta radi JDG? Šta radi JDG? Pa Junji, imaš ulti, brate moji, slobodno, ne primaš damage na range, ne? Opa, dobar. Dobar, to je još jedan. Al JDG ne zna se teamfighta, brate mili. Al JDG ne zna se team ove game. Ovo je gotov. Ma da, idem u teretanu ja večeras. Mislim, ne idem. Fuku majko, šta je ovo bilo? Pro, kako Junjija umre sa flash ultom na Xinu u ovom trenutku? Ja ne razumijem. Znači, gle, na gold card ti ultaš. Znači, nema sve gdje ti nisi Xin ulta na gold card. Jer nije kao da možeš ti cancela ult cast. Xin ult je instant cast. On ulta, on tu ne umire. Jer uletit ćeš ta Pantheon u njega, pašće relativno low, ti baciš basic sa Divine Thunderom flasha, što je sa Thunder Skyem i flash outaš. Jako, jako loš fight od JDG-a, iskreno. Brat moj, s pincer movementom Ezreal s jedne strane, šta pinceruješ? Dobro, Čovi je ahead i zbog TF pasivne na 158 kripova. TF je u stvari dobio poprično velike buffove ovaj patch, to jest ovu promenu. Zašto ima više kripova u gameu? Ranije je bilo 98 CS-a u 10 minuta. Sada je 114, a 120 ako uhvatiš zadnji wave pre nego što se sudari. Znači ti si dobio 20 CS-a više. Za 10 minuta. I onda kako napreduje game, kako možda farmaš i side-ove i sve to. TF CS numbers baš postane insane. A zbog njegove pasivne, ne znam koliko rola gold, da li od 1 do 6 ili koliko već rola, nije ni bitno. Mnogo golda TF dobija više nego što je dobio ranije. Još ako ide util sa tipa sa cashbackom, TF samo hita full build prebrzo. Znači baš niko ne može da mu parira u brzini itema. A mislim kad pogledate ko igra TF-a, igra čovjek, mislim čovjek koji će uvek imati bolestan CS, on će da igra Soraku na midu, ima biti nenormalan farm. Imaju ga, okej. I što znači Honk je zagrifu, otišla je gold karda čovju. Mislim da se ne ubijaju u Arnatu. Ja sam rekao da ne ubijaju Arna. A vrate, ja go tigrice, ono. Šta Genji zna? Šta Genji zna, vraćamo? Oni mene slušaju tu. Ali ne overcommituju ni zašto, to mi se mnogo sviđa. Mislim, čovjek je imao flash, on je mogao da flash stane i da ubije kogod nije bio orn u toj situaciji. Ali nebitno je. Neće da overcommituju zašto zna čovjek koliko mu je vredan flash na TF-u. Jer šta je ovdje poenta? Oni su uzeli fight, uzeli su fight svejedno i nakon fighta su uzeli objektiv svejedno. TF da baci flash da bi uzeo jedan kill ne menja ništa u ovoj situaciji, a TF koji nema flash menja mnogo za njih u ovom gameu. Jer 5 minuta ti nemaš taj potencijal. A Drake je za minut. I ti recimo na sljedećem Drake fightu baciš flash gold card i dobiješ pik i polete u laganci, brate. Tako da ono, hoćeš flash da iskoristiš za nešto što ima malo više impact u gameu. Kaže, mister, brate, ali tvoja fortuna... Pa nije, samo je... Nije. A vidi, možda jeste malo... Ko zna ljudi moji, sve je to životna misterija. Go to džungli. Najbolji jungler svih vremena. Pogledajte ovo, Spear nije u životu promašio. Lik od kad se rodio nije promašio Spear. Bolesno koliko lagano ovo izgleda za njih. Znači legitimno neverovatno koliko ovo lagano izgleda za Genji. Dropali su 3 killa na početku partije i to je to, vidi. Uzeli su Heralda, uzeli su Drakeove, dropali su, I guess, grabove. Da kaže da nije, da su nešto bar dropali, ali... Ovo što je živa kula, what the fuck. Okej, nisu očekivali ulti od Rambla. Džunđija mora prođe kroz ulti, čovjek mu nije ušao ult, ali mislim da je Džunđija mrtav svejedno, Džunđija ne može da igra. Shelly će čak se skuca u tier 2, ovo je huge. Prate, koliko ime ne igrivo, ne mogu da verujem. Neverovatno. 18. minut, 8000 gold leada, ljudi moji, pa vi znate li šta je ovo? Čovjek je fine skroz. Iskreno ne znam. Mislim, očigledno pratim sve što radi League of Legends i to. I postoje neke stvari koje kao znam, ali ne sam da pričam. Jer šta god da Rio dijeli sa mnom, ja sam pod NDA-om uvek i ne mogu da razgovaram o nekim stvarima. Ali za to specifično ne znam ništa. Kao, ne zato što imam NDA, nego zato što legitimno ne znam. Znam da ove godine, 2026, je jako tiha godina za League of Legends. Znači Rio će, baš onako će da odu ono silent mode, za cijelu godinu će izbaciti samo jednog heroja. Zato što se fokusiraju na sljedeću godinu. Jer sljedeće godine Riot izbacuje nov Arcane, kao novu seriju, verovatno. Rade na MMORPG-u i dalje, znači to nije zamrlo, ko što ljudi misle. I izbacuju League Next. Tako da... A šta će biti League Next, nemam pojma. Ne znam. Po njima Liga 2.0. Jako lep ulti od Rambla ovdje. Kako lep ulti od Rambla. Gledao Gala, ne znam gdje će. Tehnički League Next je... Da, League Next je LoL 2. Samo što nije baš LoL 2. Jer će i dalje ostati ista igrica. Samo će biti promjena u engine-u i sve to. A da, ja sam tu. Ćao ljudi. Ja malo u mraku sedim. Prija mi tako. Bio sam napolju, malo sam se prošetao i sad mi prija bez reflektora blame u sobi. Svakako malo smo promenili kako se radi first stand i competitive LoL za sada. Što se tiče ovih prenosa internacionalnih, plan je da se ovako radi. Ja sam tu, većinom ću biti na kameri, možda neću kad budem jeo nešto, kao tu sam svakako. Slušamo njihove kastere malo u pozadini, ja chillam s vama, pričam s chatom. Aj joj, ruler, nemoj tako jako. Što baca reverse netu u Orna. Znate da je partija doomed, brate. Ovaj flash od čovjeka isto bio nepotreban, ali bio u fazonu fuck it. Malo su ga overextendali, nije li bitno. Ruler je živ, on je umir, ja ne mogu da verujem. Koliko su bolesni, brate, ma vrate, vidi. Jer može... Laki. Oni se vraćaju nazad, neće flipaju, ja mislim. Uzet ću inhibit, to je to. Shadow na ruleru je fine, ali pole rulerove item, pole rulerove item u 20 minuta. Oko ja kad igram solo queue, šta je ovo, brać? Au, ruler je dostigao moju formu. Si okej? Što ne radi kom? Ruler u 21 minutu, ako sam dobro video, ima Hexoptics, Infinity, RFC i Last Whisper. Bro, brat moj će Warna shotati, a ne ove squishije. Ovaj play se nikad ne bi dogodio ranije, zato što Genji nikad ne bi tako agresivno odigrao. Ovaj play se nikada ne bi dogodio ranije, jer Genji nikad ovo ne bi uradio, ali bukvalno. Da, brat moj, Infinity, prodao je Last Whisper, uzeo je BF, jako interesantno. Ali, Infinity, Hexoptics, RFC u BF, brate mili. Meni malo neprijatno za JDG, iskreno. Koliko su dobri, vrat. I onda dođe brod i onda se raspadnu. Ja moram ovo na story da stavim, ono, ovo je samo bolest. Ne znam kako stavim sve da se vidi lepo. Možda mogu stavim ovo lepo. No, ovo je samo dumt. Pogledaj ti koliko on bez lesta ispera šotovar, na deće gala, bra. A dobro nije šta gala, šta ja gala, brate, 4.15 je vode 16.000 golda, ono. Ma, vrat. Nije, bro. A ja znam najjači AD carry u životu kad igra Dervoxne i Gala zajedno. Kuku, majko. Brate. Brate. Meni malo neprijatno u njihovo ime, brate. Biše ih.
JDG, they tried to do things, but it was desperation stations all over the board. Flashing in for the kill on Ruler at the end, I think, really demonstrates how desperate they were. We're going to hand it over to the AD to break down that game. Take it away.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of like, as I said, it was good until it wasn't. I want to say, God, they're strong.
I mean, we got a lot of what the early stuff that we wanted for JDG to actually happen. And it looked crazy because it was even more than we asked for. We only asked for a good early game for Junja, but we also got Hong Q solo killing Chovy.
That was lit.
Nemam komentara, iskreno više.
Big early lead. I'm hoping that you're seeing the B-roll at the moment of those plays. But yeah, they start out so incredibly well, and then we get to the Dragonflight Emily and Genji. They perform.
In the end, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, because, I mean, I think the big thing for me is that Junja and Hongkyu getting off to a good start did look good for JDG, right? Because you're like, okay,
ne da bi game ceo first, ne? Moguće. Ništa, aj samo, ne znam da mi je čekio da nađem timer, stanite.
They were going to get outclassed immediately, but yeah, then that second Drake fight is really where it just absolutely all falls apart, and Genji takes over. After that, I believe they had it went from like a minimal goal lead to 3K almost immediately.
Okay, so what happened there?
Yeah, let's bring up the fight because they play their range really well.
Naš sam timer, gas, 10 minuta.
Basically cut them in half, and then you have the gold card.
Ma kakvi bre, silac. Ništa ne stajem, ću da ne stanem, tu sam za 10 minuta, idemo sljedeći game, ovo je baš bio stomp. Braću moja, sad ću doći.
Chovy's gonna come stun him, but they don't, and they just get annihilated, Emily.
Yeah, and you see that they're just so well coordinated. They knew exactly how they wanted to play this composition out with especially the TF and Pantheon combo. And then my big star in that fight was Keen with the equalizer because JDG were already kind of separated with Gala having to kind of take a route around immediately over a ward. Yeah, 23 minutes. It was a bit slower too. Until
What?
It wasn't.
I'm sorry, what?
To my kills per minute.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
That's not slower game. Yeah,
less bloody.
slower game, but it's a Gen G thing. So like, do you feel like there was no chance for JDG to come back because of the composition that they have, or just because it's these players against them? What do we think?
I think the big difference is you look at that team fight. The team fight encapsulates a lot of it. Gala is the only real like ranged threat that they have on JDG, the Ezreal. And as Emily said, the Ezreal was kind of chunked out before and on the bottom side. And so without the Ezreal range, Gen G just approached the fight so successfully because they utilized the Caitlyn range, the Twisted Fate range, and the Equalizer range from the Rumble. And so that's why you see the struggle for the initiation. Theoretically, if JDG had better setup with everybody there on time and they're able to have the Ezreal range and the damage threat there, then they can try and do Ornn ultimate and Seraphine ultimate and try and use their shorter range combo. You have to go for the big engage, but Gen G are not giving them an opportunity to basically use what they want to use with their team comp. And so after you get that big lead, since they already got the first dragon from Canyon getting Crab and then getting first dragon, this is second dragon plus a bunch of gold, and they're able to play the map so successfully with all of the globals that they have.
Yeah, for me, it came down to not that JDG didn't necessarily have windows, but Gen G just had such better neutral objective setups and team fight setups. And then also the power of this composition is the ability to spread the map, right? You have multiple globals, semi-globals to kind of join up or spread out in team fights, and I think we kind of saw the bones of what JDG would have wanted to do with this composition in that really late game fight, but by then it's just too late, right? Like they're just too far behind.
Yeah, and we saw it multiple times too. They used Twisted Fates and some of the range here to pick off Xin. This champion doesn't have a lot of escapes. Even if you do get your ultimate off, it's just going to delay it, and they were able to snowball so successfully.
Feels like a big collective effort on the side of Gen G, but if there was one player who stood out here, for you guys, who would it be?
I mean, I voted for Canyon. I would be okay with multiple votes on this Gen G team.
Yeah, hold on.
Who did you vote for?
We have a mic.
Because Canyon, as a jungler, when the enemy jungler is getting successful games in the early game.
Okay.
I mean, obviously,
Ruler.
Ruler.
Okay, we have a Ruler fan here. Who was the best player for Gen G?
Canyon.
I want to check on the other side. Who was
Ruler.
Ruler. Okay, so that's what we were saying. It's a collective effort here. You guys chose Canyon, but yeah, Ruler, I appreciate it. Yeah. Go to AD carry.
Because a lot of times when enemy jungle is getting off successful ganks, you know, sometimes you can crumble under pressure. People are in your ears being like, what do you do? But Canyon, he kept up his farm, farming the jungle crab, so he had upgraded smite. So then actually Junja was pushing the scuttle crab down to the bottom side. He probably should have been able to get it still, but Canyon ended up getting it. He had the upgraded smite. And then he kept on making these plays with his Pantheon ultimate. I mean, Gen G overall, the whole team was so good there.
Masterclass.
And I mean, they're just so patient, right? Like, not obviously the game ended super quickly, but in terms of it being slower, just their patience around these setups, around the way they're piloting this composition in team fights, it was great to watch.
Gen G made it to first 10. That's what we wanted to see from them, and so far they are delivering. Let's see if JDG can come back and make it a series in game 2. See you soon, guys.
He skips a camp. Chovy now getting very low.
Killing Chovy. Chovy has to flash the win. Red card came out. Hongq wins. It flashes in. Junja jumped on Crescent Guard coming out. Tempered Fate. They have to dash away from it. Junja with the Crescent Guard isn't able to escape. Ruler takes the kill. Chovy Destinies flashes forward. Lands onto Vampire with the stun card. And Vampire, even with the encore landing onto 4, it's just not enough. They just don't die. Gen G.
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
Red Bull gives you wings.
are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
It will as the Arcade Storm doing so much work in Gen G. They are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen G, the EWC winners.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
Give us your best Twitch sneaky. Your reaction to winning Worlds. Best pentakill announcement. Baron Nashor Raw. When you accidentally flash forward. Realizing your jungler missed smite on Baron. Nico sneaking through bush. Riding Rift Herald into a tower.
Canyon just obviously the superior.
All right, well, I've got some water here.
Yeah,
right?
let's do it. Let's do it.
Oh, my goodness. All right, excellent to see the vibes are immaculate on the side of Gen G. And why wouldn't they be after they simply dismantled JDG? We're not going to waste any time, though. Let's get straight into draft of Game 2. JDG, they're going to have to cook something up. Tabe, show us what you got. Like, you do have a winning record against Gen G. We really need to see that come through right now, because after Game 1, Gen G looked absolutely unstoppable with a 23-minute victory. Orianna Nocturne going to be taken off the board immediately. JDG looking to grab that first pick for themselves. Again, though, we look back. Ryze still a priority pick.
Yep.
Talia, after the nerfs, definitely fallen to the wayside. I don't think we've actually seen a Talia yet this tournament. We did see an Azia yesterday from Caps. But again, you can see that the mainstays that we saw for the majority of LEC versus in Ryze, Talia,
the majority of regions, I think, had a similar mid.
Yeah. They mainly, after the nerfs have been pushed out, and it seems
Evo mene, se nadam nisam puno falio.
The top dogs of mid lane, but with
Ja ne znam šta da vam kažem za oni prvi game, iskreno, ubiše ih. Ali ubiše ih baš jako. Onako, baš su ih pošteno išutirali.
A jungler that he can have agency on in the early game is
se
one
kako
of the
treba.
key pillars of success for JDG. We saw it in game 1 as well. Like, they did manage to get a lead through the fact that Jinja was everywhere on this Xinjiao, and Honkyu as well getting the solo kill in the mid lane. And Best was going to be the final ban from JDG. No surprise.
Tu sam. Sve lagano, ljudi moji. Sve lagano, malo mi komu lično, ne veze.
Do still have things like the Yonara if you do just want to go for a strong AD carry.
I think Vi has to be the option.
I like Vi.
That's what my instincts tell me. But yeah, running through some of the options, like they could Ahri if they wanted to. A little risky to blind it this early on. Yeah, Yonara, it's kind of AD carry or jungle is kind of their only options, I feel.
There's the option of Shoshu's Renekton as well. He does love that. I mean, with the Ambessa ban, I was wondering perhaps, but instead it is going to be the Lulu down towards Vampire.
So, there are some risks with this.
There's a lot of risks with this, Benny.
Blitzcrank, Nautilus.
Ja se nadam da će biti Blitz, iskreno.
Duo's Blitzcrank as well. Like, the guy made his name on this champion.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen it from him this year, but like, I keep saying Blitzcrank. I feel like in the LEC I've said it multiple times, and no one in the LEC picked it. I want to see it, Gen G. I would love to see a Blitzcrank right now. Blitzcrank Caitlyn, I think, is my favorite combo, but with the Caitlyn already gone, unlikely to see that. There's that Vi that we were talking about. Cannon going to take that one away. Yunara, interesting that they're going to pick the Yunara in. I guess they want to take the combo away from Gala and Vampire, but Aphelios is always something you can pair alongside it. I think Jinx also works.
Yeah. Jinx for Gala would make sense.
Full critic sin. To zvuči kao da si smurfova jako, iskreno. Ako mene pitaš.
It was Gala that I saw playing it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, sure, but at this point, if you're picking a hyper carry, bro, there aren't many with dashes. Zeri is kind of your only option.
It's very true.
So, I mean, the advantage of an Aphelios is when the Vi comes into you, like, hey, I have red-white, you're kind of doing me a favor.
Moonlight Vigil with Severum as well gives you that burst of health if you need it.
Oh, the Jarvan, of course, got through, means that it is available. Junja happy to grab that for himself. 3 of his most played now going to be removed from the pool, though, but let's see if he can have a big impact on this one this time around. You have to lock in your AD carry here, I feel, unless they feel super confident in Gala's pool, which I feel like they should. He's played, I'm not going to count that, a lot. He's played a lot of AD carries so far. I mean, just not, that's just his year, let alone his career.
Yeah, of course his career, obviously.
Gala, quite the mainstay. Jinx?
Looks like it's going to be Jinx.
Just a hyper carry potential. An oldie but a goodie.
Yeah, also you have the kill one hero, one champion, and then immediately Jinx gets to get excited and run through the rest of the fight, right? So a cataclysm on one person, they die, and then you allow your Jinx just to really pop off, and it doesn't really matter if she's threatened by...
A Lulu Jinx, ne kriju Jinx od Genji, vrati mi kako će on igra.
In that sort of situation, Genji are looking for that tried and true combination. Ahri, Vi, ride the wind, go to the other battlefield, get yourself an extra point.
No, not quite.
Sorry, wrong game, my mistake.
But yes, it is very effective. If Ahri lands a charm, then Vi easily connects a Q, but the more common combo is Vi lands her ulti, you don't get to go anywhere. And even
I čovi uzima Ari, Jinx neće da igra u 3 života, iskreno.
Flash away, Vi's gonna follow you, Ari's gonna Spirit Charm right after you. Spirit Charm, Spirit Rush into Charm. That's the combo I was talking about. And they're gonna ban away the Mel. Okay, and this is something we've been seeing, I would say specifically in the LPL, but mainly just been rising up in priority. Just her ability to repel that single target lockdown, especially into the charm, is very effective. I mean, I believe we saw it yesterday, from B&K Fearx. What else can they ban into an Ahri? You could maybe, it depends how afraid you are of Honkyu's, things like, I guess you could ban away Galio, you could also ban away...
I still think Talia is an okay ban. Like, I know she isn't as...
Ako igraš hook, ovdje je trash možda najbolji, što najjače od svega.
Swain? Okay, you think
we're reaching. We are reaching.
But it's Honkyu.
Oh, it is Honkyu. That is true.
Not only does he play Swain, but it's actually it's a very good. It's an old school counter.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember. I love this reference. 2013, Nuke Duck picked Swain into Fakers.
I do remember that. Yeah.
Fnatic.
He used the game. He won the matchup though.
Fnatic Swain je u stvari decent ovdje.
In the European into Faker forever. Like, yeah, we lost the game, but I did well. I won my matchup. It's fine. Mel and Annie banned away by Gen G. Nico and Nautilus taken away from Duro.
I didn't think about that one, but I think it makes a lot of sense. It gives you so much lane power, so removing that one from the pool, smart choice. What does Duro go for now? I mean, I'm still toying with the Blitzcrank. Nami could be a possibility as well if you just want to do range versus range.
That sounds like the Thresh as well, if you want to go
Thresh
there.
Yanara, though?
Yeah, I don't like it too much, but it gives you a bit of protection from the Jarvan, and then you also have hook potential in the lane. Khan is very good at following up on a Vi engage.
Yeah. It's just, it's kind of mid in the lane, you know?
Oh, like, it's bad in the lane. You jump forward, you get whimsied, and you just die. Whimsy into Flame Chompers, and you're just dead, so...
I think Vi, she'll still follow through even if she gets whimsied, right? Nothing stops that ult, from what I recall. I don't see why it would.
Assuming she's in her ult already.
Yeah, you're just a tiny rabbit that's now
ceasing into systems.
And there is that Xiaoshu Renekton. We were kind of expecting it at some point in the series. I mean, Namaru was telling me that he thinks this is the best Renekton in the LPL. So, strong vote of confidence, but we knew, like, looking into him...
Blind Renektona, nisam siguran ni to koliko je dobro, iskreno.
He's super confident on the pick. He's going to be blind picking it here. With the Rumble already gone, one less thing you have to worry about. Honkyu, we're really going to go for the Victor. Think about the Swain. Veigar, really good pick into Ahri as well.
And into a Khan.
Think about that Swain, though.
I like Event Horizon, man. That ability is busted as all hell.
We're really gonna, I mean, okay, we're getting Veigar, alright. Okay. I mean, it's a little bit more scaling, but the zone control that I mean, you're good with the building names. What's the baby
Event
gauge?
Horizon.
Event Horizon. Did they really call it Event Horizon?
Yeah, because it's like built of dark matter, which is his W.
Is that not the... Oh, that's his W.
And his Q is Baleful Strike, and his ultimate is Primordial Burst. Ready? Come on.
I mean, it's QWER, but his E is what is annoying for champions like this to deal with, specifically Ahri, because while she does have a dash, it's not a blink. And there is a key difference between the two, because a blink will help you get out of the Event Horizon. But dash will be sucked into said Event Horizon, and then you will be
obliterated.
That is kind of the go-to for Veigar. So JDG again going for a front-to-back approach. They do have a little bit more damage coming through from the top side. Their main initiator coming through for Gen G. I mean, they've got very
ne znam šta da mislim, iskreno.
A little bit more side lane threat, a little bit more of a pick composition.
Mislim, u teoriji Veigar ti sa Jinx daje dobar skill, pošto imaš Renektona, no moraš nešto da uradiš. Ne znam, u teoriji nije loš Veigar.
So Vi, when she ults in, Event Horizon drops. Vi now finds herself in a similar position where I've committed to the fight, I'm ready for the follow-up, but the zone control that champion provides then makes it much harder to follow through.
Zavisi gdje Veigar stane blizu svog kaveza, može da stanuje Vi nakon ulta i ide instant flash outa, to je fun fact. Vi je unstoppable, ali stun debuff je klipuje svejedno, tako da je to u stvari dosta zabavno.
Sit in my lane and just kind of farm.
But even if you don't kill the enemies, very easy to land your abilities and get your phenomenally evil power stacked up as the Viger. It's the first time we've seen Viger in about a year. Last time we saw MSI Plains by Knight. It is the first time Honku has ever brought it out in his professional career, as far as we can see. And perhaps it's what JDG need to battle against the Gen G monolith that took them down in game 1.
Well, let's see. JDG got off to a great start in game 1. I quite like the comp idea from JDG.
Trade. Oh, this is so nice from Vampire and Gala here, getting a heal out of Duro. He started with the Gleaming Quill, but good Lulu players will do this. They have so much harass at level 1.
And for some international viewers that perhaps only tune into international events, you might be a little bit surprised to see like, oh, they're using heal this early on. It's become a very common practice, pretty much across the world, where you just invest that summoner spell very early to get that trade advantage, but specifically the movement speed that you get, because it helps you just stick onto your target and get those extra couple of hits in so that you can find a nice trade. So already going to see those heals expended in the bot side of the Rift, as both junglers starting on their top side, once again looking for a path towards bot. Keep my eye on Xiaoshu as well, and he's already finding some nice trades into the Gnar matchup. Typically Gnar favored. Usually it's very difficult for the Renekton to be able to play, but Xiaoshu leveraging his early strength on the Renekton to try and bully out Keen and at the very least get some control over the wave.
Honku and Chovy just going to be farming up in the early game. Chovy will be waiting for Canyon's ability to come across and really harass down Honku.
Now in game 1, remember it was Chovy that built the Rod of Ages.
Samo da upalim kameru, čekajte. Eto, da se vidimo. Znaš šta je poenta, gle, protiv Renektona pikaš heroja da ne izgubiš laning fazu i da imaš damage control. Jer Renekton mnogo opada, tako da sve što ne umire od Renektona u laneu je jako dobro u Renektona. Gnar ide even s Renektonom, to je pobeda. Jer Renekton previše opada kao heroj, samo ne radi ništa kasnije. Nije uzeo. Ja mislim da je Canyon mogo se bije. Mislim, dobro što Canyon zna bolje od mene sigurno, ali... Samo fazonu Jarvan je bacio flag and drag, ti si Vi. Ne znam da li ima tu fight. Jer jednom kad Jarvan baci flag and drag, šta on ima nakon toga? W ako ga je uzeo uopšte, što je mogo da vidi po EQ damage-u, i Marshall Candace basic. Ili ti Jarvanova pasivna, koja ne pitajte me zašto znam kako se zove. Ali Vi ga sad double crabuje, ovdje je Canyon radio mnogo više. Junjia je probao malo da čiza, sad ga je koštalo ozbiljno, Canon ima i smite, ovo je... Dve krabe za Vi, giga dobar start. Dobro, neki to što kažeš, i to što kažeš, verovatno samo se zbunio malo. Mada mislim da generalno oni igraju tako da na početku ne rade previše, onda samo kad dođu do grupacija samo znaju su 50 puta bolji. Top laneri će vjerojatno rašati plated steel caps, igraš oko toga da Gnar da možda pobegne, Renekton da možda proba da ga stigne. Renekton će vjerojatno ići na stride breaker, ali mislim da lockdownovati Gnara je skoro nemoguće, što ima perma attack speed, smooth speed buff. Da, i onda Jinx. Pa dobro. I činjenica da je Gala Jinx i činjenica da Gala ima cleanse, ruler ima barijeru, znači će dobiti svaki trade. Mislim, to ne samo zaboravimo. Level 3, 4 spike je ok, ali nije toliko relevantan koliko su ga napravili da bude. Veigar to be able to last hit underneath his tower. He wants time to just queue those minions, last hit as often as he can, so Chovy doing the right thing and just perma shoving that wave underneath the tower and making it harder for Honku to do. Lepo trekuju Junju. A i Va je dosta ahead. Već se bije s njim.
Spawning on the top side, so...
Oh, that is no Scuttle Crab Dragon fight. Those slightly larger Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, somewhat.
Ima dva smajta. Jako clean od Canyon ovdje. Ja mislim se ne biju. Zašto Jinx ne može se bije? Jinx nema flash. Genji ovdje jako srećan kako ovo ide.
This is why I was a little bit skeptical of Jarvan plus Veigar, because Veigar really doesn't like get lane control. So there's not much that the Jarvan, who's not the best skirmisher, especially against the Vi, can do. So you're just kind of at the mercy of whatever Canon wants to do, really, and Canon is taking full advantage of that. And the invade, nice idea, but ends up backfiring quite significantly. Ginger though...
Duro samo beži da... Izintove rulera. Ja sam kažem beži samo da ovaj ne može solo da pogodi kuj da cancela rulerov recall. Rulerov recall, majko božje. Koje brzalice. Duro ovdje hoće da ostane. A hoće da proba duvati freeze, ali mislim da ne može. Ne može sigurno.
Gala's already just gone back to base, so Vampire, he needs to skedaddle ASAP. The good news is that Duro's also going to go back to base. Gala, though, successfully pushing that...
Ruler mi se ništa nije dobio od toga, ali fajn i dalje. Taj prvi recall cancel je bio dosta big. Da je Ruler mogao se recalla u startu, bio bi u mnogo bolje poziciji. Što?
So eventually that wave will begin to crash in with Ruler farming it up. Canyon here just getting vision control up towards the top side, but a relatively slow early game between these two teams. As you said, like, not getting pushed out of mid means that Junju is kind of muted in the early game, and Jahu and Keen just very happy to trade into each other consistently on top side, but neither of them really have a huge amount of kill threat, especially with plated steel caps being the first item they both complete.
Makes a ton of sense for both sides of the matchup. One for mitigating the poke and one for mitigating the all-in. So both top laners happy to farm, Renekton with a small gold deficit and a small CS deficit, but nothing too significant. Vision control is immaculate for Genji on the top side of the rift. You can just see...
Ne ovako, Nemki, ne ovako. Treba se vratim na traku da te motivišem malo. Ko je Genji ovdje turbo lagan? Oni ništa ne moraju da rade sad. Oni bukvalno samo čekaju. Samo čekaju grupaciju. I onda samo puluju trigger, Vi Ari na 1 metu, razneseš Ari, dobije reset, to je to. Sve dok Jinx ne dobije resete.
Their attentions down towards this bottom side. Clear out vision once again, make sure that Ginger it just can't really do anything on the map. You can see so much vision control through both sides of the river, top and bot for Genji. Where does Ginger go?
Sorry, none of you saw that, but Medic just knocked a bottle of water off the side of the caster desk. Dramatic fashion.
The gesticulation happening there.
Yes,
sometimes it just,
accurately, yes. Oh, truly stupendous.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Ooh, there it is, the event horizon, the first of many.
I doubt it was the first.
It was an uneventful horizon, one could say.
Ovo nije bilo loše. Respect.
Bring it to me, bring it to me.
Keen plated steel caps, Shao Hu plated steel caps. Najgoted watch party, svima govorimo napred, lagano, tu sam za vas. Kasteri, šta pričaju, braća moje? Ajmo, kasteri, kastujte, jesam ja deo četa sad, ljudi? Ajmo, kasteri, kastujte. Šta braća pričaju?
It's 73, you can see it on the screen.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah,
okay, so Canyon gets the second. Meanwhile, on the top side, a bit of a fight happening as Keen and Shanshu continue to
Dobro. Canyon diff, ja vam kažem. Kad kreće nova sezona IBL-a? Polovinom aprila. 8. april.
Snuck his way into the jungle. Now Keen
has flash, polymorph, flag and drag, and down goes the nut.
8. april.
From Vampire there, flashing forward to make sure Keen didn't have a route to escape.
Absolutely, love that play. Chobi taking a bit of a nasty trade there. I have to imagine that this one was eventful. And Honkyu was able to get the combo off, and now he has to back because an ult from Honkyu puts him in kill range. So TP gonna come through. Come on, you can land it, Honkyu. There it is. Oh, nice combo.
Good damage, good damage.
That's just a taster of what's to come. More damage will continue to mount. Nice sidestep there from Ruler. No support, given that Vampire was sitting top lane making that play, means the Gala are going to be zoned away from a lot of farm. And Genji, without really doing much, have amassed a 1.4k gold lead.
Yes, I mean, they have won every lane.
Yeah, it's kind of the frustrating thing when you're playing against the best team in the world, when they kind of just have all the best players, they just kind of passively...
Ne bi se složio s tim, ali imaju najboljeg junglera, to je Tro. Jedina stvar koja može da izvuče JDG je ako Veigar ima dovoljno upfront brsta da šota, pošto Genji nema tipa Orna, nema Xantea, Xantea možda možda nema Orna ili Siona. Tako da u teoriji ako Hwonkyu možda nađe kill na prvu metu, Jinx dobije reset, možda mogu da igraju. To je jedina stvar koja mi ima smisla.
Okay, I see the vibe.
It's just
Optics got buffed slightly.
But it was a while ago, I thought. I don't know.
It was one of the previous two patches, I think.
Yeah, that's what I mean. By, sorry, when I say a while ago, we were starting 26.3 for ages.
Yeah, so my head is that was the last patch, but obviously we've had two since then.
Yeah. But you're right. It did get buffed, and Jinx, we've just been seeing it more as a first item. It's become more common. So
Musi rašio ovaj Hex Optics.
I mean, if we're thinking about that, all JDG need is a pentakill on Jinx.
Yes.
And easy dub.
We saw it yesterday.
Yeah, exactly.
Diablo and Gala, they share at least 2 letters of their names. And Gala, I mean, Gala is the pentakill king. Right? He's the pentakill prince. I've demoted him slightly, but his alliteration is better. We all remember Sheen with the Gala call.
This dragon, I believe, is uncontestable.
Pa Junjia možda proba da ga flipa, iskreno. Mislim, jako je čudno da je uopšte Genji dao 50-50. A Canyon, brat, ne umire. Gala je dobio reset, ali mislim da će ovi Juri... Ok, lepo. Pa dobro. Dobio si zmaja, ali pod koju cenu? Dobro, delevali su Sol, izgubili su fight. Hwonkyu dalje ne može da radi ništa. Hwonkyu ima row na Veigaru, što nije dovoljno šota bilo koga. Ovo je samo giga random fight, iskreno. Mislim, ne znam što je Genji uopšte dopustio da dođe do 50-50. Moguće da je Canyon bio u fazonu, braćo, bolji sam od njega, dajte smite fight i to je to. Jedino mi to pada na pamet. Nije toliko tipično za Koreju da 50-50 flipa protiv Kine na internacionalnim, ali dobro. Mislim, šta god. Mislim da Genji svako ne želi da ova partija ode u Sol. Ih bole ovo.
Incredibly impressive from this guy that continues to level up across his career. 2026, having an absolute stormer so far.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it in the previous game. It felt like that towards the end of the year, he felt like he was tapering off a little bit, not having the strongest performance relative to expectations at the very least. But coming into 2026, this man has been on a mission. He is performing excellently.
I šta je poenta Gnara? Samo dode Ive na topu i bole go ovo. On je lagan. On ima još 2 ulta. Mada sad mislim da ovaj zadnji neće da iskoristiti u Jane. Canyon nema ulti, da je Canyon dobro... Boga mi Rakan, Griff. Ja. On prvo rekao another stack for Hwonkyu, pa nije dobio... Ne znam kako je Keen izgrifovao to, iskreno, nisam vidio. Ali duro, diskutabilno, mislim, ne može se dešaš kod Veigar Kaves, tako da... Ruler, vidnaće Lulu. Možda ulti ne mora da baci. Žu damage. Može da ulta pa da probaju da... Samo da Ruler ne ušeta dobro u Champera, nice. A mislim, JDG ima infinite scale, ako baš ode u, ono, mnogo minuta, ali fora je što ne znam baš koliko će toliko potrajati partija. Jer mislim da i dalje u mid game-u Genji će bolje scalovati. JDG scale bolje u hyper late-u kada Veigar dođe do dovoljno da šota bilo koga, ali da li će Veigar dotle stići, nemam pojma. Čov ima ulti, samo triple ult dole i ne mora ni da ulta uopšte.
And they will just back away from the fight.
I was about to say that was uncontestable again. And
hey, they got the last one. Last time you said that.
Was it worth it?
No, it's still contestable, you know.
Okay, we're getting into some right now. Right.
Right now, Genji a little bit.
Oof. Close charm.
Next JDG player.
It's just
Close charm, baš close da je pogodio to je kill. Lep flash od Junjije, baš lep flash od Junjije, ne znam da će biti... mislim da je dobro ovo. Ruler je samo mrtav. Flashovo se preko charma. Šovi demoks. Dobro, mislim, JDG nalazi nešto na mapi. Ne možemo da kažemo se prevrnuli i čekaju da izgube game. Iskreno respekt, JDG pokušava. Mislim, što jes. Lep, baš lep flash od Junjije. Flash preko charma za ult engage. Junara mora da baci flash i onda nakon flasha Renekton samo stika i to je to. Rekao im. Nije očekivao takav razvoj događaja. Šta da vam kažem?
Only be the second of the game for either team.
This is uncontestable, Medic.
I don't think it is, Vedi. Shashu's on his way down. Chovy is already in the mid lane. Genji will take it. Yeah. It was contestable, but didn't need to be contested.
No, it was uncontestable,
okay, sure,
I'm telling you. So, let's take a look at the game state, because honestly, it's better than it was. Xiaoshu has proven that I am now a threat that you have to be cautious of. And Genji definitely feels hesitant, so they're sending 4 people to top lane. And they're saying, you know what? Fine, let's play the numbers game. And the problem is, without any mid-tower, there's not much they can really do to threaten.
Xiaoshu with the dominance, Juro going to dance away with that battle dance. Driftel charges in, and there's the tower. That's all Genji really wanted out of the exchange.
Yep, they'll be happy with that. Extend the gold lead a little bit more. They got the ulti out from Xiaoshu as well, so less of a scary threat. That mid-wave, though, this is the problem. Gala can't approach it. He cannot go anywhere near it. The threat of a canyon collapse is just too lethal.
Nor can honk you, really.
Ne znam koliko će njima trebati stignu dođu. Mislim, imaju 0 MR-a, tako da... Ne znam. I dalje bi u teoriji Veigar sa tipa... Recimo 3 itema treba da bude dovoljno jak. Pa kakvi ode Vampire? Ma da. Ima još jedan ulti do ulta preko zima, kakvi, nemaš. Pokušava da baituje flash ovdje Kin. Rakan će opet da bude stanovan u kavezu od Veigara, ne znam, ima deševe. Pet i po 1000 gol, 19 minuta, damn, Genji izgleda baš clean. Baš izgledaju dobro. Da, stvarno izgledaju, bukvalno 50, da, stvarno izgledaju insane. Ovo je verovatno najbolji LoL koji sam gledao cijele godine. Ovo je baš bolesno. Mislim, je individualna greška tu i tamo, ali... Kad igraš ovako dobro kao ekipa, pogled Duro, on je krenuo basic dok je bio pola vazduha. Tabe je u fazonu, brate. Ne ovako, brate. Not like this. Insane. Je li jako interesantno, Ruler ne igra boltove? A inače Protobolt čovjek, obratite pažnju, take notes. Čovjek uzeo Protobolt.
Then they do this. They just take everything, and you kind of need to be able to contest them at some point, because if you don't, they'll just run rampant. And the fact that you've got one dragon at the very
Igriš ne bilo da je dobro. I onda klasično čokovanje na Worldsu, kako to drugačije može kod njih.
Can we finish the scaling part now? Is that possible?
Nešto najjače od svega, ja mislim da ono, ma koliko navijam za T1, ne bi se ljutio da Genji uzme Worlds. Kao, mislim da čovjek mora da uzme Worlds pre nego što ode u penziju. Kao, legitimno, koliko god volim T1 u fazonu sam, brate, realno čovjek bi stvarno mogao da pokupi jednu titulu, jadan. Nije bio plan. Ja mogu da ti kažem, kolega Kasteru.
And they're going to duo it. They don't even need Chovy. He's still sitting top lane. He can collapse at any point, but with no smite threat, Genji's not afraid.
Honku poking his nose and prodding. He's not going to find anyone. Maybe we'll catch Chovy if he walks around. Xiaoshu here as well. While the rest of JG begin to collapse, but that Baron already down to... Well, it's dead. Genji have taken it. Chovy dives in, and look at the damage immediately. Good double knockup coming out from Duro. As Xiaoshu...
Interesantan ult, misliš da nastavi. Da, ali to je zato što čovjek je krenuo da builda Protobelt na svemu i onda su svi počeli builduju Protobelt na AP herojima. To jest na midlanerima. Imali su kulu ovdje, Ruler samo nije teo kulu, što nađe. Jako interesantno, PD na Ruleru umjesto Bolta. Pitam li se zašto? Mislim, Bolt daje puno attack speed i mimo samog efekta, brate mili čovjek, koliko je lepo odigrao. Samo sam očekivao sad ovaj sljedeći ulti na desno, ali možda nemam pojma, možda Raptori tu šta god. Ne, ovo je baš, ovo je, kažem, ja mislim najbolji LoL koji smo gledali. Ne znam se gledao bolji LoL od ove godine, baš su ludi. Volio da vidim G2 protiv Genjija, iskreno, baš bi mi bilo fan. Mislim, sutra gledamo BLG protiv G2-a, tako da i to će biti zabavno za nas, iskreno, ali kao... Volio bi da vidim G2 protiv Genjija. To je Canon, full chill. Ja ne mogu, ne, mislim, pa dobro, aj čovjek ima ulti, možda... Ima Protobelt, možda Protobeltuje Flag and Direct, što će vjerojatno morati da uradi, ne flashuje ga, okej. Kavez je down. Mislim da je Junara mrtva, okej, ambulance. Leambulanta, ma kakvi, ma kakvi, gotovo. Gotovo. Pa mislim da JDG kažu, okej, braćo, probali smo, ono, unlucky, šta rajem. Ću, brate, mene. Ma kao ljudi. Ovi će do 4 da završe cijelu seriju. Ovo je best of 5 će traje 2 sata. Znam da bi ih nalupali, ali bilo bi mi zanimljivo. Ne? Hvala, Nemki, cenim, brate, cenim. Brate, šta je ovo? Šu, brate. Best of 5, by the way. Ma kakav reversi. Mislim, ne, više me ništa ne čudi, ali ne verujem, ne vidim. Ne vidim kako bi to moglo da se dogodi, iskreno.
Of players, I think, for Genji stepped up. Chovy had an absolute barnstorm of a performance. We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk to break down that game too.
Break down that game too, break down that slaughter.
Ništa, slušamo profesionalni analiz deska, ja ću ne stanem, tu sam opet nakon pauzice, ljudi, ovo je samo, nemam pojma.
It's been a rough time for JDG.
The first game was 23 minutes, right?
Yeah.
This was 24.
Yeah. A little bit longer.
JDG did a minute better?
A bit of 1 minute, yeah. Was it actually better, though?
I would say no, because the early game from game number 1 was way better for JDG. But this time in the early game, Junja, he feels pressure. You know, Vi is not a strong champion early, so he wants to invade the Vi, but it's risky to go for invades like this.
All right,
and we'll see in the replay that we've got for you here how it can go bad if you don't get the smites. Now, this is critical though. It could have been worse because the defensive vision that Genji had placed expired just as Junja went across that ward. So they didn't know he's here. So what you're supposed to do here is your surprise canyon and you smite away his red. But Junja also wants to finish this Krug in time to get value from finishing the Krug. So he goes in and then he's going to try and take it away from Canyon. But Canyon already is able to get it and he didn't even have to use his smite. Canyon didn't even have to use his smite here. So he still has smite for the following Scuttle Crab afterwards. And so you're going to see Jarvan use a lot of time to go in. All he got is the big Krug that doesn't have a lot of value from the camp for golden experience. And since he doesn't get the red, he's going to be about a half a level behind Canyon from here on out, because Canyon still has a smite, gets Duddle Scuttle Crab, and then he can keep on farming and get to that Vi level 6 and start grubs first, and it really snowballs in jungle.
What is the impact of this? Because I feel like despite what JDG is trying, there's actually no way making this effective. Genji are so good at choking teams out and just preventing. It's their game to play. They're in control at all time, Emily.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me is, so after that, you get the double scuttle, right? Like, Canyon's feeling great. They end up having mid-prio the entire time. I know Vedius touched upon how this Veigar-Ahri matchup works early, where Ahri still ends up getting the push, right? So Chovy has complete mid-pressure. It ends up setting up for the first Drake. And now I want to take a look actually at the second Drake fight in our HyperX Reflex replay, because when we look at this Drake setup, right, so they're going to be able to push in the bot lane, even when Junja is able to get in there and able to get a smite off. Gen G have such great setup that they're able to split up this fight. So when Honkyu is going to come in to try to get in, even when, okay, Junja gets in, he gets the Drake, right? But Cannon's going to live for so long, and he's going to get immediately onto Gala. So Chovy is able to clean up Honkyu on the other side. He's never able to get into the fight, and it's set up by that vision, by that lane priority. And it's just so hard for JDG to be able to get in because they're getting split up.
Yeah, the thing I want to highlight there is how early Gen G set up such good prep, because they ward both the brush, and look how deep Duro goes. That recon came from their own blue buff behind Honkyu. Duro had just such a good flank there to set it up, so it made their kills really easy.
Yeah. What are we looking at here for game 3? Where is the hook? Actually, before we get into this, in this whole collective effort from Genji to make JDG's life a living hell, who was the best player for this game?
I mean, Duro was really good too.
Yeah,
I'm down with Chovy though.
I went with Chovy just because, again, I think mid-prio, having that mid-prio was such a key component of how Genji set up. It's such a key component of what's made them such a dominant team, because mid-prio is so important. And yeah, him being able to pick off key targets in team fights as well, as we saw on this Ahri, was absolutely phenomenal.
By Ahri, baby.
Yep.
Good combo.
Ahri, yeah. And anything we want to refine here on the side of JDG? Any glimpse of
Go
hope?
for 26 minutes next.
26 minutes. That's the hope.
Survive. I think for JDG, they just really have to look at their setups, right? Because that's where they're really getting beaten in vision. They're really getting beaten in neutral objective setups.
Or look at the damage.
They're really getting beaten in damage, obviously, when you win the game.
Need some bigger bars.
Kobe, we have a present for you.
You might not have a good prediction, but you have a pretty hat. At least that's the best I can give you for now.
Let's go. Genji all the way.
Let's go, Genji, I guess, or JDG. What can they do?
Yeah, Kobe, I want to ask you, because you did give them a game, right? So, like, how do you see that?
I mean, game number 1 started out how I was thinking they were gonna get a game. They had, I mean, it was even better than I thought. Honkyu got a solo queue. Junja had really effective ganks on bottom and on top. but they're just gonna have to clean up their team fights. Like if you can't fight any of these early dragons, like they have poor setup for the dragons because Genji's just doing it earlier and better, and then they have to execute in these fights better. I mean, you think back to maybe the Ornn and Seraphine game. If they're the ones with these big initiation tools, you have to just send them. You have to full send. So maybe draft for earlier. You know, cook up some stuff here, Tabe, in fearless mode. Get some crazier counters.
Maybe, I don't know.
And just full send on them.
Okay.
You can't wait around here.
Sending it.
For me, it's actually the opposite, and just think a little bit more further ahead, right? Because even when they were able to get that pick and Xiaoshu gets in, right, on his Renekton, which he's performed really well on, but right before that, Genji had gotten Rift Herald, they got bot tier 1, and they got mid tier 1 before that fight happened. So they've already wiped off so many objectives from JDG's purview.
Yeah.
That's where I want JDG to improve.
And I don't want JDG to look at the stats that we just showed up here. That's a long streak.
One game at a time.
One game at a time. They may have only one left here, though. So you want to make the next one count. JDG offer us a series here on the second day of first 10. Let's see what happens next.
How many stacks does Hongq want? They do get the knockup onto Juro, and there's another stack for Hongq.
He needs more.
Okay, he's got 124 right now. Xiaoshu just winning! The 1v1 against King. Flash forward with the Cataclysm, but this Jarvan is a mile away from the rest of the team. Rulers are going to get caught out by Xiaoshu, and the chase continues. Shut down to Ginger. Duro next. Holy shit. The Gleaming Quill to heal everything onto Ruler, and there's the Gnar back from Keen. JDG once again thought they found one, but Genji will not let a man fall.
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
Red Bull gives you wings.
So slow.
I told you I was done with basic browsers.
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello and welcome back to First Stand 2026, where we are watching like a purple patch of a performance, an absolute demolition from Gen G over JDG. It has been incredibly one-sided, games determined by Gen G winning a fight at second Drake and then never giving up anything after that point. JDG did elect first pick. Gen G chose to be on the blue side for this game. Let's get into picks and bans.
Varus, Nico are going to be taken off the board once again. Oriana, Rise probably going to be similar from Gen G, and they might just ban the Karma. You know what? Because why change anything?
Yeah.
So far, nothing has broken you.
I evo nas nazad, game broj 3. Evo da imamo šta nas čeka. Gen G master klasa Lola. Ne znam da li sam ikada video bolji Lol od ovoga. Bar ne ove godine, to je sigurno, ali piše 2 gejma po 24-25 minuta. Sad piše ovdje JDG je first pick, Gen G je na plavoj strani, ali...
What are they going to remove from the pool with Varus and Nico gone? What is the first pick now? Because all of Ginger's
Iskreno ih ubiše.
Gone. We're now moving into Wukong, Nocturne, sort of hard engage type of junglers, a little bit more team fighting. Galio going to be banned away.
Right, Nocturne was banned away by JDG in game 2. So maybe we'll see them look for that early doors here. There are things like the Mundo as well, a very strong tank jungler.
I feel like blind picking Mundo into Canyon is a risk.
It is, I mean, blind picking anything into Canyon is a risk. Picking anything into Gen G is a risk, buddy.
You got to be able to pick some things.
Sure.
I'm just saying that if we're going to... Are we really going to blind pick a Mundo? I mean, game 3, I guess the options...
Annie prio za Honkija, okej.
On the previous patch.
Okay.
Mislim, banovali su Galija da bi first pickali Annie.
The way you beat Annie is you kind of outrange her. You could do Victor if you want to survive the burst and do like Rod of Ages Victor builds.
Azir?
You could do Azir, it's a little risky. But yeah, I mean, Chovy's Azir is probably fine. I feel like he won't do it though. Anyway, Ambessa is currently the hover. A flex pick can be played both top and jungle. We'll see what direction they choose to go. They don't have to decide right now. With Yunara gone, I'm thinking about 80 carries that might be really important at this point in the series. Corki, we haven't seen a huge amount of just yet.
Could look towards something like the Jhin as well, if you just want an 80 carry that stands back as your team engages. Kai'Sa, if you want follow-up on a dive composition as well.
I'm pretty clever, don't you think?
Well, Victor, I've always thought you were very clever, Ben.
You liar.
Yeah. No, I've always thought you were very clever. I just like picking it apart. Oh,
no!
Get wrecked! Noob! Obviously it was Way. Obviously.
Oh,
Hey, Ambessa.
Okay, yeah, I mean, Hui it pretty much does what we were talking about in the context of range, right? He basically keeps Annie away from him and is relatively safe. So now, JDG, are you going to do the Annie Wukong?
Yeah.
Funnily enough, a 2023 JDG special.
That was.
A different iteration of JDG, but very much still holds true to this day. Gives you a really powerful level 6 spike. And yeah, it's like, it's a fast combo in that flash, bear, stun, fiery death, into knocked up into the sky, into lots of damage being done everywhere. Seems though instead they want to prioritize their bot lane, they want to get the Corki Nami. Gen G can't match both, which means the JDG can then pinch the pool afterwards. But Gen G could just secure their top side if they want, or they could look to lock in a support. Maybe a Thrash if they want a hook champion, maybe even Nautilus.
Ovi casteri baš hoće da dobiju hook heroja od Gen G-a.
You are going into an Annie Nami Corki, right? Like Corki can Valk away. If you catch the Nami, sure. But if you are in there and the rest of your team isn't there to follow up, you are kind of just
They're going
dead.
in there.
They are going in there. Everyone is going in there. It's true. There's the Nocturne.
Now, normally, we've cast a lot of EU Nocturnes.
That we have.
And generally, it's if it doesn't have proper follow-up, I don't love Nocturne.
Sure.
Because he's just kind of like, I'm diving onto a backline alone.
Yeah.
Which is often why we see Ori Nocturne. Often it's paired with something with like some good burst or whatever. Yeah, something like that, right? But this is Canyon's Nocturne, so I have to reshape my perspective of how Nocturne is to be played.
Nocturne is he's an electrician in Canyon's hands.
Tell me.
Turns off the lights.
Yeah.
And then they just play around in the dark. He doesn't actually have to go in. It's I'm just going to turn off all these lights.
Absolutely.
Good luck. I have my night vision goggles. He's kind of an electrician / ninja, apparently.
Right, yeah, absolutely.
He's got his goggles on.
Yeah.
And then the other team is just like stumbling around trying to find anyone.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I mean, Hui, the range we talked about earlier, yeah, he's got the, is it, again, what I know it as is it's QW, right? That's how I know it. It is Severing Bolt.
Treba im neki... Treba im neki kršten follow-up za Nocturne, iskreno. Mislim, Nocturne samo neće raditi dovoljno, ja mislim. Iako je Canyon. Treba im neki follow-up. Ambessa Nocturne je malo klimavo, jer ništa ne hard loka protivnika. Mislim, Ambessa možda čeka Fear da dođe, ali kao do tad je već pitanje.
Taking away that counter pick, I think, makes a ton of sense. The Norless that we just discussed, going to be removed from the side of JDG. Are they concerned about another hook champion? No, the Renata. Okay, so they are going to look for some type of engage. Is it a Malphite medic? How are you feeling about that?
I'm not a massive fan of Malf. I mean, Malphite into Ambessa is fine, right?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they probably want to see what AD carry or support comes through.
I think the problem, you're saying JDG pick Malphite top?
No, jungle.
Oh, jungle.
I mean, I'm looking at Ginger's pool, and one of his most played is Malphite.
I think the risk is if you Malphite ult the backline and then Paranoia comes out.
Okay, with Alistair, I don't like Malphite anymore.
Your team then can't see anything on the...
Yeah.
You know? There's a Silas possibility, although you kind of need an AD top if you're going to do that. I wouldn't mind Silas.
Your comp's a little bit squishy.
Alistar je fine, pogotovo u Eni. Alistar ili Leona, samo da ne umru od brsta.
I don't like it, man. I don't like Maokai with like an AP mid. The main reason is just, so you want to build Merc Treads against Annie.
Sure.
So if you then pick Maokai, you're now just getting extra value out of your Merc Treads.
True.
As opposed to something that's just a little bit, that's why Wukong is such a great pairing, because like, oh, you're going to build armor boots? Well, now Annie's having free reign. But if you don't build MR, then your Wukong's going to do a ton of damage. So I don't love Maokai. I understand why they're doing it. It's a good team fight control. They don't really have an engage, and so Maokai kind of acts as a pseudo engage. And the Zehen's going to be that follow-up. I'm concerned about how much range JDG really have available to them playing into Hui. I feel like Chovy's got like all the space in the world with a comp like this. And I think as long as Duro doesn't overcommit, they're chilling. They are mega. And if they go Sivir, Sivir I think is so good. The spell shield to mitigate.
Genie fine. Genie follow up Nocturne.
I mean, it's the same idea, right? You just stand a mile away and you curtain call and the rest of the team goes in. You're like, cool.
Yeah, I was thinking about it actually. Like Civ is actually relatively short range.
Mislim da je ovo fine, iskreno.
You're completely right. The ulti gives you so much space, and now like on paper, this comp seems a bit like it wants to do two different things because you've got Ambessa and Nocturne that want to dive forward, and you've got Chovy on Hui and Ruler on Jin that want to play back.
Yeah.
But what they'll do is they'll leverage their poke first, and the moment that enough poke has been done and you overstep, then they go, right? And it's about that patient play that, truthfully, many teams in the world just can't execute. I think patience in League of Legends is a really hard thing to navigate. Knowing the right time to force the engage is a very hard skill, but Gen.G have mastered it. They are masters of that patient play. And we saw it in game one, right? Same idea, Caitlyn TF, you chip away at them, chip away, and then someone oversteps, you immediately go and you win the team fight. So same idea here from Gen.G.
It's a similarity between myself and Gen.G. We have a lot of experience with patience.
Is that because you were a former doctor?
Yes.
I see. Okay, yeah, very clever.
Anyway, for JDG, the question is, can you come back? First two games of this series.
Publika voli Gen.G, ali mislim generalno vidi publika voli pobjednike. To je činjenica. Pa nemam pojem. Prvih 5-6 minuta. Samo izgleda dosta sporo i onda nakon fazon 8 minute Gen.G vodi 2000 golda, od 20 vode 15.000.
2019, we had to say it, we had to say the year, G2 2019, fastest ever best of 5. This series, if this game ends in 23 minutes and 7 seconds or less, becomes the fastest ever international best of 5.
So 23 minutes and 7 seconds is the time that you're looking for Gen.G to break that fastest international
Importantly, Gen.G would have to win this game for that record to be set.
They absolutely would have to do that.
If JDG win it in like 22:15, not the fastest international best of 5.
That is correct.
It's an important clarification.
Da završe sa skinovima, pa ću se pojaviti da vidite koje skinove lepo koriste.
A demonstration of the dominance that they are demonstrating here at this tournament.
We were talking about it a little bit in the break.
Čak vidimo i
It's one
krome.
of those things where Gen G are making JDG look poor.
They are.
But they're not.
JDG's not a bad team.
Yeah, they're not a bad team at all.
You don't get second in the LPL being a bad team. Okay, that's not what happens. And I know the LYON fans are like, we could beat this JDG. And I don't think
So ne, u Battle Passu...
of how good JDG really is.
Sad ću banem, sad ću da se pojavim.
Where they just make good teams look very bad simply because of how dominant they truly are. JDG looking to get their first win on the board. They already have a very small goal lead. Gala and Vampire off to a fantastic start in the 2v2 lane. Simply because, I mean...
Čebar nađe drugi spell za trade, a nije uspeo. Mislim, JDG kao lane na lane izgledaju toliko loše. Ali kad se grupišu i kad igraju timski, samo Gen G izgleda 50 puta bolje.
In the bot lane, but Gen G should be okay just surviving a little bit of that early pressure. Does look like it's going to be a plate over to Gala and Vampire though on the right of your screens. Hongkyu did get the push in.
Clean drulera. Sveleski to što je mogo. Jako loš reset za čovjek sa itema tiče se Ferkistele baš loš baj. Čak bih rekao, ne znam da li je Dark Seal bio možda bolja opcija. Mislim, zna bolje od mene opet, ali kao... Nemam pojma. Sefer Crystal je baš useless. Trunku više base mane. Ma da Hve uvijek možda pali ove orbove pa da... Pogledajte vi trade, on je bacio double Q na N i on je izgubio trade. Koliko je N jaka. Baš nerealno.
Has options, but overall it's just a pretty stock standard, slow early lane plays. Duro, bubble doesn't connect. Could have been a nice chunk of damage from JDG's bot lane 2 versus 2. Not going to find much off the back of that though. TP's committed now from the majority of the solo laners. Only Keen with his left. As Junja back on his top to bot side clear. So kind of what we've come to expect from this series, a relatively slow and quiet start. As everyone is enjoying calm, quiet sounds of Summer's Rift.
It's not too calm or quiet.
It's actually very calm and soothing, eh?
Shashi?
Just because champions are fighting to the death.
Znam kakav je matchup Ambessa za Hen. Mislim, Ambessa kasnije dobija Omnivan, pa za Henov heal također skill od njegovog healtha, tako da... Čini mi se da je kao relativno... Ok, za Hena, jer Ambessa bi trebala da ne može da golina toliko lako, nemam pojma.
That's just quintessential support gameplay right there.
How's it going?
Ember and Duro just standing next to each other remoting me like, yeah, wave stays good. Yeah, for me, wave stays good. Yeah, solid. You know, I'll take it. It's fine. Oh, Duro with the...
Wait, can't Vampire build stacks hitting Duro?
Only when Gala's nearby. Yeah, so he needs Gala to get nearby. As we see Chovy getting caught in the mid lane, Tibbers coming down.
Ovo je bio Tibbers na jednom staku W na drugom, nije imao stan opet. Nije stigo da rotira.
Tibbers, going to be something scary for Chovy to have to navigate. Getting that level advantage was a nice touch there from JDG, knowing that they had that small window of opportunity to make the play happen. Trade flashes. Small advantage gain for JDG overall. As the junglers continue their clear. Duro, ooh, nice combo. Bubble doesn't connect.
Gala has to use the barrier there to survive through it.
Ooh, that's the biggest loss of them all, really.
As opposed to the first 2 games.
No, that one was for sure, probably. That one I felt the most, yeah.
Želje pukne Gala, mora se pazi. Junji je bot side, nema flash. Ovo je i dalje jako dobro za Genji. Mislim, Genji želi da Nocturne hita 6. Pre 6. Nocturne je jak samo ako neko uhoda u njega, pa kao okej, da, Nocturne je jak. U smislu ono, prokuje Fear, razvije Conqueror i onda može se bije, ali... Mislim da dropaju ovo. Mislim da je ovo fight za JDG u stvari. Come hai detto, pa nemam puno svetlo ovoj sobi. Upalim reflektor, ali...
The bot wave needs to be dealt with still. Canyon not level 6 just... Oh, wow, okay, we're committed.
Going out from a long way away. Ruler and Duro might have to flash the cleanse out from Ruler immediately, but look at the damage onto him. Good Aqua Prism landing onto Duro. Canyon stopping his back means that JDG won't go any further.
Okay, so Junja using his ult very early means he won't have it for the fight, but Canyon's not farming anything right now. He's still half a level off. Okay. Okay, all right. This looks like this is going to be Dragon for JDG. I think this is their first Dragon of the series.
Prvi, jeste. Jeste, prvi Drake.
This is not looking like a 23-minute and 7-7 victory for Genji.
Ne, nikakve nema razlike od prve dvije partije ovo. Genji apsolutno namerno ne želi ništa da radi ovdje, to je fora.
Now, some of you at home, if you've just tuned in, you might be wondering, wow, I feel like they're being a little bit condescending, you know, like, and the truth is, Genji, if you've only just tuned in, they won a 23-minute game, and then they won a 24-minute game. So, honestly, we're kind of just hoping for the best for JDG, that they can show us something as we get closer to the mid-game, because Genji have been nothing but a force in this series.
And you have to remember, like, JDG have kept one of their players from last year. It's Xiaoxu. Junja and Honkyu came over from CFO. Gala and Vampire have joined the lineup. Vampire, a rookie to the international stage, alongside Xiaoxu. So for them to even be able to butt heads against Genji, even to be able to get second place in the LPL, incredibly impressive. Tabi has led them really well as the Grim Deliverance coming down with Paranoia there for the chase. Cultivation of War, that passive on Xiaoxu will bring him back to life. Genji, though, still looking to take him down. The curtains open on Honkyu, and they close immediately as Chobi secures the kill. Meanwhile, on the top side, Xiaoxu's gonna fall as well. And Genji roaring to life in game 3.
And just like that, the gold swings. Genji find plays across the rift. They make magic happen in mid lane, they find a nice gank in top. Junja was too far away to help this top laner out. And even though Xiaoxu, he actually came...
Ja vam kažem, nikakva razlika između ove prošle partije. Će Turu da umre. What? Živ je, Ruler ima flash, ali mislim da nema.
It's unfortunate for JDG. The kill does go over to Vampire. They would have loved to funnel that gold into Gala, get him towards that Trinity Force.
Idle wave. Ruler does have flash, uses it away from the activism. Gala Valkyrieing forward, flashing himself as well. And with the Phosphorus Bomb and the Gatling Gun, Gala rattles through Ruler.
Okay, nicely done there by the bot laner JDG. Really coming to life here in game 3. Ruler expecting the bot lane to have gone back to base. Ends up getting punished. He thinks that he's safe because he has his flash. But he ends up paying for it. Vampire, he's fine. He's not going to be interrupted by Duro. But a nice advantage gained. And JDG definitely swinging back here in game 3.
Yeah, 1,000 gold lead now for JDG. 800 of that sitting on Gala, one of the most experienced players on the roster. That NSI title back on RNG. Picked up a couple of them, actually, in consecutive years. And him against Ruler is one of those matchups that we've actually seen quite a lot over the years. Ruler does have the advantage of it. When he was playing on JDG, it was Gala sitting on LNG.
Ne znam, čudo mi malo da je čovjek otišao na Hveja, ali mislim, malo se muči u lane-u. Svako bi trebao da bude fajn.
JDG have gone through so many iterations of their coaching staff and their roster to finally land a roster that was, I think, a little bit surprising to many for it to find success this quickly. For them to be doing so well domestically, getting that second seed from the LPL. Now, though, they're looking to get a game of it. Genji as they set their sights on Keen.
Nature's Grass coming out. Keen will be locked up by, but look at how low Xiaoxu is. Can he really step forward any further?
Uf. Jako lepim immune da ignorišem Bessa ult, to je bilo nice. Sam ja baš u mraku, holy shit.
Genji pounce on an engage from JDG.
Yeah, I liked what I've been seeing from Xiaoxu so far in this series, but that play right there, I mean, he basically just lost all of his HP without trading any of it back against Keen. I have to imagine that he had a lot on cooldown when the gank was happening, and it meant that between the two of them, they just didn't have the damage to find that kill. Genji turn it back, they find a kill of their own. Now Canyon on Nocturne already in a fantastic position with that first item completed. Keen now, we look back at this replay, the ulti comes through. Yeah, Xiaoxu used a lot of his skills right at the start. He's just walking at him, trying to land those autos. He then finally blocks the Q, gets a bit of healing back, drops the ulti.
Šta je sa zvukom, WTF?
Able to create enough space that there's little to no options. So close to blocking the passive. If it hadn't been for the fear, he would have been in some serious... maybe there was room for outplay.
Could you hear all of the ghosts of top laners passes fighting in that replay as well?
I think I tuned that out.
I just heard, wow, 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 wow. Tons of fighting happening at the top lane, but yeah, Canyon 2-0 now on this Nocturne, as you say, Betty. Still a pretty even game between the two teams. 30 seconds on the next Drake, though, and this is where the games have been exploding in Gen G's favor. You can see Duro and Canyon working together in that bot side river to get control. Going to get the knock up onto Junja here just to try and force him out. With Gala and Vampire able to move first out of bot, Ruler having to catch the wave under tower. Duro and Canyon back away.
Just a really subtle thing there that Chovy did. He denied an entire wave from Honkyu underneath his tower. Honkyu didn't want to expend the stun to last hit some of those melee minions. So as a result of that, Chovy actually threw down the route that if Honkyu had approached too closely, it would have just cost him his life. So an entire wave completely denied. And Chovy, like, these are the small things that Chovy does to build up a 1v1 lead against his lane.
It's 1,000 gold ahead, Betty.
Yeah.
1,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, I mean, he's secured.
Ne, fajni. I prvi game su oni I prvi game su dropali killove. Fajni. Fajni. Kažem, jer poenta je što mislim da u full grupacijama su dosta jači. Honkyu će imati mnogo teži posao nego Chovy, jer Chovy stoji preko pola mape dok baca spelove. Honkyu mora da uleti unutra.
Game 1 he did get solo killed, but it didn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. His Twisted Fate, he was able to bounce back beautifully. And so far in this series, I would say he's been very clean, doing what he often does, just dominating his lane opponent. And Honkyu has done a really valiant job of putting up a good fight. Very aware of an engage. Ooh, nice interrupt on the back there from Keen. But when we talk about best players, I think like Keen is kind of the player that coming into this tournament, people are looking at like, I think he is the best player in the world right now. This series, though, not been his best, I will admit. Maybe just a start to the tournament, like that doesn't mean that he's had... he's definitely had some solid plays, but I mean, Xiaoshu getting the solo kill in the previous game as well. This series very much feels like it's largely been driven by Canyon and Chovy.
I mean, with Ruler to a degree as well.
I mean, it's one of those things as well you don't appreciate. We talked a lot about it, but Duro, like, you're just seeing it now. You just look at the minimap, there's 2 wards every time, enemy jungle, every time. Yeah. Duro is so good at getting that deep vision. He is really just... he's super consistent at it. He's always tracking where the enemy jungle is, and it makes Canyon's life just so much easier.
Mislim će Genji tek da čeka treći Drake da se biju, iskreno. Mislim da tek čekaju trećeg.
But yeah, his vision control is absolutely immaculate. Makes it much harder to just play the game.
Really does. For JDG though, they've escaped the second dragon trap that has been laid in the last couple of games.
The goal difference isn't that... It's all pretty much on Chovy. Yeah. So now, if you kill Chovy...
I mean, Gala's 1,000 gold ahead as well.
Yes, he is.
You can compare Keen ahead of Xiaoshu, and Gala ahead of Ruler, and then Chovy is the guy that kind of sits in that.
But when we look at the Coinbase gold round, you can see that that is where the gold lead is for JDG right now, and that is the player that we're watching. This bot lane can step up and potentially make magic happen. Remember, 2307 is the number for Gen G if they want to break that record.
I feel like we've walked away from that.
We may have, but again, Gen G, you never know.
Yeah, I mean, if they manage to win the game
I'm going to be honest with you, Medic, when 1647 happened, the game state was not in a position and I thought 1647 was going to happen.
That's very true. That is very true. JDG looking up towards the top side. The Rift Tower helped out a lot with that 1647. Here, looks like JDG are going to be able to secure it. All the neutrals, apart from the Grubs, going over to them. While this is happening, Honkyu is getting forced away from the bot lane tower. Gold being given over to Chovy once again, alongside Canyon. It's going to be almost a 2k lead for Chovy when this is complete.
That is a juicy bit of gold that has just been injected. TP committed top side. It feels like JDG want to make the cross map.
Dobar Maoka i ult, ali mislim da nema ovdje follow-upa. Ajde imamo sad Kin šta radi samo ovdje. Nice try. Honkyu je znao da je jedini način da on pobegne da njega ulta. A šta ćemo stirati? Ljudi, može kamera dole? Observer, please. Ops, please, ništa. Dobro, nice. Sve je cool, Observer, ne volim ja da vidim koliko brzo pada tier 2 kula u 14. minuti partije, ono, nema frke. Tier 2 u 16. minuti.
He's got a 2.1k gold lead. Does he have enough to just finish an item?
Let's see, he's got a codex. He goes back.
And yes, he does. Horizon Focus just going to be finished. Okay, so he's a full item up over his lane opponent. We'll look back at this top lane dive. A little to break down here, really. They force the flash out early. He's got very few options. Keen can't do much to outplay this, really. And I think that Gen.G do the correct call. They just continue pushing. There's no one that can answer them, really. And so another tower secured. That mid tower is getting very low. Chovy going to last hit it. Another tower secured. I mean, Chovy is just so wealthy right now.
Absolutely monstrous. Next Drake up in 40 seconds time. JDG can still hang their hopes on an Infernal Soul.
Yeah, this is an exciting one because, I mean, double Trinity Force completed for JDG. Of course, Chovy is the biggest difference maker. And again, we come back to that question. How do you get onto Chovy? JDG don't have the easiest engage tool. They've got good disengage. They've got great zone control. Nami plus Maokai. You can occupy a lot of space. But can you get onto the threats? That's the big question.
Honku can flash Tibbers. Meanwhile, on the top side, see the public execution, Grim Deliverance exchanged between Keen and Xiaoshu. Dreaded Return not going to hit onto Keen, who is able to walk away. Does have the TP, trying to get away from Xiaoshu right now, as Ginger's forced away from the Dragon Pit. Teleport out from Keen.
Sad će bude fight, mislim sad Gen.G hoće se bije, trećeg Drakea ne smiju da dropaju. Ambessa nema TP, ovo je dobro za JDG, JDG možda uzima ovo. Mislim da prodaju Dura i idu out ili se biju, dobar ult, boga mi, šta im je uradio čovi ovde. Zna li mi je bio play da se biju, tuku se 4 na 5 bez Ambesse, baš random fight, iskreno. Ali Ki nema ulti, ja ne znam kako oni biju ovo. Ovo je baš loše od Gen.G, iskreno. Mislim, jesu oni svi low, ali i sve promašio. Gen.G samo treba pustiti Drake, iskreno. Samo su trebali da uzmu Drakea i da dropaju fight. Prodaju supporta i to je to.
Made it so much harder for him to get involved in the fight. That meant that JDG had the numbers advantage coming into this dragon fight. And Gala did exactly what he needed to do. He set his sights on Chovy, he looked to remove him from the fight, and he succeeded beautifully. So the ultimate comes out early from the Maokai. While the dragon gets secured, they turn their attention to Dura, but look at this TP from behind. Xiaoshu comes in from the flank. JDG have lost a lot of HP, but with the arrival of their top laner, now the fight becomes a lot more playable. They've got Tibbers in there for the extra assist.
Ne samo turbo loš fight Gen.G, nisu trebali kontestuju ovo. Imali su poziciju, uzeli su Drakea, pošalji Alistaru u njih, ne klikne R i ne kupi vreme da se ostali izvuku. Dobro, u redu, ne znam što se događa ovdje.
Presentable on broadcast. JDG with 1,000 gold lead. Importantly, they did lose the Drake in that fight, so they are still 2 away from getting sold. Chovy still 2k ahead of Honku on this way. But JDG have shown us that they can isolate Chovy, take him out in these fights, and Gala so big on this Corki right now.
Look at all the Merc treads that are being bought. So Honku's like, you know what, Void Staff, that's what I need. Either a Crypt Bloom or a Void Staff, we need that magic penetration. Another tower's gonna fall though. That gold difference not significant enough that JDG has a strong foothold. The gold is largely scattered, and it's ultimately become a battle of Gala versus Chovy right now, with the single pieces being that potential difference maker. Can Keen land an ulti onto Gala? Can Canyon knock out the lights long enough to make it hard for Gala to find the fight? Can Chovy navigate his way around this CC? And with a target on his head, multiple members are going to be eyeing him up to take him out of the fight as quickly as they can. So these fights are going to be exciting. This feels like the closest game we've had so far in this series.
Ready. The other 2 games have ended within 4 minutes of this moment.
That is absolutely correct, Medic.
It is entirely defined as the closest game we have had so far.
Dobro, vidi, 20 minuta nisu vinali, tako da...
Trying to prove that Gen.G are not as infallible as they've been made out to be.
I mean, yeah, they only lost 2 games so far this year. So for JDG to add another to the record would be a huge achievement for them, which is a crazy thing to say. But all right, let's think about this. A dragon in a minute and a half. That's likely the next main objective. Both teams want to get as much gold as they can. Honkyu, have you finished your second item? That would be huge if you have. Let's see, he's going to go back to base now.
Junja does have the Bloodletter's Curse for a little bit of that magic reduction.
A little bit off from the Crypt Blue. Bit of a shame for him. Oh, they're throwing this out early.
For Duro and Ruler. Duro there
Alistair cleanse.
Takes the cleanse and manages to.
I don't know if I like this though. You've got Dragon in a minute. Is Maokai's ulti?
Da, Maokai se vraća za minut.
I want to say it's like 80 seconds away, but that's.
Ljudi, pogledajte, mu se vratila četvrtina ulta za... Kasteri, molim vas, malo knowledge-a, braću. Znači, vidite, koristite očnu metodu, vidite da se Maokai vratilo pola ulta za 30 sekundi. Naravno će imati ulti nazad za Drake fight. 35 sekundi, ulti mu je na pola cooldowna. Mislim da je fora što jeste prebroken. Znaš šta je fora, Stremerko? Igrao sam dosta za Hena i provalio sam da... jako lepo od Duro ovdje. Shotuje nami. Bravo. Ajoj, damage! What the fuck? Alo, hej. Ovi... Da, ne, možeš proti Genji su predobri, mnogo su dobri, strašno su dobri, jako su dobri, najbolji su. Što sam da kažem za Hena? Jako često te ubiju pre nego što nastakuješ pasivno i Conqueror. Tako da mislim ti Grasp bar daje da nastakuješ pasivno do kraja.
Just as you think, JDG have got a foothold on this game, an opportunity. Keen is going to take it away from them.
Chasing down Honkyu as well, who will get the stun, but Genji can now turn their attention to Xiaoshu, who is starting up the Infernal Drake. They don't want to give anything over to JDG. Xiaoshu still has that flash, has the Grim Deliverance. TP coming in as Chobi's going to join the play. Keen diving on towards the Drake there as Baron secured for Genji and JDG forced to walk away from the Dragon. No soul point for them. Genji are taking everything.
Čoveče, jedna greška, panišajte. Okej, flash. Na čoveka koji ima flash. Čović će da ih klepuje ovdje, ljudi, vi ne dobijate ovo, ne znam kako da vam kažem. Ma, gotovo. 3-0.
Just like that, all of the hope is stripped away from JDG. Genji in devastating fashion get a fight, get the Baron, get the Dragon, and then win another fight. Junja went back to base after his death, obviously, and then comes back out and dies again. Absolute devastation for JDG as Genji take a firm foothold here in Game 3 and
nevjerovatno.
the series out in a 3-0 fashion.
Svi upadi karac, bukvalno. Ne, baš insane.
Have another look at this. This is the catch onto Vampire. Just stepped up for vision.
I thought it was way too deep. I thought they were going to get punished.
Ali iskreno, jako lep pik. Gledajte ovo, Džinov ulti da set-upa Ambessa ulti u trenutku kada Hvej baca QW da pogodi cross mapu i onda na Ambessa ulti Džin pogađa forshot. Znači, bukvalno su, ne znam, neverovatno. Seli su LOL na ono matematičku jednačinu, ali bukvalno. Dobar flash od Gale. Canyon je živ. Gala raketa. Prelepo. Kin je mrtav do duše. Moraju nekog da prodaju. Ali sve, ali Serpent, sve Quarky, ljudi moji, znam, braću, ali stvarno je dogshit item na Quarkyu. Mislim, daje okej statove ako igraš Letality Quarky, ali ne igraš Letality Quarky, to je problem. Da daje crit bilo bi fajn, ovako... Jer sad mislim da Gala ne ide na Infinity build uopšte. Ruler je bolji.
third death for Junja here on the tree.
I mean, the only good news for JDG is there's nothing that Gen G can get off the back of it. There's no objectives left for them to play for. Chovy, he's just a little overextended on the top side. He doesn't have his team on the top half of the map, so he's feeling relatively safe.
Damage radi Hveo ulti, to je malo insane. No, vidi, Crowny sa boltovima na Korkiju je beyond grief, iskreno. Da boltovi imaju manji cooldown, bio bi dobar item, ovako samo nema smisla. Trebam odem napravim neki doručak posle ovog gema, bro, nisam očekivao će ode partija u 3-0 u 2 sata, ono. Još ja razumjeti, ja danas otpisao cijel dan, rekao, brate, ja radim do 10 sati ću kastovati ovo i onda malo odmorim pa streamujem. Međutim, ono, danas imam vremena da odem u grad da pozavršim neke gluposti. Što je u stvari insane, ja vama da kažem.
Open up these towers, take that standing gold off the map. Ruler's now at 3 items, and Gala, he's at 3.5 as well. It's a Serpent's Fang for him to try and get through some of the shielding out of Gen G, but it is a struggle now for JDG when even their Fed carries are falling behind.
Absolutely, I mean, that mid lane play from Gen G still just so crazy. They caught JDG completely off guard.
They caught us off guard.
We're so used to this idea that you play around the dragon, right? You kind of wait for those timings, you wait for the setup, no, but they attack you in the setup. The amount of time that was available on those flashes was so finite that they had to make that play at just the right time, and they're able to pull it off. Really impressive stuff. They continuously demonstrate why they are the favorites here at first stand. The expectation is nothing short of excellence from this roster, and so far they are displaying it. 47 seconds until the next dragon. JDG had a good foothold over the first two, but Gen G have answered back over the following. This is kind of JDG's last chance, I would say. If they don't get a good fight here, then the game feels done and done.
Ja se full slažem sa kolegama casterima. Mislim da je to. Još jedan fight i samo je game.
I mean, you've still got a huge amount of burst, right? If you get a flash tibbers into a Corgi
level 16.
Forward, yeah.
The TP is kind of early from him. It means that shield will fall off before the dragon really kicks off. Ginger, though, getting a little too close.
Stepping forward onto Ginger, as you say. He will be able to walk away for now.
Oh, I mean, Ruler playing with nothing but confidence. Look at the move speed he's got.
Oh, the severing bot onto Ginger as well.
They can't approach, man. This is what my concern was at the start when we talked about draft. How do you get close to this range? Like, Chovy's not even on the same screen as you.
Gen G will start up the Drake. Again, only third of the game for either team. Ruler looking for the deadly flourishes, can't quite land them. Chovy puts the Gaze of the Abyss into the Tribush to force JDG to take the shorter path around. The Drake already down to 3,000. Nature's Grass coming out. Turn off the lights. The electrician's in the house. And immediately Canyon is just able to take the Drake. Then goes in. Severing Bolt landing as well as Junja's forced to run over.
Ajoj. I sad Shao mora dum. Da. Ma kakvi. Ma kakvi.
Meanwhile, Gen G continue to step forward. Keen with a kill on the bot side. Gala knocked up and taken out.
Oni ni blizu, ljudi.
Nothing ace by Gen G.
A u 20. minuti bio even game, znači. U 20. minuti full on even game. To je kraj partije, nema šta. Da, slažem se. To je true. Skoro 10k gold, ovo je samo GG. Idem da pravim doručak. Insane. Legitimno insane. Imam 15 minuta da napravim doručak, tako da ću da ne stane malkice. 15 minuta je sljedeća serija. Gledamo Ameriku protiv Brazila, tako da bit će fun. Kapiram da Amerika ulaze kao veliki favoriti, ali opet vidjet ćemo kako se razvije game. Tako da, svakako, imam pravim doručak, iskuliram malo, tu sam na sljedećoj seriji. Tako da, za 15 minuta gledamo seriju broj 2. Ostavit ću analitičar, ne pričaju.
Game 2, they have that flank from Xiaoshu with Ginger going quite deep on the Jarvan, so there were some good things for the LPL number 2 seed, but Gen G just a step above right now as we hand it over to the analyst desk to break down that series and lead us into the second series of the day.
A step above, I'm not sure. They're an entire ladder above right now of the rest of the teams. That was clean.
Yeah, and I mean, like, the big thing is, Kobe and I were preparing because we're like, wait, JDG had
They did so
some
much
better
what we wanted.
setups, right? Like the mid gank into the scuttle into the first Drake. Like we were all prepared. We're like, okay, Kobe's predictions
They're
gonna
getting
be
dragons.
right. Yeah, they're gonna take a game. And no, Gen G also have amazing team fighting.
Man, they were so good. When they just started sniping people from far away, kept getting all these kills. Chovy's getting all these kills. With, oh my goodness. He was Chovying his CS as well. The whole time, by the way. I was looking at like 17 minutes. He had like 190 something.
Yeah. I want to point your attention to a sign that didn't age well, sadly, for JDG. I don't know if you can see it. Don't throw them too hard. They didn't get the memo here. Thank you so much.
That was a pretty hard 3-0. That was
no,
a
but
pretty
as you
hard
said, they had some good things going on for them, but it was never enough for them. How did they make it happen? How is Gen G so strong? We knew they were.
Yeah,
what have we learned so far?
All of their players played so well. We were talking about like, oh, player of the game and player of the series became really difficult. In this one, I thought Keen was playing so well on Ambessa. He was kind of like dancing around Xiaoshu and made so many really big setup plays where Canyon can also go up there. But Chovy was also just, he was so rich.
Also, like, small shout out to Duro, still doing his thing, always getting out vision for those neutral objective setups. We've been talking about it was consistent in this game, it's consistent in the previous 2 games. It's always a team effort with them too.
Yeah, when you think about, because Gen G were the clear favorites in 2025. They come here again in 2026. How much different are they this time around? Because we've talked about the improvements, Canyon being back at the top of his game. So what does it come down to?
That's the biggest difference for me, honestly, is like how much, because previously we had talked about how maybe Duro would do a lot for Canyon last year in some of their games, right? In terms of vision setup, in terms of kind of partnering with him. And this year, not only is Duro still really good, but Canyon has been phenomenal. He's back.
Amazing.
He's the GOAT.
Player of the game?
Player of the game. I mean, maybe player of the series. I think this game, I'll probably go Chovy.
Yeah.
Was between Chovy and King, but I'll probably go Chovy. But yeah, Canyon had an amazing series overall.
You've been talking, Emily, about this. Yeah, I just want to check the stats.
Yeah, there we go. 8-2 and 30.
Yeah, I mean,
we don't even have this. We don't even have the CS on that one.
Yeah, and that's what matters here. He creates resources on the map. It's actually insane. He keeps on doing it, and oh my God! Wait! I don't want to spoil, but like, please don't fall. We have Genrang, Gen G mascot, joining us. Honestly,
this is amazing.
You know what? You can come in the middle. You can come in the middle. The star of the show.
I mean, 3-0. Do you think they're gonna drop a game? Tournament?
Do we actually think they're gonna drop a game? Are they gonna lose a game at first end? Yes. Gen G. No. No.
No. We have no's from this side.
One game at least.
Jan is yelling from the crowd.
It doesn't look good for now.
To who, Jet?
Lion. Okay, hold on to that cope for the next series. Player of the series here, guys, because we've been talking about Canyon. Obviously, he's the one setting out on top here again.
Yeah, I feel like for me it was Canyon. Honestly, a lot of time when it's like a team diff, it's also a jungle diff, right? So we end up giving it to the jungler. But yeah, for me, player of the series was Canyon. Really took advantage of every kind of risky play that Junja did try in order to get ahead. Was crucial in so many of these setups we were talking about, Kobe. And was just so smart around where he could play with his lane pressure.
Yeah, really good stuff. I mean, you mentioned the objectives, you mentioned the plays here with Chovy as well. They combined for a monster game. Chovy also in really good form, putting in some heavy carry work. But I mean, it's just like paying attention to each lane that needed it and then getting there for the objective setups. Really nicely done.
Also being patient when necessary, right? Like especially around said objective setups. So congrats to Canyon. Congrats to Gen G.
Congrats to Gen G. Congrats to Gen G.
Amazing.
It is Gen G's world and we're living it for now. We're gonna be back after the break for Loud versus Lion. Stay tuned.
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
help you, sir?
Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars.
Not how it works.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Otra noche que ya te encontré. Que Marun tiene hambre de mí. ¿Qué será de mí? Yo no sé, ven y pégate a mí. Otra noche que ya te encontré. Que Marun tiene hambre de mí. ¿Qué será de mí? Yo no sé, ven y pégate a mí. Ven y pégate a mí. No puedes frenarlo. Es más grande que tú. Si este es mi fin, se siente déjà vu. Y salieron las 666. Ladra mucho, pero no acá faltan mucho de su chin. Que yo muerdo si tengo que morder. Que yo muerdo si tengo que morder. Todo el mundo está loco, loco endemoniado. Loco endemoniado. Todo el mundo está loco, loco endemoniado. Todo el mundo está loco, loco endemoniado. Otra noche que ya te encontré. Que Marun tiene hambre de mí. ¿Qué será de mí? Yo no sé, ven y pégate a mí. Otra noche que ya te encontré. Que Marun tiene hambre de mí. ¿Qué será de mí? Yo no sé, ven y pégate a mí. Ven y pégate a mí. Pégate a mí.
Meu nome é Chino. Bom, eu sou o Envy e eu jogo pela Loud. Que a gente sofreu algumas coisas que não são nada comuns. Isso me deixou bastante pensativo, assim, sobre como foi nosso split. A gente deu certo, assim. Eu acho que eu fiquei com essa dúvida, essa pulga atrás da orelha quando o Envy chegou. Mas assim que ele chegou e eu vi o tipo de pessoa que ele era, eu sabia que a gente conseguiria ganhar uma boa adição. E foi uma mudança que fez muito bem pro nosso time, eu acho.
O First Stand, pra mim, acho que representa toda a minha dedicação. Tava botando desde que eu estava no circuito, almejando voltar ao CBLOL. Do nada, cheguei na final, ganhei ela.
Acho que é grato por tudo que aconteceu no split, entendendo que é só mais um passo pra chegar num lugar maior.
Welcome back to First Stand, the match that I've personally been waiting for all week. NA versus Brazil, Loud versus LYON.
We're in Brazil, Dad!
We are. Already some few boosts for LYON. Yeah, let's go LYON, let's go LYON.
Let's go LYON!
And listen, NA versus Brazil, Kobe, because of America's Cup,
Bro.
It got interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting? It was painful. You weren't there, man. We got 8-0'd by Furia.
We're watching
my
from home.
goodness. We got blasted. We got blasted. It definitely was painful. I mean, Tatu especially was insane. Their solo lanes as well on top of it, outperformed our solo lanes. And we got demolished.
So at least I've been talking to the Brazilian casters, that the biggest strength of Furia is their mid jungle when they can play through that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they never played Loud in the playoffs, and Loud is more of a late game, not strong early game team, so it might be a much worse matchup for LYON. But this was the America's Cup bracket, 2-0, 3-0, 3-0 for Furia.
Woof.
Rather impressive by the CBLOL fans.
Get this! I don't want to watch this anymore.
Hold on. That was a lot of positivity, and I need to make it clear that I fully support in the future competing for international seeding. Because this is a big controversy, right? Tachi said, I don't understand why we only have one seed. I did answer that question, so let's pull up the history. Let's pull up the history. Hold on. I will say the NA versus CBLOL history, you can see it all on the screen up here. We're going to get it on the big screen as well. 2013 to 2019, 7-1. Rather interesting.
Right.
Oh, we're on the big screen now. Come to us on the big screen.
That's looking good. Okay,
yeah. 24-8 last year. 4-1 before that. So in the history of League of Legends,
what's this?
Not counting this one right here. 35-10. Listen, first stand was great. Or sorry, America's Cup was great. First stand, we'll see.
For Brazil, it was great.
We'll see. But then also the last 3 years of international results for the CBLOL of why you only had one seed. Where did they finish in international events? I'll say Worlds last year, 14th of 16 teams. MSI, they were 10th of 10th. Throwing that out there. Did not attend first stand because they lost Kobe. Who'd they lose to? I need some help. I'm flailing here. They lost to the LCS, Kobe. You got to remember to qualify. Either way, they have consistently not been highly ranked. And North America hasn't been great.
Where's NA in this?
Surprisingly better, actually. 5th of 13, 8th of 22, 6th of 12, 8th of 20, 5th of 5, top 5.
This is our first seed,
6th of 10th, and 11th of 17th. So I'd say considerably better, which is why I'm worried, Kobe. That the tides could be changing based on what we saw at America's Cup.
Are the tides changing?
Yeah, are the, here. Brazil's gonna win. Yeah. What did you guys see in America's Cup that makes you think Loud can take this? Furia?
Can I answer that?
Yeah.
I think it's more important what we didn't see. We didn't see LCS at all.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. That's a good one, because like my response to this, and I actually used to follow CBLOL like way back in the day in like 2014 through like 2019. But like the big thing for me is that Loud was not the expected team to be here. I actually thought it was going to be Furia or Red. And so that's where I'm looking at this and I'm being like, okay, when we look at some of the teams in this entire thing, we have some of the unexpected teams to make it here, right? Like LYON kind of figured out C9's game, where C9 had kind of had this early game where they're like, we're gonna fight over that scuttle, we're going to attack bot lane, and they figured them out. Loud had a little bit of a mid lane thing happen. We don't really have time to get too far into it, but ended up having Envy coming in, who I remember from INTZ like way back in the day. And they ended up pulling off this massive upset in the CBLOL Cup.
Yeah, I mean, Envy's a veteran player, and I have a lot of respect for just coming in on very, very short notice and being able to fill the spot and getting them the wins.
I'd say the improvement actually lined up with when LYON got better is around the same time that Loud changed mid laners. So there are two teams that have been very strong for a short period of time, which makes this a little bit unexpected. Let's see what the fans at home think with the MasterCard fan prediction for this series. I wonder how many LYON people were spamming the vote. Not enough. Actually, Loud, 75% of the vote.
Fans have been 100% correct every time.
Yeah, Kobe, I've also been right 100% of the time. And I've aligned with the fans until now. So my predictions for this game, and we're going to roll your predictions as well for this one. I'm going to say I'm disregarding Furia. Furia's not here. They can't hurt us anymore.
Right,
Kobe.
it's LYON versus Loud.
They can't hurt us anymore. So I'm going 3-1 for LYON, but I do need to hear the fans. Anyone here for LYON? A single person?
No, you're in Brazil.
No?
Are you surprised? He said, this is Brazil, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, I do think that LYON have a lot better chance than Cloud9. It's a very, very different team. LYON, especially led by Inspired, they're much lower, much more concentrated on these team fights, and I don't think that Loud are going to be able to crack that. Let's toss it right to the casters.
Hello and welcome back to First Stand here. LYON and Loud making their debut. I am Azale, joined by Oxford's first ever international series here.
Yep.
We're casting some League of Legends, baby.
And a very tense matchup, especially as the Des was talking about with how the America's Cup has gone. You know,
What's America's Cup?
Yeah,
I've never heard of it.
Oh yeah, you
No.
went there?
Nope.
I'm pretty sure I saw you there a couple of times at least.
Well, that's weird. You're just some bald guy is there. You're just assuming it's me.
Yes, I do see bald people in the street. And I'm like, hey, Azale.
You think we
just
all look the same here?
A little bit.
Yeah, no, it should be. I think there's a lot more importance to this match because we got our butts handed to us by Furia. You know, the NA fans are feeling hungry and feeling like we want a little bit of revenge. We want to be able to battle back. We want to be able to get the results that we're used to getting against the CB LOL.
Yeah, because I think losing the America's Cup, would be one thing, but the fact it was the sweep, definitely another blow entirely. But obviously, big stakes here at First Stand. I feel like losing this first match is going to put you in a really precarious position.
Yep.
It's going to make it really hard having to battle against, now we know it's going to be JDG. And even though they suffered a rough loss against Gen G, that is Gen G.
Yep. Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be tough to get out of the groups regardless, let's be honest, right? Two teams get out, and each group has an LPL and an LCK team in it. So you have to beat an LPL or an LCK team to get out. That's just the way it works.
Yep.
So, you've got to be able to do it, but you definitely don't want to be knocked down to the bracket right here. This is going to be seen as the most beatable opponent for both of these teams, right? Both of these teams are thinking, great, this is the one we have to beat. These are the guys we can take down. And we'll see if they're going to be able to do it. Loud, Emily was mentioning on the desk, was not the expected team to be here. This was a team that, coming into it, it was really kind of a tumultuous journey through playoffs. 45 minutes, I think, or it was, no, 48 hours, excuse me, before the upper bracket finals, they actually had to swap their mid laner. They had been playing with Mago. They swapped over to Envy.
Yeah.
So, you're making a roster swap mid-playoffs in the upper brackets against teams that you're not even favored against. And then they end up coming out on top. So, the fact that Loud even made it here was a shock. And I think it's going to be exciting to see what they can get done.
Which also makes you think as well, because they managed to win that region with those circumstances. Now they've had extra time to practice with Envy on the roster. And the America's Cup, one of the factors of it, it was on home turf, right? And this tournament also on home turf with the fans here chanting for the team might be the boost they need.
Yeah, it very well might be. We'll see, though, because LYON here, obviously inspired, no stranger to the international stage. You're going to know a lot of these players, but LYON was also kind of not really expected to be here, especially if you watch the Swiss stage in the LCS. This team was struggling. They barely even made it into the playoffs of our lock-in tournament. It was actually through, a tiebreaker scenario that they ended up not having to actually, play to even get top 6. But they were struggling early on, and this team completely transformed going into playoffs. They really became, one cohesive unit, playing inspired style and playing, through his shot calling, and they just looked leaps and bounds better.
And now getting to the draft, you see Jarvan, that first pick priority by Loud. It was LYON who went for second pick in this situation. I feel like they put a lot of priority on getting counterpick for Doppler a lot more this year than we've seen last year, for example. He's had picks like the Vayne and the Varus even coming out. The Yunara being picked up here for Berserker, so someone that does have a dash available to get out of that Cataclysm when needed later. And Inspired going for that Pantheon, a pick that I don't think we've seen as much of it in the LCS compared to other regions. In the LCK, that pick is honestly often permabanned. So much early pressure, so much global presence as well on the back of that pick.
Yeah, it's definitely still really highly prized in the LCS. It is just often very, very often banned. Taliyah Pantheon was kind of considered the premier jungle mid lane duo in the LCS, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a potential Taliyah here coming in on 3 for Saint. Ezreal going to be the option alongside Nico. So going for that bot lane, and now I feel like LYON have to decide, do you want to go for the Taliyah combo? Do you want to grab your Lulu here potentially and try to pick for that 2v2? Because probably whichever one you don't go is potentially going to get banned out in this second phase.
Yeah, I think matching bot lane here makes a lot of sense. You could obviously go for a solo lane pickup and then ban away any picks you don't want to deal with. Something to mention is we've only seen the Orianna and the Aurora banned away from mid lane. We obviously saw a lot of the mid lane picks taking down a peg with the patches that came through, but Ryze is something that was still really strong and hasn't really been touched and hasn't been looked at yet. They do just go for that Lulu, pairing up really well with the Yunara, and now going to the second rotation, going to be trying to thin out the pools. Cassiopeia immediately coming out. as a ban here, so maybe it's Lion want to set up for the Rise. Yeah, do they go for maybe the Anivia as well?
Yep. Yeah, and that is interesting because it does kind of broadcast what you're thinking about, so then Loud can obviously respond with a Rise ban of their own if they so choose. But it's going to be interesting to see how these two teams are going to play it out. LYON is a team that really likes to prioritize gold over objectives. They're willing to give early dragons. They're willing to give early objectives, to trade for plates, to trade for camps, and try to build a gold lead in that way. Yes, Doku got a lot of attention in the TL series for the the Vayne and the Varus and all these counter picks, but that was more specifically as a strategy to beat TL because they felt like Morgan is the team. So we don't necessarily think we're going to see that from Dokla here, though Shino has been a really exciting rookie. If they feel like he's the only problem, they could definitely go for it. They can go for these range counter picks and try to just shut him down. But that's a strategy that I think they're only going to go for if they feel like Loud doesn't really have strength elsewhere.
Yeah, I think in this situation, if you get like a strong roam in mid, that mid jungle, you get pressure there, you can send it out to the sides. Either way, it's going to have a lot of power. The Rise ban does come through, but that Talia is still open and available, which is a really strong combo. Do still have the Ahri as an option. In the LCK, you often see Ahri picked into the clear. You can kind of circumvent the Unraveled Earth to play a distance, but I think matchup playable on both sides, to be honest. Expect the mid lane to come through here for LYON and then leave that counter pick for Dokla.
Yeah, it's definitely what I'm expecting as well, unless they do just want to round it out with something a little bit more straightforward. The Ahri, though, obviously, you talked about as an answer to the Thalia, but also is a good pairing. Anytime you have point-and-click CC, Charm is easy to follow up. Vi plus Ahri, a common combo, but obviously works very well here with the Pantheon also. And is going to be that point-and-click CC that you kind of need to lock down someone like the Ezreal to try to burst down this character.
I think also just offers a lot of safety into Nico Jarvan. I think Slayer can feel, even though the Unraveled Earth helps a bit, can feel a bit uncomfortable to get on top of you. But the Mel coming through, and we saw this on day one. We saw Vikla playing this into Night, and how strong the matchup can be. The Charm, really low value, if it can just be reflected at you. So Envy getting a good matchup here. We see the Renekton coming through. There's options like the Gnar, like the Canon we often see picked into this, but you could just play any range top, to be honest, into the Renekton, or you can go for something a bit more standard like the Scion and just kind of match a bit of a brick wall into it.
Exactly, and I think that's where we're going to start to see, what kind of strategy LYON wants to come in here with. I was expecting that they would just kind of play standard, play meta, that they're not going to be looking for anything too crazy here, so it is going to be about as standard gets. Dokla will be playing the Gnar here. We've seen this matchup a million times, and I expect LYON to be focusing more on the solo lanes, to be really trying to play towards those. One of the things I know Inspired really values about Berserker as a bot laner is that he generally does not need help. And that's something that he thinks is very valuable, is that he can basically ignore bot lane, and bot lane is going to be even. Bot lane is going to be doing all right. And that is kind of the way that he feels you should be playing the game, is maximizing your own time, your own efficiency, get ahead in camps, get ahead in gold, and then look for those team fights where you can kind of outplay with that advantage.
And I think if you're playing, Yunara, Lulu, and you just go even with this matchup, you're in such a comfortable position. Ezreal, Nico, I feel like you need to be winning. You picked this because you want to have the pressure, you want to get ahead in the 2v2.
Exactly, and I feel like Jarvan, there's a little bit of pressure to make things happen as well. Obviously a very explosive ganker. We saw Tatu was kind of running circles around us with the Jarvan at times. And the CB wall, also something that we had talked about at America's Cup, really utilized some level 1 cheeses very, very well. Roams straight down to bot lane with the mid laner, trying to get advantages at level 1, clever invades and things that you can do, because a lot of teams had kind of written all those strategies off, thinking, hey, the minions spawn too early, the camps spawn too early, you can't really go for it. But there are still some ways to really be efficient with it, just charge straight in, try to get an advantage, and we saw that a number of times at America's Cup. So I'm going to be really interested to see if Loud tries to take a page out of Furia's book, who had so much success against the LCS at America's Cup.
I mean, it's definitely possible, especially when you have the route set up from the Nico. If you go for something bot lane...
Jao, kako sam speedrunovo doručak, ljudi moji. Goated moment, a sad još većem mraku. Ali nema veze, znate šta kažu. Pošto ja ne znam. Moj predict LYON 3-0. Nisam se dotakao toga.
It does delay the start here for Inspired, but not significantly at all. So it's just a nice little look here. They catch him warding a bit deep there, had no coverage, and they are able to get a nice punish at level 1.
I think it's a good start. Seeing aggression in the bot lane as well. Heal bin already from both sides there just to try and push in. Yeah, I think Inspired's early move there, just to get some pressure on Envy. If this lane plays out naturally as the Mel into the RE, the Mel is going to have the edge. So
Okay. Young J.
Young J though going for an invade
Buff to buff.
into Inspired's jungle. And it looks like he managed to circumvent the vision there.
Check out Warhound Senna. It is live on patch 26.06. A portion of the skin's proceeds will be shared across the LOL esports teams. So
Kako to radi?
here from Young J. We'll see if Inspired.
Mislim da Inspired ne zna. Sad Pinga, sad je u fazonu, wait bro, zašto nije na Raptorima? Sad je jako zbunjen zašto on nije na Raptorima. U fazonu, ako nije na Raptorima, mora da je u moj top džungli. Ali on će proći kroz vart kako to bude hteo da counter jungla.
I assume my topside jungle is gone at this point.
Yep, Inspired, very intelligent jungler, is going to be able to make that read. And you could also see Dokla was aggressively contesting the wave. When you know that you are going to be weak side in those spots, you can't allow them to have a free crash, because if you're under that tower with a minion wave there, they can potentially look for aggressive play. So Inspired going to be out there, will at least get this blue buff, and then will spot Young J here. So ends up being, you know, +1 camp for now, stolen away there by Young J, as he took both the red, or excuse me, the blue, as well as that Gromp.
Verujete, Trijan, ne, ja uvek pomeram doručak kasno. Kad god gledam šta jedem i katujem, uvek doručkujem što kasnije. Jer ujutro nikad nisam gladan i onda to iskoristim i onda faktički radim polu autofagiju. Ne namerno, ali kao tako mi više odgovara. Tako da mi doručak obično jako kasno u danu. Onda pojedem manje hrane u toku dana. Jer jedem jako kasno. Tako da namerno je, namerno. Ovo mi je neki prosek, oko 4-5 doručka. Aj, lepo igra. Inspired opet na Pantheonu, koliko možda radi, ali nešto radi Lulu. A jao, Saint mu poslao poruku. Zavisi mi još, ali ja većinu kalorija čuvam za veče. Ja generalno volim da jedem uveče. Tako da nema nužno pravila. Jer nekad, recimo, zavisi koliko mi ostane kalorija u toku dana. Ako mi ostane više, ješću posle streama. Ako ne, neću jesti ništa, ali ću recimo popiti proteinski shake ili nešto ako imam 100-150 kalorija. Tako da, zavisi. Mislim, na kraju dana što se tiče mršavljenja, bitno ti je koliko uneseš kalorija u toku dana. Nije ti bitno da li jedeš pred spavanje ili šta god. Ja sam izgubio 20 kila, jeo sam pred spavanje svako večer. Tako da, veruj mi, to ti je čisto kao najgore uveče, ne, nije. Beskorisno jesti ugljene hidrate pred spavanje, to je druga stvar, ali najgore jesti pred spavanje jako diskutabilno. Ne trebaju ti ugljeni hidrati pred spavanje jer ti ne treba energije kad ležeš da spavaš, to je tačno. Ali ovako ti nije ni bitno, brate. X kalorije u toku dana, to je sve. Hvala, vrte mi, hvala. Trudimo se koliko je lauda. Da li će išta značiti, nisam siguran. Mel je mnogo jak Jari. Jari nikad ne sme da čarma u tom matchupu. Tako da Ari ima 2 spela u tom matchupu. Jako lepo ocenite. Odličan dodge. Charm moraš da ne baciš nikad. W moraš da čuvaš za Mel root. Jedini spell koja Ari ima u svom matchupu je, evi što se dogodi. Nikad ne trebaš da čarmaš, jer uvek ćeš biti čarmovan nazad. I sad si mrtav. Mislim, Saint je imao ultija, mislim, tako da mogu samo da se izvuče. Ma da, nije ono. Nikola, ostavljam komentator zašto radim u watch party, ja ne kastujem. pošto ne kastujem i solo sam, onda sam ih ostavio pozadi da se čuju. Imam feed bez komentatora, ali verujte mi, bit će negledivo. Jer ovaj mikrofon publike im je nešto ubogovao na tom drugom feedu i čućete bukvalno random Brazilce koji međusobno pričaju. Tipo ove dve devojke u ovaj lik, čućete šta pričaju oni ono, šta su doručkovali sinoć. Tako da baš je loš drugi feed, pardon. Tako da ovo je najbolje. Ako slušamo kastere, chillamo. Malo kupimo njihovu energiju, a imamo čist zvuk, što je cool. Koliko godina ima LYONov roster? Pa LYONov roster ima dosta, mislim. Inspire nije baš najmlađi. Čas dođeš sinoć, tako je, da, zašto se doručkuje uveče, to smo zaključili sad. Sad će se vrati nazad kad nema Meganara. Lepo. Kapiram, malo tihi su ako ništa. Mislim, smanjio sam ih namjerno poprilično. Ali jes, ću pogledam. Sad ću pogledam baš. Ću pogledam, baš me zanima. Samo da ih naći. Dokle je 97. Inspired je 2002. Ovi ostali imaju po 20, tipa 25-6 godina. Dokle ima 30. Inspired ima 24. Ja sam mislio stariji malo od toga. Pa iskreno Genji najstariji. Čekaj da vidim. Caps je 9. I Jito je dosta amator. Feel pressure at all and not feel obliged to fight when Loud has a good setup.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you can take those first two dragons and you can say, great, you have to contest us at the third. We don't have to show up. We can just take a tower top. We can continue to...
Edo, coach 87. godište. Au, ja mislio ja amator. Honkyu 2007. Brat moj mlađi od pola automobila. Tabe 91. GOAT. Ko je najstariji coach? Najstariji coach je Edo koji je 87. godište. Svi što godište Dylan Falka ne postoji. Pro, zašto mu kriju godine, WTF? Dylan Falco Age. WTF? Bro, ladno Dylan Falco krije svoje godine. Kaže da ima 34 godine. Pa dobro, mislim. WTF, nemamo nigdje informacije za godine. Interesantno. A Dylan Falco je 89. Ok. To ima smisla, zato krije godine. Je, ok. Čer ima šta, 37 godina ima. Dylan Falco. Još ja gledam na Wikipediji jedina osoba koja nema godine. Da, ali znaš da bukvalno, znači otvaram Wikipediju nema godine. WTF? Pa dobro, nisam ja igrač, brate. Ja sam bliže coachu nego igraču, ne? Da, 89. A viš da nema na Wikipediji, brate. Ima na nekom ono sajtu ko googlaš, ali... Ajoj, Saint! Ne znam, mislim, odigli su fajn, ali... Mora malo da pogodi taj charm dok je metano kapovana, to je generalno goated play. Onda ne može da ti baci rebound, da ti vrati charm.
And no response really from Loud.
Not sure exactly how that plays.
Što klon holda wave? Godine iskustva. Vidi, ja ne znam tipa sad da li ima neki major u kanteru da pogledam godine, ali thread na Redditu. Interesantno što kao ne vidiš na Wikipediji koje godište. To je presmešno. To je iskreno, mislim kao brat moj je sed, ono kao vidiš da nema 20 godina, mislim, ne znam koja je fora s tim da kao nema info o njegovim godinama na netu. Baš je čudna stvar. Koliko je sad lepo kad igraš u meli u stvari možda dođaš. Šta je fora? Inspired je Pantheon. Mislim, ako ćeš da igraš heroja koji nosi, to baš nije Pantheon, zar ne? Dokle može ovdje da bije... Koliko je jak ganar kad uđe u mini formu, nenormalno. Shino je u problemu ovdje. Pa jo, Dokla! On je stariji od mene 3 godine, molim lepo. Stariji od mene 3 godine, molim lepo. I još sam ja kao decembar 92. To je faktički 93. mislim. Kao da je to išta bolje sad. Dobro, Young J je malo mrtav. Ari je dobila ult. Ide Saint. A cooldownovi? Charm, dole, predict. Dobro, ništa. Isles. Ostrva. Dobro, ovo je ceo brst od Niko, treba baci Q i to je to. Još 2 basika, o tako. O, Vision. I sad dolazi Saint. Ali nije Saint više, samo je Saint. Ovo Saint više si bio goat. A, ovdje samo rikneš, šta ćeš, mislim, nemaš da bežiš. A iskreno, lep bumerang od dokle. Iskreno, gore lep bumerang od dokle. Neću lagati, lep je bumerang bio.
But again, this committal in, Young Jay's so low, and it gives that initial, it's not even a reset for Saint, he hasn't popped his ult yet, but he dives forward and just starts getting this cleanup potential. Not much Bull can do in this situation.
Lepo, čisto, nema šta.
On their opponents, and they crush them there. Look how hype Dokla is.
Yeah, Dokla feeling really good. That was just beautifully played by Inspired. Small little movements, but sidestepped perfectly on the flag and drag.
4000 golda u 14 minuta, 7-2 LCS očigledno bolje od CB LoLa. Mislim, CB LoL istorijski je, samo nije toliko jaka regija. Imali su oni Pain, njihov sa BRTT-em, ali čak i u piku brazilskog LoLa. Mislim da nikad nisu bili ništa spec, iskreno. Gnar ima Megu. Ima flash, on je skoro svanj. Ja, vidi. Ali Dokla BM-uje ko lud, brati. Iskreno, Dokla baš BM-uje ko lud. Hoće bumerang za Canona. Neće. On je taj dropo je bumerang, mogu da padne ovdje, možda nema. Dolazi Pantelija da defa. Ovdje. Ok, ne tako. Ne takav Q flash, ima Q opet. Oni dive-uju to, wow. Boga mi! Ovo je bilo jako lepo, iskreno. Nisam ni očekivao će dive-ovati Renektona, iskreno.
It's a 6,500 gold lead. We've said that LYON don't take fights they don't need to. If they think we don't have the right setup, we don't have to go for this. I haven't seen that from them at all this game. It feels like the setup has always been right for them to take these opportunities. and right now they're just crushing Loud into the dirt.
They are absolutely destroying them. When we saw earlier in that Coinbase gold grind, they had already created somewhat of an advantage.
Coinbase gold grind.
Exploded since then. And this game is already
Sljedeći game ću da se prošeta malo. Ne znam koliko mi je ostalo koraka, još 4-5 hiljada koraka do kraja dana, tamo do kraja serije, mislim.
Well timed, the cataclysm comes down, but for what? As Saints cooldowns are so low on that ultimate here. He's going to be able to trade the spear rush. Berserker just running in after Bull.
Igraju. Ostrva, jel, ostrva.
In the side lane, who still has a T1 tower up.
Desperation hours.
Yeah, it's not a good feeling. The charm was pretty great as well, just to add insult to injury. And now Berserker, he's feeling himself.
A Berserker stoji u njima, nije zanima ga ništa. Ima Lulu Crucible, ima Lulu Heal, ulti, svoj flash, svoj ult, dash, barijeru za 5 sekundi, bro, ima 70.000 defanzivnih alata. A Busio je super, gle, Busio ima i američki i poljski residency, tako da on nije import ni tamo ni vamo. Brat ima dvojno državljanstvo.
They really can't get anything. You can see Inspired is waiting in the wings here. Shino going to look aggressively on Dokla once again. Youngjae and Shino constantly going up here, but Dokla is just handling this like the weak side king he is, and now going aggressive, chasing after them. Loud knows they need to try to force plays, but just nothing is working.
Yeah, I think at this point, it is just, you see them constantly looking for plays. It's not even the wrong approach. You have to try and find something. But it is starting to feel a bit desperate.
Youngjae is coming, they're going for it again, but this time Inspired is running up the river. He can respond with the ulti, a teleport coming in. Oh, no. And I think the
Majok.
is probably coming as well.
Braća moja, Avengers Assemble bacaju. Evo ga, ult protobelt, čovi škola. I dalje ne znam da li bi u solo queue ikad to kupio, ali okej.
Gets the solo kill, but the Ari was there. The Pantheon was there too, just in case something more came from this.
A little drive-by high five. Good hustle there, you know.
Good work, top laner. You know, you got it in you. We're here to show up occasionally. And I think at this point, Loud, I don't see the angle. No, I think you're looking at game 2.
It's time to think about game 2, I think, if you are Loud. Try to shake this one off a bit. It was even for a while, but it is crazy to see an 8.5k gold lead pre-19 minutes.
You know,
plus every single objective has gone the way of Lion.
There was a stat that we were talking about with Lion, the combined kills per minute. They're extremely low. I don't think this game is going to change it too much because combined kills per minute. And Loud, they don't have many kills, so
that's true.
I'm not going to change that stat too much at this point. Almost at 9,000 gold lead. Going to be picking up that Deer Dragon as well. It's an Ocean Soul.
Ja sam objasnio teoriju jedinice u imenu, ne? Znači, svaki goated igrač ima jedan u imenu. Samo razmislite malo o tome. Znači, Sajna ima jedan. Forgiven ima jedan. Faker, T1, Faker. Cijelu karijeru je T1 i SK T1. On ima jedan u imenu, razumete? To što mu je u prefiksu, to je druga priča, nije bitno. Svaki goated igrač Lola ima jedan u imenu. To je činjenica. To što smo tu samo ono od najbitnijih Forgiven Faker i ja, to je druga priča. Da.
Then from there, he ends up in this spot where he's ending up, you know, just subbing in for.
To nije slučajno, samo da znate. Ni malo.
When he swaps in for General Sniper, they end up getting third in LTA. They go to Worlds. He looks good again, and then everyone's thinking, "Oh my God, this guy's great. He's going to end up on a top team." Well, he had no team planned again at the start of this year.
That's the thing I found the craziest. You know, obviously you are much closer to the LCS than I am, but I was so shocked that Dokla didn't immediately end up on a team based on what we saw from him at Worlds. In terms of branding and in terms of performance, but yeah, I mean, he's showing again what he can do, that he's just so good at performing under pressure when it comes to these.
Brazilci su Loud. Crveni. Ovi desno. Ne, trebao bi LYON da izgazi ovo. Po svemu što znamo o Lolu, LYON bi trebao da stompa ovo. Moj call je 3-0 za LYON. Tyler 1. Znate, vidi, došao je na Challenger sa 5 rolova. Znači, vidi, lik je doktor, mislim. Ja ga ne volim preterano, ali... Vidi, 5 rolova Challenger, ne možeš da kažeš da je loš, brate.
In playoffs, looked really good, got a lot of attention with these flex picks that they were pulling off, with these range top laners that they were pulling off, and has looked fantastic so far here in the first game of LYON at first stand.
Tignar of damage. On ide. Pa da, ući će u Megu, pa ne može da juri. Na shota wave. Aj, praviski. Nije on imao keca u imenu, valjda, ne znam. Brzo, nije prvo iškao svoje MSI, ne razumijem. Lik je u stvari GOAT. Lik je uspeo da bude toliko dobar u tome da se pretvara da je dobar, da je u stvari osvojio MSI. Jeste, sad Oskarinin, 6 kečeva mu ne bi pomoglo, vidi. Ne postoji broj jedinica u njegovom imenu koje bi Oskaru dalo da bude dobar igrač. Ne. Dejan i jedan, to ti pričam, te lik je legenda. Lik je legenda Balkana. Što ima jedan u imenu. Da li sam igrao Halo? Nisam igrao Halo, ne. Igrao sam Tribe za Sended, ako sećate Tribe za sličan shooter Halo. To sam igrao dosta, ali Halo nisam, ne. Joj, damage-a. Dobro, Berserker ima... Što je najjače, mislim da onda je ultao, verovatno bi dobio kill tu na Jarvanu. Sve ja nisam očekivao će toliko damage-a raditi. Saint is almost a full level ahead. Inspired is over a full level of experience ahead, and LYON can do no wrong.
At this point, Loud, they want to find a big engage, get onto the right target, but, you know, Summoner's available for every member of LYON. All the flashes there. You have Mikhail's for Berserker. Berserker has that Infinity Edge coming in. 3 items to 2 in comparison to Bull. It's really hard to see you winning a fight where everyone on the enemy team, you go for that big engage from the Nico, from the Jarvan, and they just flash out of it. And then they just one-shot you with the damage.
Inače, pobednik ovoga ide da ih Genji tuče, samo da znate kako funkcioniše turnir. Znači, ko pobedi ovde, ide da ih Genji šutira, a ko izgubi, ide da izgubi od JDG-a. To je sad nastavak ove sage first standa. Kratak turnir jako, kažem, nema to nešto puno. Emine, okej, koje je pitanje? Slobodno pitanje, nemoj se stidiš. Ali otvori mid kulu je fajn.
Just at the limit of whatever towers they have up and available, and can't really get a look outside of that.
And they have no vision. I mean, look at their wards, right? You know, there's just nothing on the map on that bot.
Hoćeš neki chill open world, koji ti, mislim, šta te zanima, kao koji tip igre?
And that is going to make things even more difficult.
Zavisi šta voliš da igraš. Uvek možda igraš neki MMO, free to play. Ja sam sad, evo, Hogwarts Legacy, ti obično ako voliš Harry Pottera, Hogwarts Legacy je odlična igrica. Uletiš, klikćeš, zezaš se. Mislim da je često na sale-u, bude jeftina. Kako da ono. Ja sam razmišljao Slay the Spire da kupim da streamam. Možda je fun. A, mislim, ako vas je ovde Creep iznenadio, braćo koji sam šeta po džungli, teška priča, ali... Šio nema kill synth. Gdje si, popo? Iskreno jako brzo ide danas, neću te lagati. Ovo je već 4. game dana, prva serija gotova 3-0. Genji urnisao JDG. I sad... Sad evo prvi game. LYON vodi u 25 minuta, 13.000 golda. Open World Story. Kažem ti, evo, Hogwarts Legacy mislim da je super igrica. To ne moraš da žuriš, pomalo uleđeš, klikćeš, zazaš se lepo. Kupi, gledaj, ću trebam da vidim, Kevine, samo šta kliktati pored svih stvari koje želim da igram. Izašao je Seven Deadly Sins Origin. To sam isto teo da probam. I što je najjače, izašao je, to jest izlazi, pošto ja sam sad počeo da postajem ekspert u otkrivanju novih igara zarad Patreona. Pa se onda igramo, zezamo se. Gde si, Dario Legende, si mi dobar, brate moj? Brat moj, Dario. Komentarisali smo te sinoć, preksinoć, kad smo igrali Valorant. Solti te pohvalio da si lepo igrao. Ja rekao, brat je GOAT, nema ga često na disu, ali je doktor. Veselo, ma da, nešto ću pre da igram. Izlazi igrica, ček samo da vidim šta se događa ovdje, pa ću vam ispričam. Ali ovo nije ni blizu što ko ahead. Da, ne mogu da igraju. I mislim da idu na izmid, završavaju partiju. Gledali ste pre kad sam igrao Mega Bonk. Izlazi igrica, ja ne znam kako nije dobio tužbu, ali bukvalno je Mega Bonk anime style. Znači svi likovi iz animea, ne znam na koji fazon se to događa. Ali znači anime Mega Bonk gdje ultimate ability aktivirate glasom. Znači ono Sony 1 grafika isto ko Mega Bonk, samo igrate fazon ono, ne znam, Gokua, Might Guy-a, Madaru, razumete, nemam pojma, ono Itachi-a fazon. Da li ste rematch postaje free? Nemam ideje, brate. Is rematch going free? Nisu rekli da će da bude free to play. A možda na rejtu ima nešto za rematch, ali ne verujem da će otići free, nemam pojma. Mislim, rematch je giga dobra igra, jedina fora kod rematcha je što... Nemam pojma, mislim da nemaju neki insane player base, tako da otići free to play nije ni loš plan, iskreno. Pro Slay the Spire ima 400.000 igrača, fucking hell, zašto je toliko popularna igrica? Treba probati to, ja mislim. A da. Što si dobio tužbu, what the fuck? A, bit će i Pokemon, ništa se ne brinite. Svašta ja nalazim na internetu. Ništa, od upalim svetlo, postavim traku, tu sam nakon pauze 11 minuta. Sljedeći game. Tako da, ću dođem brzo, a sad ću ne stanem.
Azale said it was going to be Dokla for the damage and the solo kills. We voted for Inspired, so we control the vote here in the analyst area. But the fan vote does say that it's Dokla because they were listening. Okay. I know.
Big Dokes! Everybody loves Big Dokes!
Casters always game the
Either way, Emily, what you were talking about here.
So yeah, I want to talk about this first blood setup, right? Because it was set up from level 1. I felt like CBLOL teams overall in America's Cup did such a great job with their level 1s, right? And it was awesome to see out of them. Here, Saint is just waiting. He actually ends up getting a little bit of damage onto NV early. Inspired is here to back him up. He takes Charm, and NV actually ends up having to flash, which means that Inspired is free to revisit this mid lane kind of at his leisure after he's dealt with this invade from Youngjae, and they clean up first blood off of it. Just really good foresight from Inspired in combination with Saint, something that we were kind of harping on them when Lion was struggling earlier in LCS.
I also want to point out there was no reflect on Mel in that because Saint had been throwing his charms to Narnia. And I know
Saint, to get it out on purpose.
Yeah, Saint got solo killed that one time because I think he thought he threw enough charms into the ether that it wasn't going to get reflected the one time he actually aimed it at Mel. And then it did get reflected.
It was just a very dangerous time to do that gambit, if that was the gambit.
I think that was the gambit. You heard about Saint's mechanics.
Afterwards, though, too, is the extra plays from Inspired because there's this dragon fight towards the bottom side of the mat that ends up getting Berserker a bunch of extra money, too. And I actually want to pull this up because we've got a Cisco every second counts play. And we'll take a look at this one. Now, Inspired, you can tell already, is probably calling for the collapse. Look at the minimap of Saint coming down. Because here, after his Damon Immune, he starts pressing S. He's pressing S to stay next to Isles for when the Cataclysm comes. So he can stay in there and they can turn on Youngjae. And you get enough comms listen-ins for LYON that you can start to tell, you know, when they're already communicating these things. And
keep waiting.
Yeah, you can just imagine. You can hear Inspired in your own head at home even. He's like, we're gonna turn. You know, look, Jarvan, look, Jarvan. Saint is on the way, and so he's pressing S key. He's waiting for the castle to come on him and Isles, and then they turn it and they get so much money in. Saint is fed and Berserker is fed.
Yeah, thanks to the reliable Cisco network for that replay. After that, it was a snowball.
Yeah.
We've got the goal graph in our AWS post-game breakdown as well. It's going to show Dokla doing a lot of damage. I feel like he was just farming the Renekton this entire time.
Dude, you can't give Dokes credit. Big Dokes deserves credit, right? He was 2v1 up there.
He was the second best player in the game, I think, for the team.
Okay,
yeah, I think Inspired. You voted Inspired too, Colby. But Berserker also hit his item power spikes at the very end, slowly farming the entire time. Pretty much deathless for Inspired, Berserker, and Isles for the majority of this game. And the big thing is the 4 Drakes to 0. Because if there was going to be a way that Loud was going to come into this, it would be that LYON would forego the early Drakes and maybe Loud would be able to start stacking objectives, but they were able to stop that through good mid and bot prile. But how would Loud come back from this?
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing for me is, again, if they do want to do kind of a slow play out, really focus on some of these setups, because that's where LYON were getting the better of them. Kobe, you want to ask
Loud fans, how is Loud going to win this? How are they coming back?
Okay, we have a saying in Brazil that hope is the last one to die. So first of all, with a lot of hope. But I do think that if we can nullify Inspired, because I think he's the shot caller for most of the well-played plays in the game, I guess. So I think Yonjay has to step up a little bit and maybe counter him, or, I don't know, play a little bit more for the strong side, because I don't think the combos really went in. But it was unlucky. It was
I mean, I do like
unlucky.
That. Inspired plays great from ahead. And then also, I don't think Jarvan had a good place against the enemy team comp. Yunar, Nar, Ari, nothing. Anything else? How would LYON come back?
Loud.
How would LYON come back?
Oh.
He's been...
Here.
No. No. My bad. Yeah, sure. Give us something quick.
Despacito. Repeat.
Oh, repeat.
No, em português, ok?
Yeah.
Go for it. Não, o jogo tá legal. Acredito que a Loud tomou muitos gaps, né? Não conseguimos. Acredito que o pique, nosso primeiro pique não foi tão bom, mas tá tudo no começo, né? Vai ter tá 1-0, só 1-0, então a Loud vai chegar. He's here.
Amazing. Translation? I'm doing great. This is all my fault.
He said, I'm getting nervous, sorry. He said that it was just the beginning of the series. We have a best of 5. And Loud is going to come back, and it's going to come back strong. And we just have to wait, basically, because we are the team of the turnaround, sort of. Yeah.
Nice.
So.
Hey, don't be a game 1 Andy.
Appreciate it. Game 2 coming up after this.
I can see Pantheon here, okay?
Pantheon no flash, okay?
Oh, nice.
Nice, good. Nice.
Shino's in trouble. Yeah, Shino in a lot of trouble here. Dokla gonna go forward. He flashes, but Dokla trying to chase in. Gets him with the boomerang. It's a solo bolo.
Tá tuteando!
GG. Nice.
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Superlight on-stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고 가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
every moment of your journey crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
Players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, he'll forward by 9.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
What it will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work in Gen G. They are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen G, the EWC winners.
Welcome back to First Stand 2026. Azale here, still with Ox. He hasn't left just yet.
Yeah, there's still more series ahead of us. I'm hoping.
Yeah, the question is how much series? Because game one looked very one-sided, but the last series I cast, yesterday, had some very one-sided games but win all 5. So you don't know, right?
True.
You see game one stomp, maybe Loud's going to battle back and stomp in game 2.
I think it comes down to how you reset after this game one. This was obviously a rough one. It felt very one-sided. They were still trying to make things happen despite that, but I think there was definitely a point where it was like, okay, we need to focus on game 2.
Yeah.
We'll still try to make something from this, but it was a really rough game in terms of how quickly it accelerated out of control. Dokle in the top lane just was completely in control of that matchup. Loud going for first pick here. So last time it was Lion who chose second pick. So it'll be same pick selection. That's interesting to me. We've often seen Loud.
Same side, same pick order.
Yeah, we've often seen Loud prioritize early picking for top lane compared to Lion, who often go for late pick for Dokla. I feel like getting counter pick in this top lane matchup could have been really important, but you know, won't have the opportunity to definitely get counter pick in this one. And we saw Dokla ran away with that counter pick matchup.
He really did. I mean, it is interesting, right? People have very different views on how the game should be played. Inspired is extremely opinionated. I remember when they played against Team Liquid, he was telling us, Liquid just plays the game wrong. They're playing towards bot. You shouldn't do that. That's not the right way to play. And so, you know, for them, they think, I think, more that you blind your bot, you just have a stable bot, and then you play more towards the solo lanes. You look for advantages there. You know, you use them to kind of create those edges where you can farm plates, play towards side lanes. You know, that is more the thought process that I have seen from Lion and from Inspired. So it'll be interesting to see what adjustments they want to make here. A couple bans towards Inspired, you know, not too surprising. We've seen a lot of Xin Zhao bans thus far. And Orianna going to be taken away. Nocturne still not going to be allowed despite that pairing missing. And it's really just a big focus on these AD junglers, has been really all year long, and that is where the bans are being thrown.
But just interestingly, despite the fact we've got same sides from the teams, and it is obviously Fearless, big shake-up in terms of what is being banned. You know, we saw Loud go for Vi, Karma, Varus. This time they've only maintained that Varus ban themselves. So we'll see what they look to prioritize, and they are just going to go for that Rise off the bat. You know, of all the mid laners we saw kind of toned down, a lot of the control mages got hit leading into first stand, but it was Rise who was kind of left, and he was so strong already before that.
He was, but Cassio and Anivia are both up. I'm more of a fan of the Anivia. I feel like the Cassio matchup is more kind of solved, honestly, to me, where people just feel so comfortable in it at this point. I do think that Anivia not only can create a lane advantage and do fine in lane, but it's very difficult for Rise to play against in the team fights too. So will be interesting. Looks like it might just be Seraphine Ashe. Whether they go the Seraphine here or not, they'll probably grab it on 3, I would assume, because I don't think that anyone's going to take Seraphine away without that Ashe being up.
Yeah, we did see yesterday there was that sort of flex where, you know, you leave the support pick available. Maybe if they go something like a Nautilus, you can go to Braum. That's what we did see. You have that option. One thing, if you do go Ashe plus something else second, it kind of locks you into picking that support on 3, so less ability to counter. They are going to go for that Cassio, though. This is something that Saint played a couple of times so far this year.
Ooh, so it's going to be Kalista coming in. So Kalista Renata, not a surprise, is, you know, pretty powerful against really heavy commitment, against a lot of engage. But the thing is, when you're playing against Ashe Seraphine, if they can just keep space, they can kind of poke and prod, and Renata can really struggle against matchups where you get outranged. So we saw this yesterday too, where we saw this early Renata come out in the first series that I was casting, and then the other team can just say, all right, great, we're going to play a long-range comp.
Yeah, Bull is a Kalista specialist. In the LCK, we often saw him get Kalista and Draven bans. It's like a pick that is his forte. But I think Kalista into Ashe, Cassio, Seraphine, that's not a fun
Good
time.
luck in esports.
Yeah. We've seen Kalista Renata played into Ashe Seraphine as like an answer, but I feel like independently, it's not that fantastic a matchup. You kind of need outside interference. You need a gank.
Yeah.
So we need to see what Young Jade's going to be able to play. The fact that they have the Rise is obviously good because you have that Realm Walk to move down, and the Cassio matchup early on, it's not a matchup that's super punishing in the early stages. So I think for Loud, all in on the bot matchup. You have to impact that matchup and get this Kalista ahead.
And that's why I think Malphite's actually a super smart ban, because you have 3 champions with no dash who are going to be very vulnerable to that engage. We already know you basically have to force it. You can't just play a slow farm it out style lane as the Kalista Renata and be in an okay spot. You're going to get poked down, you're going to get whittled down, you're going to get outscaled. So it is going to be a lot of these junglers that maintain the focus here. Zen, of course, can go either way. You know, it can be top or jungle. But even more jungle bans here. 4 out of the 5 from Lion are targeting there, and 4 out of the 5, honestly, from the other side. So 8 jungle bans, 2 taken out in that first round. So you are getting pushed down that tier list quite a bit for the AD junglers at this point.
Yeah, pool's being trimmed very heavily at this point. I feel like maybe for the side allowed, like at least
Evo, mene
potential thing with the setup from the
preći ćemo knap na vreme, ali tako je.
on top of this Ashe Seraphine is just
Na šta sam došao? Na Ashe, Seraphine, Cassio, Munda.
You buffing up, he runs forward. It's a target to chain the
Ovo je 3-0.
to extend it. And also, if you're a Calista, you know, you can stack spears on that Mundo all day. You have to stack so many before you can rend and actually take them out.
Yeah, exactly. It's carpal tunnel waiting to happen there for Calista. It's going to take a lot of spears for sure. And with that Trundle being banned by Loud, they don't have the kind of obvious response that you would want to pick into the Mundo. And they still are going to have to be blinding on that top side.
A zašto bi piko, čekaj, stani. Oni su pikali Kalistu Ash, da?
You need some space creation here on this team, and it is a relatively safe blind, but still no real guaranteed go buttons. Where on the other side, you both have low commitment engage with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, as well as things like the Encore, the Flash Petrifying Gaze. So LYON does have a lot more go buttons, and we'll see if they can actually fix that here with their jungle pick. I mean, you can go Lee Sin, you can go Wukong. I think Wukong might fit the bill best because I feel like they need a go button.
Yeah, I think they need something.
Da, znaš šta je fora? Fora je što Ashe hard countera Kalistu. Kalista ne igra u Ashe. Renata je decent, ali Kalista bukvalno nikako ne igra u Ashe. Ona nema, ne postoji matchup tu. Jako, jako loše.
Into all of the AoE CC and slows from Ashe, from Cassio, from Seraphine. You know, the Encore gets such incredible value because there's all.
Cassio je dobro u Ryza, Ashe je dobro u Kalistu. A, jo! Ma ide Dokla. Ide Dokla the Goats. Brati, izvuko Vayne na topu, ja ne mogu govorim. Čekaj, upalim kamerom, Vayne. Mislim, čilometraci trenutno, ali on, znate priču. Oni su ladno izvukli Vayne na topu. Dobro, respekt, iskreno. Mislim, fora, šta ne. Mislim, fora je što ono, ljudi vole ovdje Loud dosta jer si igra u Brazilu, ali... A LYON je cool, ili ti LYON? LYON? Ja zvučim mnogo ko futbolski klub onda. Ne znam, meni ovo giga fora, iskreno. Meni ovo baš fora.
He loves a lot of these niche champions, these counter picks. I know when he was coming back into the LCS after having coached 100 Thieves, he had been spamming Garen as a counter to some of these matchups. He loves playing Varus, he loves playing Vayne, loves playing Quinn, and all of these style of champs. So if you give him the window, he will take it, and LYON have confidence in his ability to pull it off. And he doesn't necessarily feel like he has to dominate in the 1v1 early on. I remember speaking to him about it, and he's very comfortable saying, I actually feel like I outscale in a lot of these matchups, so as long as I'm farming and I'm not dying to ganks, he's feeling really, really good.
Well, in this game, your team scales super hard, and already we said you need, as Loud, to focus your attention around bot lane. So if they start putting attention towards the Vayne, to set the Vayne behind, it's never really going to achieve that much, and it just means that...
Ja mislim da ako ne odeš na top, bar jednom Vayne će farmovati Siona.
Too many fires to put out right now, and a jungler in the Aatrox who isn't the best at setting up those early gangs, so I think Loud need an early lead. We need to see hopefully the Rise bring some
LYON ima cool dresove, iskreno. Dobri su im dresovi, sviđaju mi se. Mada mislim, to je ono što sam uvek rekao, gled, crno i zlatno ne može da faila. Kao što je Seka Aleksić davno rekla, ostajemo za tim. Crno i zlatno zajedno samo ne faila nikako. Imao je Tivan jedne godine isto crno-zlatni kit, baš je bilo dobro. Znaš šta je fora, što generalno, to je meni pre bilo mnogo smiješno, jer ljudi su, on igra kako igra kući, i onda pogotovo igrači sa malo manje stage iskustva, navikli su da sedi i da igraju u najčudnijim pozama, jer kao tako igra Gajb, i onda kad dođe na stage samo mora tako da igra, navikao je da sedi kako god dok je igra i to ti je to. Sion mora da varduje. Čak ne znam koji je bio play za Doklu da počne sa Sweeperom, ali onda Young Jay zna da vi nema vardove, pa malo ne igrivo gore. Da, mislim, gledaj, a šta je fora što zlatno ide u sve? Realno. Zlatno-belo, prošle godine je bilo zlato-belo za Tivan, imali su oni crno-zlatno pre davno. A je, horval, to je mislim, kao svako sedi gajbi kako mu najudobnije i onda, znaš, mnogo igrača se recimo izuje kad igraju, ne voli da igraju u patikama. I onda se izuju i kao sede bosi ili u papučama sede igraju, tako im je lakše, su navikli.
few people, but I've never been given a source to it, so I don't know if it's 100% confirmed.
Is it the AD carry thing?
Exactly. He was an AD carry player, and he basically thought that all the top laners were not good in the
Ne znam o
league.
kojem
and said,
pričaju.
I'm just going to swap to top lane, and then is instantaneously the best top
Zlatno uz trofeje. True. Šta zna Genji o tome? Ali dobro, mislim, znaju, samo ne znaju za Worlds. A možda ove godine.
He saw a gap in the market, you know, and he went for it. I feel like I had a lot of high hopes for him.
Mislim da je LYON samo hard win draft, iskreno. Znači, pogledajte vi njih. 3 od 3 lane-a LYON je vinao.
This game matchup,
Have fun, buddy. Your jungler's clearing to the other side, and you're playing against Vayne.
Ako se pita što su mi krštene ruke, zašto je zima. Što mi je ladno ovdje u sobi, nešto. A ne bi baš da palim grejanje, jer kao nije logično da mi je toliko zima. Tako da je verovatno samo do mene. Šta za Genji o titulama? Hvala. Worlds. I čim nestanu ovi vardovi... Što me zanima da li će doklad ide na patentiran Vayne build. Šalim se, ne, ja bi iskreno volao da čovjek uzme titulu. Pa dobro, mislim... Da. Jer flash basic je i to je kill, prokovo bi true damage. Pada kiša. Čekaj, odakle si, daj nam neki geografski, opa. Dobro. Ali Youngji nema flash, on ima jedan dash i to je to. Dokla ga juri, to je kill, first blood za Vayne, GG's, gotovo. Ko se vrlo, Tivan? Tivan, ali znači, ne bi se ljutio da Genji osvoji. Jer prvih 5 puta mi je bilo smiješno. Sad sam već u fazonu, malo mi je krivo za čovjek. Ali opet ti si, znaš kako? Ti bude krivo za lika koji čuka, da zasluži da osvoji, osvojio bi. Razumete? Tako da ja sam u fazonu kao, znaš, mislim, malo mi je krivo jer toliko puta pokušava i toliko puta čuka, istovremeno jednom kad ne bude čuka osvojit će. Soul Furnace. Kuli me za spell, priznaćemo.
It feels like 4 minutes in, it's kind of slipping away from them. This is Dokla. Last time he played on Vayne, this was against Team Liquid. Morgan had been running the show for top laners, you know, in those 1v1s, was doing so well. And Dokla brought this out against Morgan's Camille. Had a great game, despite being focused a number of times, despite losing his tower early. It just didn't really matter. He was able to scale and really be effective in the team fights.
Yeah, and I feel like he's going to be in a great position for that here. He's got the front line, he's got the support. The Seraphine.
He hasn't even bought. He's rich.
Yeah. 600 gold ahead.
Ja mislim da će Genji šta je danas pokazao, brate, ono je bilo, vidi, završila braća best of 5 u 2 sata. Saint mora da respekta, mora da flasha odmah, ja mislim. Ok, ne, zaboravit sam ništa rekao, Casio je basta. On je bez phase, Raša, pobego, ljudi. Ja sam mislio da idu da mu uzmu flash, mislim, nemam pojma. Sam bio u fazonu kao, ali Thor dobije 6 i on ima ulti, nemam pojma. Dobije 6 i posle. Da, tako je kolega Castro, bravo. Iskreno mislim da Bull i Red igraju jako dobro ovaj lane, jer mislim da Ashe Seraphim bi trebali da budu malkice bolji ovde. Da, bukvalno pri game i pauze duže nego game, 100%. Vidi, ako bude 3-0, ja stignem da odem do grada da završim nešto. Tako da to je ono, to je ozbiljan take danas. Znači danas potencijal za 3-0, meni otvara ugao da završim nešto po gradu na brzaka. Što je ozbiljna priča, iskreno. Pa Redbird, valjda ih bacaš dale... Joj. Sad će da bude Renbird. Pa neće da jure. A dobro, pa Seraphine je promašila... Ovo je bio kill za... Bro, ali imate 2 flasha. What? Ovo je bio free kill. Legitimno free kill na Renatu. Odigraću DK. Ma ne, da, ako bude 3-0 stižem sigurno na streamujem. To nema šta, mislim. Danas ako bude 3-0 streamujem 100%, mislim, ja ću brzo završiti štijam, za 2 sata sam gotov. Ako bude 3-0, program gotov do 7, ja sam do 9 gotov u gradu. Dođem gajbi, jedem, istuširam se i upalim stream u 10, streamujem do 1. Good stuff. A mogla je Serafin da baci flash E da konfirma da neće promašiti root. Dokla sa ghostom out rana i sad ga ubija. Kondemu je bio loš. Kondemuješ da mu cancelaš Q. Sad neće dobiti kill, nema flash. I Rise iza njega, tako da... Nema kill ovde. Dokle je misplayovao? Dokle je misplayovao ovo? Da, samo misplayo dokle, ništa drugo, misplayo dokle samo. Jako Vin expert ću vam uvek to reći, nema šta. Bacio je najrandomije ikada da konfirmuje da će Sion ostati u fajtu, ali to ne moraš. Ti si Vin koja... Ima ghost, ima ulti. Jer on je bacio tumble i onda ovaj kondem, znači... Kuku majko šta je bio ovaj kondem. Inače, Dario, ne znam da si vidio sinoć, mi smo na Disu igrali smo Valo, brate. Još sam se pitao, rekao, da ćeš da vidiš da baneš na voice. Igrali smo Valorant sinoć off stream, malo 4 partija smo odigrali. Dobili 3, izgubili 1. I sad je Berserker vrtav, sa malo Lion Griffa. Malo Lion Griffa. Imali smo baš i u subotu smo igrali futbal neki isto, mnogo fan bio. Moraš da nam banjavaš na Discord kad imaš vremena. A, ti se komirao, okej, mi smo tad završili kod dvojke, što je najveće. A jao, Saint. Ima, lepo. Kripovi ga malo blokuju, ali nije ni bitno. Ti se, znači, komirao dok smo mi završavali, ima smisla. Igrali smo u subotu, smo igrali futbal, a juče smo igrali Valorant. Iskreno giga fan bilo. Malo pecnuli Valoa. Sve razmišljam, ljudi, nešto me vuče da se vratim na neki MMO. Igra mi se neki MMO koji je besplatan. Neke dungeone da radimo, nešto mi se igra. Ali ne znam šta da igram. Nisam pametan.
I think Young Jay can get one and get out, but already we have the bot lane of Lion has moved over to mid, so I think wouldn't really be able to stay around for a fight. Inspired also very
Došao Valo, vrate vidi. Kad, jako se često dogodi, vidiš da naši, vrate, na Discordu uvek kucaju treba im igrač, ono, leti, igraj, uvek će ti pomoći ljudi da improvaš. A uvek je bolje igrati u full stacku i lakše ćeš naučiti kad si u full stacku jer uvek možda pitaš. Igra mi se MMO, brate, ali isto, nema ništa kršteno, brate. Onaj Chrono Odyssey je delayovan za 2027. Animo će da izađe bog zna kad. Rio to MMO će izaći, ono kad ja budem u penziji, mislim već sam u penziji, ali kapirate priču. Baš nema ono, Lies of P isto, ne Lies of P, nego Lords of Mystery. Lies of P je... Sounds like... Lione, ajde, rekli smo 3-0, nemojte sad da smarate, nemojte sad da menjate koncept ove priče. Gubiš Gamfa, pa dobro, nema veze. Evo, Salty OP coachuje čovek Radiante. Ako gubiš gunfightove, nemoj uzimati gunfightove. Igraj se nauči da koristiš utility tako da ti gunfightovi nisu... Ono, za svaki gunfight koji uzmeš ti imaš prednost. Gubiš clean 1 na 1, onda ne igraš dueliste i ne uzimaš pikove. Znači igraš za util, igraš za poziciju. Možda igraš recimo Sentinel ili nešto. Bralo, neću stići da završim. Neću stići nešto na brzaka po gradu da završim. Alo, ej. Alo, Lion, prestanite. Otkazali su MMO i onda su ga vratili. Ali to neće izaći sljedećih 10 godina. I to ako budu završili. Jer brda tih MMO-ova kao hoće da izađu, neće da izađu, ne znaju ni oni šta rade. A meni se igra neki MMO da mogu da napravim guild, ono, Patreon guild, razumeš, i da idemo da radimo dungeone for fun, ali stvarno ne znam šta. Znači, trenutno sam najiskrenije najbliži Lost Arku. Umeš ome na buško smok, na primjer. A da, mislim, uvijek ima nešto što, uvijek imaš nešto što možeš da radiš. Ako nisi confident u 1 na 1 duelima. Nisi čekaj dođe, bro. Znači, ne mogu ovdje da glumim Đokovića ako LYON gubi. Dobro, teška priča. Znači, je pogodio Kalistu gore. Bull stoji i ne veruje.
Ends up not connecting onto a target they can really follow up on, but the presence from LYON does force Loud away.
Realm Warp going to be coming in there from Envy, and you can see no response right now in the bot side there as Shino's pushing up that. So Loud starting to play the map well. They zone Dokla off the top side. They're able to get some plates on there, deny some minions. They get some plates on bot side as well. Still lying in wait on this top side, looking to try to punish Saint, who...
Možemo napraviti, ne možemo napraviti, ne, apsolutno ne možemo napraviti. Ne, nikako. Oni gube, pa ne. To je Lost Ark s malo leveling. Pa jeste, to je problem. Treba mi nešto ekspresnije. Tipa da je fellowship džabe, igro bi fellowship. Znači, jer fora s tim je ako pravim nešto da igram ono sa Patreonima i to, treba mi nešto što brzo možemo da uletimo u dungeone. Mislim, koncept fellowshipa je super. Jedina stvar kod fellowshipa je što ne znam, možda mogu da im pišem da mi daju tipa akauntove za Patreone, nemam pojma, ono. Da mi daju kopije igre. Znaš, nemam pojma. Jer sve mi je ali i sa Winzom isto fora, što recimo da krenemo Winz, svako mora da uzme i da završi story do kraja. Da bi otključio sve stvari, što opet zahteva puno investicije. Isto i u Lost Arku. Isto i u WoW-u, na kraju dan igrao bi WoW. Ali ja igram WoW jer opet dok ja završim main story treba mi 2 nedelje. Ja računam kao 2 sata dnevno max bi igrao šta god bi igrao. A sve od tih igara je kao super. Ali vrate, ko će se levela? Ko će s tim da se maltretira? Treba nam nešto brzo, znaš, da uletimo unutra, da odigramo. Kažem, fellowship je super konceptualno. Fellowship je baš fora. Jedina stvar kod fellowshipa je što košta kogo da košta. Fellowship, Reddit. Ću pogledam na Redditu, možda ima nekih vesti kod fellowship.
Absolutely is, and Redbird has completed his McHale, so great answer to that potential engage from Berserker, as Dokla taking a bad end of a trade on the bot side. Ghost going to be popped here by Envy, looking for a fight against Saint, and Saint is losing out on that trade, has to retreat back. Has been getting pressured pretty heavily, and as a result is down a little bit of experience, but they are the same level for now. Nice root lair landed onto Redbird. He is put low, the enchanted crystal lair.
Ona je mrtva, čekaj da se reze, mrtva je. Da, fellowship je $25. A Steam DB kaže fellowship 800 igrača. Što opet da nije $25 bilo bi fajn, samo.
Yeah, they are going to be able to grab the Herald. Shino doing great in the 1v1 though, you have to say, at this point. As Dokla's the one getting pushed in, they're now moving Envy down towards bot. Been very active on the map, trying to make these plays towards side lanes, but Dokla is going to base. He's not going to be messing around with it.
Uzmeš WoW, pa znam, ali WoW je treba. I ja bi igrao Midnight, što je najjače. Legitimno bi igrao Midnight, ali brate, mili. Ne znam. Dok uzim, dok se nalevelam, dok završim sve, bio bi poprično ono napet proces dok mi stignemo da radimo recimo neke kijeve i to. Baš ono, nema ni jedan MMO koji što je malo nerealno, što ja tražim. Kao hoću MMO koji da instant dobiju max level leak. Nije baš. I onda samo radimo dungeone for fun. Znam da je Lost Ark imao one express paseve i to, klikneš, daš samo nabuđiš lika na max i onda radiš. Ali mislim da ni to više ne postoji, znam da je Lazić igrao i da je rekao da nema. A mora LYON da dobije, samo ne znam kako trenutno. Ne znam kako trenutno. Mislim, za sad dobija Lau, da se razumije. Saint? Ništa. Nema damage'a. Zato mi je ovaj futbol bio u subotu toliko dobar. Jer futbol je bio goated. Ušli smo u igricu, kliknuli smo start i zabavili smo se. Igrali smo sat vremena, bilo nam je top tier. Kao futbol je bio legitimno goated. Jer ne zahtjeva nikakvu investiciju, uđeš u igricu i igraš. Ja mislim da Bull to ovo ne dobijaš svakako, ni da nije došla Serafin. Znam još pogodi spell ceo game. Vov je najbolji, jeste. Mislim, jeste. Kao, zbog nedostatka instant max level lika i odmah redova, Vov je najbolji. Kao, to je samo činjenica. Tu nema šta. Ali da, futbol je bio goated baš zbog toga. Mislim, futbol i dalje goated, baš zbog toga. Što kao neko da nikad nije igrao, ući u igricu, uzet će igrače, igraće s nama i bit će nam fun. Pecka mi se MMO, ali legitimno kažem. Fellowship, da je Fellowship free, bilo bi okej. Kao, realno da je Fellowship free, igrao bi Fellowship. Ali opet 25... Za nas 20-30 nije malo. Izlazi, kažem, izlazi neka alternativa mega bonka koja se zove Kage. I bukvalno je svi anime likovi koji, i možeš igrati u koopu. I misle će biti free. Možda, nemam pojma. Možda i možete plaćati. Vjerojatno će se plaćati kad ne bude demo, ali... Kage mi izgleda giga fan. Kozje bomber se ne treba znojiti. A jeste. Jer kao fan je horva. I gle, najgori slučaj ako imaš neko ko je kao giga dobar, samo se podelimo tako da bude fair. Jer kao nema magija, nema ne znam nija kojih mehanika, nema šta sad ti kao na level si liko, ok, imaš lika koji je za 5 brži od mog, ali opet na kraju dana, kad igramo kao 5 na 5, ti imaš i svako ima po jednog igrača, svako će imati igrača od bar 85. Nakon dan igre. Fellowship je $25, mislim, što nije... Znaš, nije to sad nešto strašno skupo, ali... Ali nemam pojma. Nes. Opet je fora što i Fellowship se igra u 5, a opet da svako kupi, neće svako uvek moći da igra, nezgodno je. Report Marenceta, hvala. Vervinsmith je mnogo dobra igrica, ali isti problem ima kao WoW. U smislu da i to trebaš da sedneš i da grindaš. Džabe je, ali opet, razumeš, opet ti moraš da uđeš da pređeš ceo single player da bi otključao sve spelove, vidi kako će mi igrati, baš to. WoW, brate, slagaću te popo, ali skuplje je dosta od Fellowshipa. Jer fora sa WoW-om je što se WoW plaća mesečno, ne znam što me Klara nabada, ničim izazvan u programu nasilja na TV-u. Jer WoW mislim da je tipa 40-50 evra da platiš i onda tipa 15 mesečno da 15 mesečno da svaki mesec moraš da platiš po subskripciju, jeli? To je fora. Lost Ark ima dobar dungeon. Jeste. Lost Ark je fun, samo što, brate, ja sam mislio da onaj express pass ti samo instant boosta lika na max level, tipa na item level šta god, da možda počneš da radiš dungeone. Jer da to postoji, Lost Ark je play. Džabe je, izabereš lika, klikneš na njega, dobiješ max level lika koji ima x item level. I možemo da radimo dungeone. To je skroz okej. Ali mislim da iz nekog razloga to ne radi kako sam ja mislio da radi. Ja mislim da taj express pass radi samo ako već imaš lika koji je max level, pa onda smurfa da na levelaš. ali šta to meni znači? Mislim, meni treba jedan lik. Ja svako ne bi igrao Lost Star kako sam ga igrao ranije. Ja bi ušao da, probam neki dungeon, neki raid for fun, da probamo, pređemo super, sljedeće nelje radimo teži i to je to, mislim. Ali sad kažem, ovih dana se stvarno trudim da nalazimo fun igrice. Mislim, fudbal je bio top tier, iskreno. Fudbal ćemo igrati i sljedeće nedelje. Fudbal je baš bio fun. Mada ja kažem, ja konstantno sad kopam za igrice. Uvijek sam u fazonu kao ajde im što još mogu da nađem da možemo da igram. Onaj hokej isto bio mnogo fun. Mislim, znam da je malo težak, ali iskreno hokej je baš fora. Jedna partija, 2 partije hokeja nedeljno mi je bilo top tier. To je fora. Tako da, treba mi nešto tako što je mnogo lako da se uđe. Da nije kao, znaš, da ne zahteva investiciju. Jer sa MMO-ovima često šta je problem? Recimo čak i sa Lost Arkom. Neko, samo ništa događa se brzo da krenemo, ovdje ćemo objasniti jedan problem sa Lost Arkom. Zašto kažem kao ono koja igra dobro za community, zašto je dobar taj futbol? U Lost Arku ili gde god, neko će grindati mnogo više od nekog drugog i onda ćeš imati situaciju da radimo dungeon, ali ako x osoba igra, ona će samo da nas prebusta u tom dungeonu, ništa nismo radili. Treba da bude nešto što se zabavljam. Vidio sam Super Battle Golf, ne znam si još Shots Goals smo igrali, prošle subote smo igrali Goals, besplatan futbal na Steamu, znaš kako je dobar. Goated igrica. 5 na 5, bukvalno mali futbal, 5 na 5. Nema ništa, nema magija, nema nikakvih gluposti, znači kao legitimni igraš futbol. Nije toliko skup, samo će se igrati i ako prvo platiti reći nije, znaš što je fora, gle, to ti kažem. Platit će nas 20, a opet kao na streamu možemo igrati samo 5 dungeon. I druga stvar je opet vremenska investicija dok ti uzmeš lika, dok ga nalevelaš, dok dođeš dotle što možda pušaš kijeve, znaš, dosta je velika vremenska investicija. A recimo lupam, za tebe, ne znam, znaš, nisu nam svi tu non stop. I onda ima ljudi koji mogu više vremena da ulože, a ima ljudi koji mogu da igraju tipa sat vremena dnevno, 2. To je fora. I onda pokušavam da nađem nešto što recimo i ljudi koji ne mogu da budu tu non stop. A Berserker ima flash. Berserker ne želi da flasha, dobro. Fajn je. Sentinel mnogo jak. Ne znam da li single target ult na Sion ovdje pije vodu, ali ajde. Koliko je naporno igrati ovo, brate mili, gledaj, znači samo te drže perma, on je mrtav. Front to back LYON je samo next level. Okej, ono dijetu, Što to, šac? Ovako zbog sebe ili... Jel kakva je situacija? Ja sam uvijek na nekom polukatu, iskreno, tako da vidiš me, blame na traci. Pijem zero i blame na traci. Doduše, meni je više ovo postala normala, sad ja sam sad ono... Konstantno sam pola na nekom katu. Mada mi više nije ni teško, više ni ne razmišljam o tome. Sad kao i da uzem nešto slatko, zbog sebe neću moći pojedem puno slatkog. To jeste realno ja da bi uzeo ovo, bilo bi zeznuto levelovanje, pošto imam samo posle mene igram, to ti kažem. I znaš, i sad ti imaš 2 sata posle smene i ti si super primjer popo, gdje je okej da igramo zajedno. Znaš, ja prvi igrao bi možda 2 sata dnevno. Ti bi igrao možda 2 sata dnevno. Znaš, to je jako malo vremenski i ti i ja bi završili main storyline za 2 nedelje, 3 nedelje. Znaš, to je zeznuta priča. I onda je fora, pola nas, koji bi igrali 2 sata dnevno, bi završili story za 2 nedelje. Ima ljudi koji imaju više slobodnog vremena, oni bi završili story večeras. I onda, znaš, dok bi mi stigli do Kijeva plus 10, njima bi to bilo već preslabo. I onda bi se samo razdvojili. To je fora. Tako da, Zato sam u fazonu, znaš, kao treba mi neka igrica koju možemo bukvalno tih 2 sata. Uđemo, islićemo, sprdamo se, zabavimo se, neko tankuje, neko damage, neko heala, ono klasika. Klasična priča i kao super, bilo je zabavno, možemo za nedelju dana, možemo za 3 nedelje. Kao ne moramo da ulazimo u igricu do tada. Tako nešto mi treba, ono. Treba mi nešto za community što je taj fazon. A opet kažem, potencijalno bi bilo idealno da bude džabe, jer onda ako nam se ne svidi, samo možemo dalje. Da idemo na sljedeću igru. Zato mi je fudbal top tier. Džabe igrica, ušli, sprdali smo se, možemo da je ne upalimo nikad, možemo igramo sljedeće nedelje. Dobar Ero, imaju follow-upa. Iskreno, Isles mnogo grifa, neću vas lagati. Kod. Zbog sebe deska, 5-5-7 futbol, ti ga baš grindaš, brate. 2K na 7 termina nedeljno je baš insane, brate. Iskreno, to mora da baš nije prijatno. To baš nije prijatno. Ark Ascended. Nešto nisam igrao Ascended. Nisam igrao Ascended. Igrao sam... To jest ne, nisam... Čekaj, moram pogledati. Mislim da ja imam Ark na Steamu. Ja sam kupio tu igricu pre 300 godina. Zašto ima dinosaurusa. Ali... Ne, imam Survival Evolved. Nemam Ascended. Ne znam mi koja je fora sa Ascended. Tu su rekli da nešto... Wait, kad je izašao Ascended? 23. Early Access. Ono su pričali valjda da li je... Ima milion DLC-eva. Znam da je bilo neke stvari kod... Možda. Čekaj da vidimo. Berserker ubiješ prvu metu, pa fuck it, onako ne ubiješ ništa dalje, to je okej. I dokle je mrtav, oni će da izgube, ljudi, pa ne, pa mora 3-0 da bude, ljudi, ej, jo. Oni će uzeti solo, ovaj 1-1. Fuck my life. To je, slažeš se, futbol nisam vidio, nisam imao vremena izađima, lagano, ali mislim, poenta je što je futbol bukvalno futbol. Kao, zamisli da igramo PES, ono, da smo se našli kod nekoga i igramo PES na Sonyu, takav je futbol. Nema šta, ono, imaš šut centar, šut pas i klizanje, kao jako jednostavan futbol. Legitimno je normalan futbol, ništa, nikakva ludnica, ali kao upališ igricu i radi. Znaš, nema levelovanja rankova, imaš ti kao igrače, malo su bolji, lošiji, ali kad se podelimo 5 na 5 svako igra za sebe, kao, znaš, ne treba ti neka investicija. Lao će ladno dobiti game, ja sam u depresiji trenutno, hvala puno. I malo... To je baš mnogo, mislim, baš ti je... Ono, giga ti je malo 2K ako toliko radiš kardija. Jer ako hodaš 10K plus... Dobro, kapiram da uključuješ termine u hodanje, jel da? To je baš hardcore. Mislim, ja sam na Soma i 800 kad katujem, ali ne idem na 7 termina nedeljno. Imao si Ark... imao sam Ark običan, ali nemam ovaj Ascendant, nego imam onaj Ark, onaj Battle Royale. Do s AORUSima. Ko neće dobio game? Pa ne ovako, ljudi moji, pa kako ja da završavam po gradu nešto? Piše ko FIFA, da, ali mislim kao pointe, jednostavan je futbol, nije ništa kao ono. Ali kao takve igrice mi trebaju. To mi treba. Kažem, izlazi anime Mega Bonk, to ću morati da igram. Znači, anime Mega Bonk gdje bacate kao ultimate spellove tako što pričate u mikrofon. A fazon od likova imate ono, ne znam, Lufija, Gokua i Tachija, razumete? To će bude giga fun. Futbal ti traje 3 sata. Čekaj, vi vadio min. Okej, dobro, okej, sat vremena tamo, to ima, kako 3 sata na terminu, rekao, okej, brate. Ti si ono pokojan za mes dana ako tako nastaviš. Ali dobro je, ako je kao šetanje do futbala sat vremena, futbal sat vremena, šetanje nazad sat, to je okej. Sam u fazonu igraš 3 sata termina, rekao, brat moj, tebi treba 2000 samo za ta 3 sata. Ali dobro, znam kako je, vidi. znam osjeći glad, ako ništa drugo. To je okej. To je okej. Boga mi. Njima i Bramble applya ovaj Hextech. Dokle je dobio, ali Dokle je malo useless na ovaj Vayne, iskreno. Brat je bacio ult Q ni na šta. Interesantno u stvari koliko Vayne ne radi ništa, mislim, koliko Vayne ne radi ništa u ovom dijelu partije. To je ovaj... to je fora. Dokle je baš useless. Evo, upravo je bacio Condemn na Ryze, oni su izgubili samo, ne mogu da igraju ovo. Ne valja. A čekaj, štaš, piješ psilium, ja ne znam šta je to. Legit nemam pojma šta je to. Ovo je samo 1-1, oni ne igraju. Dokle je Beyond useless. Te verovatno su pikali Vayne u Siona i da, i malo ovaj build dog, zar ne? Ja mislim da ne treba on da igra ovaj build sa... ovaj moj patentirani build kad igra u Siona, Atroxa i Ryza. To je oko 20.000 healtha frontlina, a ti ideš na to da šotaš iz krita. A imaš Ashe i Casio i Seraphine. Mislim da je ovo malo... malo je shit build. Ja mislim da je Vayne morala da ide na bot-track build ovaj game. Jer ako ne završiš na terminus jakšo ranije ovaj game, ti samo useless, mislim jeste useless je. Jer koja je razlika da je Vayne ovdje bila AD carry? 2 levela, mislim, to je jedva vrt. Da, bukvalno je 2 levela iznad Ashe. Ne pravi nikakvu razliku. Lele. No, interesantno, nisam čuo za to. Interesantno. Dokle, ne da se završi po gradu. Bukvalno. Skem. Essence je useless u tankove. Da, mislim, Essence je tu da šotaš squishy, ali... najbolje neki Roblox, au, ne ovako, ne Roblox, vrati. Kali će uzeti health, da. Evo sad uzima već, ide na jakšo. Jer mislim da je Vayne stvarno morala da ide na on hit. I drugo što bi lakše lane ovo uz Siona, mislim. Ne znam šta je poenta Dokle ovde kao Vayne. Jer Vayne bi trebala da bude ono... godlike late game heroj, a u stvari je beyond useless. Dobro, to je kao... kao čija semenke, mislim ne baš, ali ono. Pomeša se s vodom, onda to malo se ekspanduje u želucu, ima smisla. I'll grifa, ali grifa i Dokla. Sint igra lepo, 3-5, ali igra baš lepo. Ajde da vidimo. Actualize Rise. Pa dobrodošli u Actualize Rise, ljudi. Ajmo sad, ajmo Dokla, pojavi se i iznesi sa Vayne, imaš ga. Ne, neka lista se flasha na Vayne. GG. Ne ovako, ljudi, ne ovako, 1-1, ništa od završavanja po gradu. Možda, ime nade i dalje. Ako bude 3-1, možda. Wow, full build Rise je uradio da... Bro! Oni grifaju, ljudi, pa oni grifaju. Ova Ashe ima barijeru. Ona ide u Rise-a, u full build Rise-a 8-2 sa Actualizerom i 100 CS-a više nego njegov midlaner. Šta su mislili da će se dogodi? Može mi neko da ispriča? Šta je trebalo da se dogodi ovde? Depreso moment, ljudi moji, ja vama da kažem. Ja sam rekao da je Actualizer najjači item u igrici, niko mi ne veruje. Pa kao... Kaže tamo moraš. Ovdje su im blokirali vrata. Dobro, mislim, ne znam. Ne, Actualizer Rise je bio on broken, iskreno, pogotovo kad biješ. Ništa, puštamo analiz deske, imamo 11 minuta i vraćamo se nazad.
Until the Aatrox really got rolling.
And this is loud. It is the later game team fighting is playing towards that 5-on-5, Emily.
Yeah, and this is where I actually really do want to end up calling out YoungJ, right? We were like, okay, it was looking a little dicey with some of the early plays. This is when it really started recovering. He came down here after kind of Dokla had overextended on top and Envy had collapsed on him up there. And then once this Aatrox kind of got rolling, again, here we go. In mid lane, there is YoungJ, really good handshake from Redbur as well to clean up that kill. And I thought that was really what stalled LYON out and also allowed for Loud to have so many setups where Envy is approaching, right? Or they're splitting up a fight, which is really important going up against this kind of Ashe, Seraphine, Deathball composition.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say too. He gave the shutdown to Envy, the Rise that ended up blasting us. There were 2 critical picks on Isles in the late game, Jat.
True.
That led up to the Dragon Soul. YoungJ killed him once and Envy killed him the other time.
So this was when it looked a little bit like LYON was going to be able to come back into the game because this is
Hopium, back when we had
structure, right? This is the structure of the team when they can go front to back, when they're not at risk of getting flanked, then they can just walk up and get the attacks. Okay. Hey, it's a balanced segment right here. But then in later fights, they basically couldn't control the fight lines and they kept getting the carries caught.
And the other big thing for that replay that we're showing right now is that Envy wasn't there. That's why LYON went for it and they full sent on this chase is because the Rise was separated and they had an opening to do that with numbers.
But guess where he was? He was in the next fight, flanking, because I want to bring up this soul fight, right? We talked about how Envy here is just lying in wait as the Rise.
Look at
and
that.
this really allows the fight to split up, right? So like this composition from LYON can't deathball. Everyone gets split up. Loud cleans up. They've been stacking Drakes this entire time, and this was what really put them over the edge.
Yeah, Envy again in this one, the Rise deletes Isles in that fight. Wow. The other side, Saint is getting handshake into Scion ultimate combo, and really well dissected fight from Loud, attacking from both sides.
Yeah, player of the game this game. What do we hear from the fans?
That's what I voted! That's what I voted!
Okay, Kobe voted Envy. I mean, we might need to change it. We did vote for YoungJ, so we're constantly disagreeing. I apologize. Yeah, but player of the game was YoungJ. I thought the early game for him was incredible. Emily voted for YoungJ as well.
I actually thought he did a really, really good job in paying attention to where they could group up, right? And that's where I think with Envy, with YoungJ, they just had such better side lane pressure. Like you split the map. There was that other really great play where they get onto Dokla topside. Scion is just getting plates in the bot lane. Like I actually thought Loud played the map really, really well, especially with the Rise, with the Aatrox splitting up LYON.
Yeah, we have our AWS post game as well for this game. You can see how it was close for a while, but then eventually Loud was able to take it down. It'll come up in a second. Don't worry about it. The chat's pog vote is going to be populating in a second. 100%
I was going to say, there's no way that's true.
Yeah! Production is trolling me right here. But as you can see...
YoungJ damage, though. Come on.
I mean, YoungJ... Okay. Yeah, the damage? Okay.
He was blasting. He was blasting.
We need to talk about the series, though, because beforehand, I was saying 3-1. Are you saying it's 3-1 for Loud now? They're saying it's 3-1 for Loud now. They're trying to flip it.
Can we do silver scrapes, all 5?
Yeah, I'll take 5.
No deal? No? No deal? They're not going to make a deal with us.
Some greedy fans, man. I'll take 5 games. I'm scared after. After America's Cup in this game, I'm officially terrified for the LCS against the CB Law. Game 3 is up after this break. Let's go loud.
Serafin.
Nice. Came back at sun tier. Look.
Just go.
Yeah, I'm tanking.
Just go.
Tower's one shot. Keep going.
Look.
Yeah, I'm going.
Keep look.
I'm going. Focus. Catch you. Focus.
Yeah, they know me. It's fine. They know me. Arrow.
Nice. Go back. Vapor.
Nice, Angie. Let's go.
Game time. They about to step on a landmine.
make a misplay. Maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest. Something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Superlight on-stage standard initiative aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
It's more than a game. It's a world shaped by you, the fans. And our mission is to elevate that world by building technology that creates moments that last forever. That's why we're joining forces with League of Legends Esports to transform how fans experience live events on the global stage.
Welcome back to First Stand 2026 here. We are in Sao Paulo, and the Brazilians are very happy about the result of the last game.
I noticed that. I did notice that.
Yeah, me too. The ground was shaking, so they were expressing their happiness just a little bit.
Yeah, just a tad. Very excited after the outcome of that game, which, I mean, it was a tense one, right? But I think Loud came out huge, and particularly that final play when you thought Envy was caught, and he just actualized all over the side of Lion.
He what now?
Actualized.
Oh, okay.
That's a
verb. That's
yeah,
the action.
Yeah. You know, it's a common verb now.
Yeah, it is. Every Rise game, so pretty common. But you know what? We can't get actualized again.
Well, not by Rise, which is obviously the main abuser.
He's the king of the actualizer.
Yeah. They did make it a bit cheaper to try and entice
every
other
other
mages.
champion. They're just cheap imitations of what Rise can do. You wish you had a fraction of his actualizing power.
Oh man, I feel like the only
got a new term. Not gonna get to debut in this series, unfortunately. There's no more Rise. He is gonna be banned away.
Unfortunately, depending on whose perspective you have, I think Lion may be a bit happy.
True. They definitely going to be happy that there is no more Rise after that one. Redbird, I thought, really had some clutch plays. There's always, in anything that goes wrong, there's part misplay, part outplay. Saint was maybe in some spots that he shouldn't have been, but the soul fight, the handshake over the wall from Redbird, game-changing. The final fight, over by that Baron. Well, not final, the kind of felt like it ended the game a bit, but that fight over by the Baron, the flash hostile takeover was incredible as well.
I think if you're playing Renata in a Seraphine, and you're both playing passive, you lose so hard because just the general value of a
Evo nas nazad, ljudi moji. Što od završavanja stvari po gradu, ali možda će ovdje LYON da završi, Loud još 2 gema trebaju da vine. Coveraju actiona, više me ništa ne čudi.
To be able to actually find value in the later stages when most people would be looking at it and saying, okay, well, you've already been heavily outscaled at this point, right? You're not going to be as useful. It is going to be an Aurora first pick here for Loud. Unavailable. Lucian going to be the answer now for Berserker. Nami is gone. There's obviously the possibilities of Melio. We've seen some Lucian Sona. There's Lucian Braum, the old classic.
Yeah, so there's options available, but I feel like with the Nami gone does limit that. That's like the sort of premier one.
It's the rise of support pairings for Lucian.
Yeah, and they are going to secure the Wukong. We did see a ton of jungle bans in the last draft, so it kind of thinned the pool a good amount. Inspired wanting to get a pick early, some solid engage, and also denies like the Wukong Aurora is a big threat, especially if you're playing a short-ranged AD carry like Lucian.
Možda Melio.
And Azir really has fallen quite a bit in priority.
Ali možda.
Going to or not, and we have seen it a bit throughout the event.
Pogotovo ako Kiana bude pikana, mislim da je Melio ugao za LYON.
Kiana being considered here was banned in the second phase last game, if I do recall correctly. So Young J going to be able to get his hands on that. You're already looking at a tremendous amount of burst here in these first two picks between the Aurora as well as that Kiana, and now it is going to be Cassante locked in. So now you have to choose, do you want to try to match some of these roles? Which lane do you want to counterpick? You can counterpick one of the solos, but then they have protection bans for the other.
Yeah, I think honestly you might just want to grab a support, because even though there are multiple pairings left with the Lucian, you would get them trimmed down pretty quickly if you left it open. And this also means that Loud, they can't ban mid and tops, they can only kind of pick
Braum je fine.
so they end up going for the
Ili mi se malo više sviđa.
A strong pairing with the Lucian. Braum did get some slight nerfs, like his ult damage, ult cooldown, but still he's going to functionally be similar. And especially when you have this Lucian Wukong and Braum, the passive stacking is really fast. It's a lot of skirmishing power. If you get into like a bot side river 3v3, really hard to play out against this trio. And we see the Rakan banned away, something often picked into the Braum, because with that mobility, so hard to stack up the passive before he dashes out again.
It makes a lot of sense there. So going to be focusing on that, as Azir will get banned away now from Saint. And you are looking at what LYON has. It's a relatively safe mid laner. Obviously does fit that control mage bill, but can escape from a lot of sticky situations, both with the Emperor's Divide as well as the dash. And when you see what Loud have drafted, they want to go in, right? They've already showcased what they're going to be playing. I also think picks like this that Loud is showing become that much stronger when Renata's already up the team.
Interesantno kako radimo ove internacionalne, da u stvari kao klasično ono što znamo o banu baš i nije možda, mislim kao ko zna što je ostalo na midu. Jer recimo Talija je izgubila full prio na first, ne znam da ste izvali Taliju, niko živ ne pika.
Going for the Annie instead, which we have seen rise in priority, got some buffs coming into this tournament. And Annie Wukong used to be such a strong combo when both those picks were firmly in the meta. So much value. I also think that by having a Braum, you have a little bit less go button, so it would have provided a lot of value in that regard.
Gwen, the consideration here for Dokla, obviously strong pick. Considered to be quite good into tanks. Not that you're really expecting to just slam the Cassante, but you can scale well. And I do like Gwen into some of these hard dive comps. Not only because you have the Howl of Mist, but also because your counter engage can be quite strong. Instead, it is going to be LeBlanc here for the answer from Saint. Of course, the ethereal chains do go between, you know, when you go across the veil, you go invis, but if the chains are already connected,
Tako je, True Vision. Bravo, Kasteri.
Can be a pretty effective matchup. You have a lot of mobility to be able to get out when they are going in. Are we just going to get Sivir? Okay, so Sivir Alistar as the answer here.
I think kind of just picking for team fights when you take these two, you know, mobility going to help a lot of those, that top side you have, given that movement speed over. And the Alistar, you know, into the Braum Lucian, it's not really fun going into that and getting stunned up. But you can kind of just headbutt them away and play safe. I think LeBlanc makes a lot of sense, given that if you're playing something immobile, something that doesn't have a dash into Kiana, Aurora, you're going to have a rough time.
Oh, the Garen, I talked about it.
Yeah, you mentioned.
This is one of the things, and we never really saw him brought it out. You know, it was last year when he was actually coaching 100 Thieves, he had been spamming Garen, which he was using as a counter to Cassante, which had been incredibly popular. The reason, you know, this is really strong, there's a lot of armor pen on your E, but also, when Cassante goes all out, guess what happens? Justice.
Yeah, you just slam the true damage. He's getting low himself at a choice, but also, you look at the composition on the side aloud, Alistar is also pretty vulnerable to that ult.
Garen u Xante je isto stari counter. Mislim, ne znam dok ajde. Jednom je odigrao, ok, drugi put je malo zagrifovao. Garen ne bi trebao da bude useless nikad ovaj game.
If Garen gets ahead, I honestly feel like this champion's a menace.
It is. It's absolutely a menace. Can be really problematic to deal with the Garen, but Garen's weaknesses remain the same regardless of the matchup. This champion is relatively low mobility. You can be kited if Sivir pops the ult, and then all of a sudden you flash and you get headbutt away by the Alistar, you're knocked up. Next time you're getting there, it's very difficult to close that gap.
Ne znam, LeBlanc je jako veliki flip. Jer kao u teoriji da, može da iznese game, ali također može da bude malo useless. Garen u Xante je relativno safe. Da, ali Garen, što neče, Garen nije toliko cheese counter. Garen je jedan od countera od Xantea. Jer point je što ako ranaš Ignite, čekaš da te Xante ulta, Xante te ulti, ti baciš Ignite ulti i šotaš ga. Jer Xante sam sebi skine pola healtha. A tvoj ult radi true damage njemu. Tako da mu prolaziš kroz W, tako da nema counterplaya. Ignite, true damage, ult, true damage i šotaš ga. Zato si igraju Darius u Xante, isti priča. Ista je fora. Igraš Dariusa u Xante, čekaš da te ulta, on te ulta, ti samo uzmeš i presječeš ga, baciš ult i on je mrtav. Tako da, Xante baš mora se pazi kada ulta u tom matchupu. Vidjet će ga... Pa dobro, sad se tuku za malca, šta? Dobije level 2, sad možda ga bije. I sad Young Jay, zašto je kontestovo, ne može da radi red. Gledaj sad ovo, i sad lik mora da beži iz svoje džungle. Adam je vardovo blue, tako da znaš šta se događa. Sunken Shadows Lucian.
Move back over to cover his camps, but it looks like he's just moving to his blue side of the jungle.
Yeah, and it is going to be Young Jay crossing the entire map. Started his own red, didn't get that, ran to the enemy red, and is going to be on that. And remember, live now, the Act 2 Battle Pass bundle purchasing unlocks the Prestige Requiem Sona skin and Chroma.
Prestige Requiem Sona. Saint je fine, da čak i dostavi wave pa da recalla, ćemo još će da uradi. Mislim da ne može da crasha svakako previše je rano, nema toliko damage-a još. Niste notifikacije, ja trole malo YouTube danas. Danas YouTube malo trolucka. Saint traži trade pre nego što recalla, ima TP, ali hoće da čanka MV-a pre nego što se vrati nazad. A dokle ide da proxier mu se može. Znaju da je Kiana dole. Ne treba im vard na botside, im i vard na topside, vraćaju moja komentatori, sve cool. I sad Wukong zna šta se dogodilo i sad će da pinga Kianu na botside, verovatno.
risky just to return to his own jungle, especially to his Gromp, which is so far away from everything with no ward coverage. I think he really had a
Ovo je prvi internacionalni turnir. Mini Worlds, mini Worlds. Mini MSI. Ovo je huge za Saint, uzima trade-ove, a nije se recallovo još. Ja mislim da oni imaju možda kill ovde, da nemaju. Gde su igrači iz Blackout Legendsa? Pa zadnje što smo vidjeli je French Flare, koji je za malo otišao NVMe Masters, tako da... Lepa je priča bio Balkan Legends, iskreno, baš je dobra priča bila. Mislim da je šteta što nije Balkan Legends se dogodio malkice ranije, kad je bilo malo veća gledanost i potencijalno smo mogli malo više sponzora da nabavimo. I mislim da je u stvari moglo se napravi baš baš lepa priča oko... oko Balkan Legendsa.
Be to his detriment, right? You know, when he's thinking, okay, I'm not going to risk going for the red buff, or not going to risk going for these types of plays, and Young Jay kind of called his bluff and just crossed the map and stole away some camps.
And if you look at how it panned out in the bot lane, Isles is down flash. That's the only deficit in terms of summoners, and it's a Braum, like how concerned...
Tivan je bio četvrti, tako je, nisu se kvalifikovali. Sad se Sint vratio nazad, ima 2 refillable pota, NV iskoristio, ti si ima 1, sad NV iskoristio svoje 2. I sad u stvari LeBlanc damage stika. Ostavit ću ih, Stefanović ovako radi mi ceo dan juče. Namerno su tiši od mene, kasteri. Namerno sam ih ja stavio su tiši. A to je fora. Nisam se još video s njim, poput trebam da odem sutra prekustra po merch od februara. Mislim, ostali merch od februara. Pošto trebam napravim sad neki mini meetup pa da podelimo te stvari, tako da kad se budem s njim video onda ću uživo, ali kažem ti, to računaj da ti je rešeno, samo javiš šta hoćeš i to je to. Tako da kažem ti, to ti je ono 300% rešeno. Da, mislim ovo je kao watch party chillamo. Da će biti šta ti rekao što je Balkan Legends. Ha, mislim da nije u planu trenutno, samo zbog toga što nezgodno je organizovati tako nešto bez sponzora. Jer opet ti trebaš da imaš da nešto daš igračima, ne mogu da igraju za, mislim, ima ljudi koji bi igrali za džabe, ali opet oni kao najbolji mladi igrači koji su challengeri i šta god, ne bi se oni ni cimali ni za šta. I onda tu treba ono, to je proces organizacija malo jača. A opet sponzora nema. Saint je dobio batine, ne znam da li mora da flash, ovo nije teo da flipa. Level 4, ja ne baš behind u XP-u do duše. Mislim da level 2 Q nije imao dovoljno da se dobije, ni blizu da se dobije kill. Ne mogu da izvelim šta publika govori. Oni mogu da biju Alistar ovdje. Znači se recalluje dobro. Praćka Sivir, iznenađujuća količina prešera.
Wasn't really able to make anything of the vein last game. You know, did kind of have that one good team fight, you know, in the mid game where they chased down in the mid lane, and then had another fight where he was able to get in the back line and kill off.
Dokle je bio useless? To je ono što pričaju kasteri sad. Prošli game. Uzeo Venus i onaj ništa nije uradio. To je nešto jako pošlo po zlu ako tvoja Venus i ona nema impact u gameu.
And there's danger of this happening in this game. You know, we talked about last game having things like the Seraphine, the Mundo, the Cassiopeia, big scaling components.
Pa baš se mora, brate. Misliš to način, čak nije ni to, ti imaš kao račun garanciju sve to, ali brate, treba se vratiti nazad po to sad. To je... Ja se nadam da nije ova moja od merča. Nadam se da nije ona. Ali... Da, treba se vratiti nazad u BG. A što toga tiče, kažem, tu si za ovo custom šta god ti treba, to je lagana priča, brate. Tu si jezme. Samo vidiš tačno šta ti se sviđa Sad ovaj za Mart merch, rekao bi ti sačekaj to da vidiš Dux kakav je, da vidiš kakav je materijal organski pamuk. Ako ti se to sviđa, moja preporuka ti da uzmeš majicu od organskog pamuka. Iskreno, one su mi beyond goated isto. Samo ovo je gotovo merch za Mart.
Young Jay going to be able to grab one grub and just happy with that, will back off. Still the CS advantages maintained in mid and jungle here for LYON. That really is where the edge lies thus far this game. And bot lane, very, very even. The Sivir is going to be really happy about that.
Yeah, I mean, you have
Lucija ne može dolina, sad ima 2 longsword, on ima BF. Ovdje nije play za Lucija, nas se bije. Saint, dobro, okej, bacio je... Ovo je bio ult chain, inače koji je vifovo, tako da sad ima 0 pressure na mapi, tačno. Mora da reseta. Ima TP do duše. Če je tu fine. Ne znam, nakon prve partije sam verovao 3-0 Storm za LYON, ali sad je malo napeto, bogami. Nije, dobro, to je bito. Noško svaki dan dobar kvalitet, nice. Kažem ti samo, znači sad kad ti stigne i ovaj sljedeći organski pamuk, onda samo uzmeš lepo, napišeš listu šta sve hoćeš, koji je dizajn, sve to i vrate rešimo. To je sve laganica. Saint, kapiram da Juri Kijanu, zašto me prošli put uzela red, pa gleda da mu na tajmingu ne uzima red opet. Da li da vidite kom Patreon membership još traje? Mislim da možda vidiš na sajt, možda ja mogu da vidim, brate, ček sad ću. Sad ću ja probati da te nađe vama na listi. Mislim, chillaju, ne rade ništa, ni jedan ni drugi, bukvalno. Sad ću ti reći. Traje ti do 22. marta. Našao sam te. Marence, pa sad kažem, trebam sutra preko se odem kod Alekse da pokupim merch, tako da... U suštini, plan je u nekom trenutku sljedeće nedelje. Ne znam tačno koji dan još, ali sljedeće nedelje ću imati neki dan free. Pa ćemo da imamo gde ćemo da odemo. Da će biti nešto radnim danom prepodne ili će biti vikend. To još trebam da vidim. Ali tokom sljedeće nedelje ćemo sigurno da organizujemo nešto. Ja se nadam sutra prekstra da pokupim. Jer je i Double im nešto bolestan bio. Onaj virus što je sve hvatao redom, uhvatio i njega. Pa nisam ni otišao da uzem to. Mislim, 15. je gotovo bilo, samo ja nisam još otišao tamo. Tako da, kapiram, sutra prekstra ću zgrabim, bit će kod mene i onda ćemo organizujemo nešto tokom sljedeće nedelje. Tako je.
Well, we can just talk about it being slow and then it'll just revert back again. Just got to do a lot of work to sort of gear back up.
First items starting to come through here as Yuntal's completed there for Bull. Luden's done now for Saint. And we are going to get the Stridebreaker soon for Dokla, but...
LeBlanc dosta malo radi ovaj game, iskreno. Pomislio bi čovjek da će LeBlanc biti malo aktivniji, ali nisam siguran da li... Mislim, nismo gledali samo mid. Ne znam da li Envy igra toliko dobro da ne može Saint ništa da nađe ili Saint samo igra loše. Ono što sam video, Saint je Saint je mnogo misplayovo. Da, jedino si ti dobio LSD merge za sad. Ti si jedini taj dobio. Vidi, znaš kako, sve to jako diskutabilno funkcioniše. Vamo da imamo šta se događa vamo. Dobro. LYON obećava. Što sam da kažem. Da, vidiš, ti si dobio za februar, a Horva je dobio za novembar. Vidiš, tako da sve to ima svoje. Znaš, sve to ima svoje. Deki još nije dobio, brat moj. Mislim, doći do njega, samo kažem, znaš. Preko van države, baš ono je malo proces poslati sve to. Ali da. udario, mislim da ga nisi produžio. Brat je postao Feniks. Nisi ga produžio do duše, sad, to sam moram da uđemo u to kako radi ali lagano, produžit ćemo. Ti si ga sad upgrade-ovo u suštini. Znači, postao si Feniks i upgrade-ovo si ga da dobiješ merch za ovaj mesec. Ali, u suštini kako funkcioniše, objasnit ću sad ovo na brzaka, samo neću puno davimo o Patreonu. Znači, ako ga upgrade-uješ pre nego što ti istekne timing, on ga samo produži. Onda ti poveća tir, ali ne produžuje trajanje. Znači, u suštini gledaš uvek da produžiš kad ti istekne prvi. Mislim, nema veze, rešit ćemo svakako, ali kao čisto da znate. Znači, uvek kada povećavate tir, sačekate da istekne mesec dana i onda kada sljedeći put se naplati, onda upgradeujete tir. To je fora. Tako da si ga sad upgradeovao i hvala ti puno, brate moj, na Feniksu, a kažem, rešit ćemo svakako, pošto nisi znao, nije nikakva frka. Jer fora je što mislim da ne može unapred da se produži tipa, znači ti kada ga downgradeuješ, kada smanjuješ nivo, ovo je incemilo, kada smanjuješ nivo, ti ostaviš benefite do kraja meseca i onda sljedeća naplata ti se smanji nivo. A kada ga povećavaš, on ti poveća subscription, naplati ti razliku i do kraja, znači do 22. si sad Feniks, znači upgrade-ovo ti je. I onda od 22. opet ostaješ Feniks ako ništa ne promeniš. To je fora. Znači, bukvalno radi kao subskripcija. Ma da kažem, nije nikakva frka, svakako možda biraš da li hoćeš merch od ovog ili sljedećeg meseca, kako god budeš teo. To jest, da. Tako da rešit ćemo svako, nije nikakva frka. Kažem, što se tiče mercha, pogotovo tamo za Hrvatsku, manje više zavisi kad god mi idemo preko. Tako da nekada treba malo više vremena, nekada malo manje. On će da ubije, ga je solo killovo. Ok, Saint Grifa. Tako da, stigne merch u Hrvatsku, samo što, kažem, nekada treba malkice više vremena. Nekad se poklopi da baš kad je gotov merch, neko ide za Zagreb i onda tamo dođe do Zagreba pa pošaljemo, a nekada treba malo duže. Ali rešimo. Ne može se prodati, traži svuda nađem da ne zaboravim. Da, ne može. Mislim, bro, zašto midlaneri intaju, čoveče? Ja, od kad ne pričamo o partiji, killovi se događaju. Odlično, ljudi, neću ništa kažem o game. Ne pričam. Ali da, što kaže i Klara i Nemke, subskripcija je. Tako da faktički ti ako ne otkažeš, on automatski produžuje. Tako radi Patreon. Znači ne možeš da uplatiš jednom u godinu dana unapred, ali ti jednom kada se prijaviš, to ti je recimo ko Netflix. Tako radi Patreon, legit ko Netflix. Znači ona ti svaki mjesec automatski ti naplaćuje i svaki mjesec dobijaš nov merch dok ti ne otkažeš. Ti možda otkažeš kad dodaš, znači ti možda uplatiš danas što otkažeš sutra. I ti mjesec dana imaš subskripciju i onda nakon mjesec dana ti istekne. I onda ti moraš ručno da se opet prijaviš. Ali ako ostaviš prijavljeno, on ti automatski naplaćuje subskripciju. Stigne u Hrvatsku? Stigne. Eto, Kevin možda potvrdi, Signator merch goated, stigao mu merch za decembar. Ha, mislim, bože moj, vidi. Bitno je da dođe, ljudi moji, bitno je da dođe. Znači, svaki merch, svaki Patreon svoj merch dobije. Imamo Lin, a mislim da Lin i dalje nije pokupio Lin nije pokupio merch i dalje. Šta li Lin pokupio? Lin ima majicu 6 mjeseci kod mene. Brat iz Beograda nije pokupio merch. Tako da, svakome se merch napravi i on je tu. E sad, nekome dođe kasnije, nekom dođe ranije, ali stigne garantovan. To je poenta. Tako da, kažem, Lin iz Beograda pa nije majicu pokupio još. Ma da, ne, mislim, to bude tu, kažem. To se napravi i onda u suštini bude kod mene dok ne bude poslato. Salty je isto, recimo iz Bosne, duše Salty malo pa dođe vamo. Onda Salty kad dođe vamo pokupi merch za 2-3 mjeseca. To je isto stvar. Oni će šotati Garena ovdje. Bro, ako LYON izgubi drugi game, ja navijam da izgubi i treći. Tako da ima i toga. Krizijan što nemam nove stvari, mislim moram čekati dva. A dobro, vidi, zavisi kažem, samo zavisi gde si, vrati. Kaže Uroš, ako isto znači živim u Sloveniji, kad budem u Sloveniji mogu čiti uslugu ponesem. Važi, vidi. uvek je ono, svaka pomoć community je dobro došla. Imamo nekoliko patrona iz Slovenije isto. Sad smo poslali za Sloveniju pre 3-4 dana, prošle nedelje smo stvari poslali. Tako da kad bude opet sljedeće nešto za Sloveniju, može, što da ne, brate, što da ne. Trenutno mislim da imamo 3 patrona iz Slovenije. Loud je bolje late. Da, ali nije toliko bitno. U smislu Wukong isto mnogo dobro skijelo, Lucian skijelo je s Brownom jako dobro. Ali mislim da je Sivir ipak Sivir u late-u. Sivir full build samo nosi. Super što mogu stanem na ivicu ove trake, popijem, ovo se ne ispoliva. Tako da imamo. Imamo u Sloveniji, imamo u Hrvatskoj, imamo u Makedoniji. I bude u Nemačkoj i Austriji ponekad. Mislim da dalje od toga nemamo. Tako da, niko nema više od tebe, jeste, pa da, mislim, Marenci ti kad pogledaš, ja ne znam koliko, jako malo ljudi ima OG Dux. Jer realno prvi mesec Patreona je baš bio klač, to malo ko ima. A što je najčešće stvarno je tako ispalo kako treba. Jer poenta cijele OG linije je bila da to baš malo ljudi ima, jer to je. Ko je bio tu na prvom mesecu, ko je podržao od bukvalno prvog meseca, on ima to što je kao realno, mislim, retko. Tako da to je true. Sljedeći mjesec isto jedva čekam da vam pokažem, pokazat ću vam za 5-6 dana šta će biti. Biće isto giga fun i onda se nadam sljedeći mjesec da će i shop da se lancira. Garen ulti je jako fair. Garen ulti je veoma fair. Sve je giga dobro. Garen i Cho'Gath ulti radi mnogo dobro Alistara. Ako ostanem Phoenix, uzem šefa, dobijem Martira i svakog idućeg. U suštini, mislim, ti svaki mjesec, kada si Patreon koji dobija merch, dobijaš merch od tog mjeseca, ako to ima smisla. Tako da ti si sad faktički u teoriji, Dario, ti si sad upgradeovo sebe na Phoenixa za prošli mjesec. S tim da kažem, pošto nisi znao, možda biraš koji ćeš, hoćeš od prošlog ili od ovog mjeseca, to možemo rešimo svakako. Ali u teoriji sad dajem ti primjer, neko ko je šef svaki mjesec ili šefina svaki mjesec, on svaki mjesec dobija sav šefina merch. So recimo, ne znam, to Horva deki često budu 3-4-5 mjeseci, budu šefine i onda im stigne u kamionu. Jer kao svaki mjesec bude i Dux i majica, ili bude, ne znam, ranac, ili bude svašta. Evo imam Naruto ranac ovdje, ne znam čiji je pored. Mislim da je to Vukov merch ovdje pored. Evo nismo odneli sve, da. Tako da to u suštini radi. Lupam, ako je neko Phoenix svaki mjesec, obično budu majice za Phoenix tier. Biće neke druge stvari, ali generalno budu majice. Znači tebi bukvalno, ti svaki mjesec dobijaš majicu. Sad pošto si iz Hrvatske, neće ti svaki mjesec ići na gajbu, ali svaki mjesec će biti kod mene i onda jednom kad se bude išlo za Hrvatsku, onda se pošalje sve. Tako da, mislim, generalno jako cool priča, to ono što kažem, jer fora je što donacije preko YouTube-a i preko TikToka uzimaju 50%. I onda bukvalno samo ako doniraš na YouTube-u, na TikToku, preko Super Chata, čega god, platforma uzme 50%. Ovako preko Patreona više od 50% se vrati tebi kroz merch, opet si mene podržao, good stuff je. Tako da ima i toga. A Marenci zbog toga što si ti iz Srbije. Zato tebe nisam spomenuo. Zato govorim ljudi koji su preko pa uzimaju odjednom. Tebe vidim svaki mjesec i svaki mjesec dobijaš merch. Nego kažem, pošto je Dario isto iz Hrvatske i on isto preko. Pa onda verovatno ne, znaš, nije garantovano će dobiti iz mjeseca u mjesec, svaki put kad je gotov merch, nego će odjednom da uzme 2, 3, 4. A tipa, ne znam, Horva, Deki, Solti, oni su daleko i onda oni dobiju jednom, kada se organizuju. Ili kad se mi organizujemo. Što najče, ma to ne znam. Davno je to bilo. Di se to format? A vidi, mislim, dosta Patreona je iz Srbije svakako. I ja gledam da organizujem ono bar jedno mesečno neko druženje s Patreonima IRL. I naravno svi Patreoni su pozvani, sad opet neko je dalje pa ne može dođe, ali Sol ti kažem iz Bosne dođe i istima se da izbleji. Tako da sav taj merch koji je, svi koji su iz Beograda ili mogu dođu u BG dobiju lično. Svi koji su iz Srbije njima je poštom poslato čim bude gotovo, tako da jedini merch koji imam kod sebe ovdje je vaš koji ste preko grane. Može svako napravi Patreon, da. I kao kreator i kao korisnik, svako može da napravi Patreon. I čak i kao korisnik možda zapratiš nekog za džabe, ti možda napraviš free Patreon. Lagani Orman, morat ćemo neku, ako ništa neku ogromnu naletnicu. Iskreno sam verovao da će LYON samo da prestompa 3-0 i sad gledam najveću fijestu ikada. Njih će ubiti, ali ubit će ih. Ne znam na koga budu završili, ali... I Genji i JDG će ih ubiti. Pa mislim, ne znam, jednomesečno u suštini, tako da... Kapiram sad, verovatno u nekom trenutku sljedeće nedelje. To je sad za ovaj februar. Merch će verovatno biti u nekom trenutku sljedeće nedelje. Ali trebam još da vidim čim uzem merch od Alekse. Tako da ja ću od Alekse uzeti tipa sutra prekosutra merch. I onda ću da se organizujem vremenski da vidim kad sljedeće nedelje napravimo nešto. Pošto sam Makedoniji mi nemamo PayPal. A čekaj, pitaš Amnezija kao kreator ili kao korisnik? Pošto mislim da ti svejedno nije toliko bitno. Jer ti kao i kreator i kao korisnik možda koristiš karticu, ne moraš PayPal. Tako da u svakom slučaju možda koristiš karticu. Ne znam kao kreator transferi nazad da li mogu na karticu, ali... Kapiram, to možeš na Google da provališ, nisam siguran. Genji, JDG, 5 gameova... Ne, u stvari, izvini, 3-0 je bilo, ja sam BLG mi u glavi. BLG igrao 5 gameova, a JDG je bilo stomp. Sat i 50 minuta su trajale 3 partije zajedno. Sa pauzama, champion selectom i svim. Ubiše ih. Ko ne radi damage Xanteo? Pogledajte Xantea, gledajte. On nije izgubio TP shield još. Koliko je jaka. Za malo. Što je bacio Ignite, nije imao damage za kill. Xante, on jedva prima damage u all-out formi. Mada je Loud ovdje samo jako loše fight. Holy shit, Lucianov damage. Ovo je malo loše od Louda bilo, iskreno. Ovaj ceo fight je bio loše od Louda. Šest 4 Soul za LYON, da ovo bi trebao da je njihov game. Nije toliko ubedljiv game, ali bi definitivno trebao da bude njihov. Dragon Soul, kako ovaj Ocean Soul izgleda cool na ovoj slici? Izgleda jako lagan. Kao neki Pokemon. Ali dokle mehanika, vrate. Flash Ignite ulti. Nije imao spin, da imao spin, jedan tik spin ovdje ubija Youngja. Bad damage od Luciana na Sivir. No da je imao Nami na sebi i da je Nami bacila Sivir umire od 100 do 0 to. A dokle kao baš sam dobar kombo bacio, čekaj malo vrat da istragram od ovog flash Q ult Garen komboa koji sam upravo bacio. Čekaj malo da isfleksam. Brat moj Garena igra. Ali dobro, gledaj, mislim, radi u Xantea, nema šta, to je, kažem opet, legitiman counterpick. A i koliko je useless bio na Vayne, bolje bi mu bilo da nešto radi ovu partiju. LeBlanc nije tu.
start to win out in the side lanes a little bit more now with this Ocean Soul.
And you know, it's not the highest value Ocean Soul game, but it does give you that mana regen, and Dokla has had no mana all game, so there's the value.
He'll never run out of mana again. That's a guarantee here from Ox.
A guarantee?
Wow. Saint? Okay, buddy. First you're hitting me with the 420, now the Garen puns.
Ne mogu. Evo, poslije kukate šta mi pričamo u programu. Slušajte šta oni pričaju. Ne, baš se potrudio. Baš je dao sve od sebe, iskreno. Baš je morao da se istegne nakon komboa. Da Ishias ne dobije slučajno.
In side lane, Ocean Soul is king. It's so impossible to contest people in that side lane unless you have incredible consistent damage. You know, for Envy versus Saint, if Saint is just constantly trading with you, you're just healing to full over and over and over. And Inspire now is going to find Envy. He's going to go between worlds. Still has a cross the
Saint, ja mislim da ima. Okej, nema. Imao je ulti WW chain Q basica, mislim da bi mu dao kill čak.
They only factored in 16, so, you know, still had the flash in pocket as well.
Big mistake.
Yeah, hard to pin down. It is still resources bin, right? The ultimate being down is a big tool, not available. Dokla's hunting.
Dokla is hunting and will back off. He doesn't want to fully commit to that, but they are covering.
Ovo je jako veliki slugfest od LYON-a. Ne znam baš da li vam i play da all-inujete Brauma, neću vas lagati. Berserker imao ulti da ulta na Xante, bilo bi mu fajno. Ovdje ima cijel LDR, tako da mu radi damage kroz ult.
He's basically a one-combo champ in this game. You can see he has adjusted to, like you said, which is, it makes sense, but it puts it in such an uncomfortable position. And now they're starting the Baron, and with the Ocean Soul, they have a lot of sustain. Oh, big ult.
Garen is on the side. Saint goes forward, distorts in, gets a big chunk down. And they're still working on this. Dokla is going to reveal himself. Youngjae has been spotted. They want to keep Youngjae out of the pit. We'll see if they can do it. Redbird has no ulti.
Mislim da Jay nije upostio smite. Ovo je jako spora pogled. Dobar Inspire, čak nije ni ostao da uzme kill, što zna da može Envija da ubije. Inspired mnogo clean igra. Inspired baš lepo igra, iskreno. To je end, nema šta, ovo je kraj partije. Ja. Imaju dva kripa, on ostavlja klona da tankuje kulu za shot. Samo treba taj krip zadnji da im ostane uživo. 25 sekundi, Alistar jedini živo ne može da defa. Nije loše. Pa dobro, mislim 30 minuta, nemam pojma. LYON je bolji, mislim očigledno je mnogo bolji. Ljudi, Alistar ignorišete samo, hvala, da. Ne, ili ga ubijete za KD na international eventu, fair. Dobro. 12-4, bro, ko let's da sam gledao. Bilo kako bilo. Pobjeda za LYON, pauza je 11 minuta. Mislim da i ja trebam da rasklopim ovu traku jer sam već hodao dovoljno. Danas sam se šetao do duše pre programa, tako da nisam nešto puno na traci danas. 13.000 koraka. Ništa, odo rasklopim traku, sednem, uživam potencijalno zadnji game dana, ostavljam analitičare i tu sam za 10 minuta.
Nice to meet you all. Nice to meet you all.
After blasting us in America's Cup, we brought him on to analyze our Garen matchup here. What do you think of the top lane matchup this time around?
I don't know. Dokla just like get proxying all the game, farmed, and Xante also scaled. But in general, I think like both top laners did pretty well on this game. It didn't feel like a top laners game, but yeah, it's looking fun.
Some flash silence ults out of the brush there.
Yeah, it was looking scary to me watching this after what happened in game 2 and then also what happened in America's Cup. That's still it's in the front of my mind. But LYON had a really good early start in this game with Envy actually getting a few kills onto Saint. I was a little worried about Saint. With the disconnect in game 2 that we told was fake into this, I was a little bit worried.
It's interesting because the kill on Saint by Envy that you're talking about that we're going to pull up here, it is actually preceded by a kill on jungle that Saint started by getting chains, and Inspired got that kill, but this is right after it. Envy comes back immediately afterwards. He got the auto off, so even though Saint flashes, still dies to it. And that was causing you some concern, Jet. Well, what about the other solo kill onto him?
Yeah, also very concerning. This is where we thought Chino also showing off his Cassante play, which I've been told was very, very strong, best in the league, is what a fan told me. I feel like the Geek God might have some controversy.
I was actually going to ask Gigo because this looked like, based on what we know of Loud, kind of their complete comfort comp. Would you agree with that?
I'm not really sure. I think like he played a lot recently, the Cassante. In general, I practiced like against him a lot in solo queue, so I kind of know. But I think like Zeno is more known to be like a bruiser player, like Ambessa style of champions. I think like he's very, very good at it. A lot of ranged tops, Aurora. I think like he usually carries a lot in screens and in tournaments. So yeah, I'm surprised that he got Cassante like solo kills and stuff.
Yeah, this game did really turn once it got slowed down, and this was mainly the soul fight because they did basically. They were able to kill Alistair and Cassante. They killed Alistair and Cassante with the Garen before setting up this soul fight, which was just played initially very slowly by Lion, and we were talking about how cooked this situation was for Loud.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the big thing for me in a lot of these fights is that Young Jay would either get caught out or Lion would do a really good job trying to focus him down early. So whenever he would try to get off that supreme display of talent, it wouldn't really hit anyone or have a big, it was defensive, right? It wasn't offensive. And I think that made such a huge difference, especially with how many ultimates were blown in this entire exchange.
Yeah, both Inspired and Dokla were constantly looking for Kiana, trying to mark the Kiana. That particular play, of course, was the flash out of the brush, you know, silence, big burst combination. And even though they don't kill the Kiana, that opens you up to chase down the rest of the members.
Yeah, and player of the game, I think was a difficult choice this time, but the winner is Inspired.
I voted for Berserker.
You voted for Berserker. I think I voted for Berserker too. My votes have not been lining up with the players of the game. I'll say that. That's why it's a vote amongst all the talent team. Slow controlled game for Inspired. Also looking for the fan vote this game.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Apparently last game, the 100% Envy was not a bug. I think everyone just saw him one-shot the vein.
I was in that 100%.
That's the first 100% I'd ever seen, so I thought like, oh, they hadn't finished tallying the votes or something. So I've never seen everyone in Twitch chat vote for the same person. This was a little more spread, but Inspired and
Dokla.
The Garen ults were so clutch.
Killing the Alistars and the Cassante, you know, and the flash out of the brush to earn them the priority for that dragon fight. The value later for Garen.
Yeah.
People also, you know, the early stages of the Garen wasn't quite as good though.
Yeah, I felt like Inspired played a more cleaner game, but Dokla had some clutch moments, so we can give it to him.
Yeah, absolutely. We also have our AWS post-game breakdown to show how close this game actually was and how tense it felt for so much of it, with, I'd say, Loud having a gold lead like as late as 25 minutes into the game as we're contesting some of those final drakes.
That was the previous one.
This is the previous game.
One.
Guys! Okay, baiting me. Both games were close, I guess. Both games were close. Okay, I did want to ask one other question, though. Kobe, we were negotiating with the fans last game about a 3-1, and they all turned us down about Silver Scrapes. I want to reopen. Do we still want a
5-game series?
Yeah, would we still like a 5-game series?
Now, do you want to play?
Now we're okay with 5 games.
Yeah, 5 games? Oh, yeah. Okay. We'll make the deal.
5 games, okay. Yes, it's okay.
All
No
right.
problem.
All right.
Full 5 games. Come on, let's get it.
Yeah, 5 games. Okay, here's the correct PGB. Yeah, 5 games were good. Still very close. Goal deficit at 20 minutes before they're able to pull it up by the end of the game. I also want to, I was very informed actually by our fan afterwards about this game 3. He said it was over. We made a graphic for him actually of all the reasons why it was over. Talked about Shino being the best Cassante in the game, or sorry, in the league. Talked about Kiana, always banned, he never loses. Envy, he had a penta on Aurora, and Bull, Sivir was a free win. So I actually appreciate this. The question now,
let's so we can see.
Sorry, the question now for you is, what do you feel like Loud does in game 4 since so many of their big champs were burned in this game?
I don't know. I feel like they're already getting in a tough spot because it felt like on the second game that they won, they felt like much more synergized, and with a combo that they were more in comfort. But this one, it felt like LYON just had the better macro, just always in the terrain first, so it felt hard for Loud to break this. But I feel like if they can have like a very good composition that they feel comfortable, I think it's like a pretty even game.
Yeah, for me, I think this is still a very close series. Game 1, I think, was the outlier. Game 2 and 3 is more of what we're seeing in the series because LYON is not able to blow Loud out, and then Loud is still very strong in team fighting. So I think depending on the drafts, if they have strong late game team fighting drafts, it could very easily go to those 5 games. Emily, do you have thoughts?
Yeah. No, I mean, I agree. I think as long as LYON don't get those super early setups where they're just controlling the pace from the get-go, I think both of these teams are perfectly content kind of sitting back and letting the game play out. And then when it comes to 5v5s, I think Loudest team fought quite well.
Ain't no way, we're gonna clean it up. Let's go. LYON 3-1, baby. LYON 3-1.
Brown bot. I'm brown. Play their jungle on bot. I'm flashing, okay, I'm flashing, guys.
Yeah. I shouldn't be. Careful, roll.
Hold on, flash.
I just have that. Out to somewhere.
We can fight. I'm looking at the part. Yeah, no front. Yeah, looks good, guys. Look here. Nice.
I'm gonna stun, yeah,
I'm looking.
We can
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
Hello again, we're still here, and so are you. And LYON looking to close out the series, took the lead in the last game. I doubted them a little too much, I think, with this Garen LeBlanc composition. I felt like they had a snowball, but they proved me wrong, and I think they proved a lot of people wrong on how they would actually be viewing Garen as a champion.
I think we expected more momentum to be needed from them, and then just the way they were playing around, particularly the Garen ult, and making Alistair's life absolute hell. I think Redbear really, after that first time he got like nuked from half HP, was just so tentative, which you can understand, and he did it just quickly, but it just meant that there was no real way to play Alistair, right? It's one of those moments where you just wish you could switch champion in the middle of the game.
You're like, remake?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough, man. He's going to be waking up in a cold sweat hearing Donacije.
But I think it's also, you know, we've seen this series so far. Dokla's had last pick every single, well actually this one it wasn't last pick, but it was still counter pick, right? He picked it on 4th, but he's had counter pick every single game. And even though we didn't see the Vayne fully work out, he's been constantly trying to get these counter matchups and get value from them. Loud once again going first pick. You know, Shinu's been such a big talking point for this team domestically, and it feels like they aren't necessarily setting him up to have advantageous lane matchups.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's interesting, right? Because I do think, you know, despite that, he was way more valuable in the Scion game, right? Despite the fact that he was going up against the Vayne. And in this game, he did great in the early stages. I mean, he's just kind of farmed even against the Garen. He denied the proxy many times, and then he goes, you know, gets a kill top, goes bot, kills Saint. You know, he was getting a number of kills and put himself, at one point, he was 1.5, 1.8K ahead of Dokla in gold, so he was doing well.
Yeah, I just actually checked, it was actually last pick. They put the LeBlanc 4th, and so all 3 games last pick they've had for Dokla. And I assume they'll keep running that trend. So
yeah,
excited to see what he brings out in this one. And I feel like this has kind of been a newer look for Dokla compared to last year, like more counter picks, more focused on and bringing out these picks where he has this real big lane advantage.
It absolutely is. And I mean, I think a lot of it, you can't talk enough about Inspired on this team because he really is the voice that kind of runs the team. And you know, at the end of the day, they are going to do whatever Inspired thinks, right? They are going to be playing it out.
Evo nas nazad, možda zadnji game dana, možda ne, ko zna. Zavisi da li će LYON da randa ono opet ili ne. Ja još nekako i verujem, ali ajde vidjet ćemo kakva je situacija.
Right? They're not going to be counterpicking for support. They're not going to be counterpicking for mid. Mostly, they're going to be counterpicking for him. It's not that he never blinds, but his team has faith in him. And I think that is really cool to see Dokla kind of get unlocked in this way. This time around, though, he is going to be blind. And there are some of these kind of standard answers up and available, like Galio, like Ornn.
Yeah, I guess we might just see Shino going towards those, but it's one of those neutralizing picks that we tend to see, those sort of setups that you have into the Rumble. It's a matchup where you look to outscale later in the game, but not necessarily having that big advantage. I think a big part of it is having Nocturne plus Rumble is so devastating. I think picks like Jhin and Rumble sync so well with the Nocturne. So part of, I think, LYON denying those tools from being able to pair up. You know, the Orianna has been banned all series. That was never going to be able to be paired with it.
Fortunately, the problem with denying Jhin from your opponents is that Jhin is then on your team.
Ah, yes.
And that is one of the major downsides.
There is one thing with Jhin, right? You can choose
to
build damage.
Because
we did see...
No, sorry, buddy. Best I can do is Ghostblade rush into a rapid fire.
You're into Ornn as well, so please, LDR needs to come out.
Yeah, maybe 6th.
No,
no,
please. You know, Diablo is a phenomenal AD carry, but his build yesterday did not inspire much faith.
Double slingshot action.
Oh, yeah, no, please.
When one slingshot is not enough, you must get a second. And it is going to be actually the Galio for LYON, as Ornn was taken as the answer. A lot of top laners do really like this matchup into Rumble. Ornn, of course, has so much wave clear, scales really, really well. And once you're on Kanik, you're kind of just chilling. Once you're on that one item, you are kind of just chilling in the matchup. I do like Galio as an answer to Akali as well as the Nocturne, but instead it's going to be Jace, which is very interesting. I felt like Galio made so much sense because it's such a good answer to the Shroud and also great for counter engage. You know, you throw down the ulti as soon as Nocturne comes in and whatnot, but the problem is obviously you can't ult during Paranoia because you can't target your teammates if you're not there. But I still felt like it had a lot of value. I'm less familiar with the Jace Akali matchup, so I can't profess to be an expert on this.
Yeah, I mean, it could, in theory, still be a Jace jungle. It has been nerfed quite a lot.
It's true. That's true.
Could be flex there, but it feels like a vulnerable pick. They obviously did buff his. You know, he does have a decent amount of resistances in his melee form. Does a good amount of damage. We'll see where they end up putting it though.
Yeah, but it is scary, right? Because you're now drafting a relatively squishy team, and you're against Nocturne, Akali, Ornn. So, you know, whether it's Jace jungle or Jace mid, when they press R, what's your recourse, right? You know, Nocturne is flying in and he's unstoppable, and the Call of the Forge God is flying in as well.
Ne, pa rekli smo 3-1, nemoj sad, nemoj 2-2, dosta je 3-1, dosta je 3-1 danas, iskreno. I sutra će biti Fiesta, sutra G2 igra protiv BLG-a, jao. Bibi mora na Bina da ide.
Could still be that Jace jungle, they ban away the Galio that was being hovered. I think Rakan as well, syncing up with that dive would be such a major threat. So it feels like both compositions kind of having that theme already, right? The long range of the Jhin, Jace, and Lao trying to close the distance. The bans are just trying to thin what is available to extenuate what's already picked up.
Yeah, so Rakan going to be banned away, Kaisa going to be banned away. A lot of these really strong dive champs that can help to set them up. It's going to be interesting if there's going to be, you know, Nautilus or Rel ban, but instead it's going to be Karma. So I do think LYON
Ja ne znam kako Jhin preživlja ovo, iskreno, osim ako ne uzmu tank Yencha.
without that engage is a lot weaker. It's very hard to get good equalizers.
If you go the Maokai, you know, it's a flex, but Maokai, if you have it in the jungle with Jace mid, it's like the AP jungle with the AD mid, the traps you can set with the saplings, but also the setup for Shock Blast, for Jhin ult, for Equalizer, super powerful.
And good AoE CC, so, you know, it can reveal the Kali in the Shroud very easily with your Q, with your ult hitting them, you know, with sapling damage. It is going to be an MF, so it does feel like you're looking then towards, you know, a Rel, Leona, Nautilus, something like this.
Tam Kench, 300% tam Kench.
So it's really kind of just
Jedini viable pick za Leon ovde.
over the top. You're trying to find that.
Ma dobro, videli smo i... Da, videli smo i greške od boljih draftera od Leona, tako da... Poppy je fair, to je vjerovatno druga najbolja stvar. Jer kako Jhin preživljava Nocturne ovde? Ja.
The Zenith blade from Leona can mitigate it early on, and then if you ult a target out from that late engage, so much power.
I always really like Poppy when you have other CC on your team too. Poppy support is something that I like to play. And when you're paired with a Maokai, the Nature's Wrath comes out, hits a Kali in the Shroud, you can just get a free ult on this person who's rooted and revealed, even if they are invis, you know? So there is potentially a lot of power there. You know, you can also stop the redirection of the Call of the Forge God with a well-timed W. There's a Kali dashes, there's the Zenith blade, there's a lot of tools there to be able to interrupt and shut things down. So some pretty interesting compositions coming out here across the board. I do think mid lane's going to be very important. A Kali from behind, pretty pitiful. A Kali from ahead can be incredibly oppressive. And Jace mid, not a lot of players are playing this these days. There's basically no AD mids in the meta. Yone is the only AD mid in the top.
Uću kad krene game pa da puste one njihove skinove. Nek pokažu koji skinovi i krome se koriste, mnogo bitan info. I onda se pojavljujem. Young Disney šta? Ja ne znam, mislim, nemam pojma. Poppy je giga dobra tu. Jer mislim da nisu uzeli Poppy ili tam Kencha, Jhin ne igra igricu uopšte. I to ako Ayal bude oko Berserkera konstantno. Ali koliko je loše igrao Ayal na ovoj Serafin, nemam pojma. Ajmo skinovi, Riot, skinovi. Koja je kroma Jace'ova, kroma Arcane Jace bez krome, šta se događa? Infernal Akali. Dajte nam skinove, Riot, please. Ja mislim sam ja pročito Young Disney Day, iskreno, i nije mi najjasnije. Možda Jay? Nije Jay. Mislim da je Y bilo na kraju.
With some of the help and the resolve tree that you can stack up.
Yep, and it is always nice. You can go for that little trick where you go for the auto in range form, you swap to melee form, and you get the bonus HP as though you are a melee. So people love that little interaction. LYON, you know, positioning very aggressively forward in that bot side.
Jhin, odlično.
Saint needs to try to push the pace as much as he can in this type of matchup. You really
Lollipop je najcreepy skin u igrici, samo mogu da se upalim. Hello.
In the dirt if you can get him there before he gets 6, because as you said, the spike for Akali is huge and the spike
Leona nije heroin na levelu 1. Azark možda uživa. Što mi Inspire ne igra Viega? To je bilo dosta cool. Njegov Viego je baš insane.
Just going with all the numbers memes.
We'll get them all out of the way, right?
Yeah, we'll get them all out of the way. They're gone now.
Dobro, drago da su završili s tim.
Their playoff run here. Again, going into that upper bracket finals into the round 4 was when they made their swap to Envy from Mago. Had a lot of success. And this is a team that they are down, but they're never out because they are known in Brazil as the comeback kings. This is a team that has been able to, come back in games. They play this slow style, come back in series. They're known as very calm, very collected. And that is what they're going to have to do here. They're going to have to stay locked in because the pressure really does ramp up. You're playing at home. You have the advantage of that home crowd, but you also have the pressure and the expectations of them performing in front of them.
Yeah, 100%. And I think with how the America's Cup went, there's that added, the other teams had such a strong performance against the LCS representatives. You want to live up to that. You want to live up to that and see if you can replicate it. Right now, kind of the matchup going how you'd expect in the mid lane. Envy does have TP available when he wants to use it. It is just weather the storm and kind of make use of Thorn Shield.
Jedan Disney Day, diskutabilno? Nema veze. Mislim, Jace je fajn u Akali, ima range, možda je bulija. I plus realno dosta spelova može pogoditi Akali u Shroudu. Dokle je otišao na kometu, što mi iskreno iznenađuje. Ali gledaj ti koliko on bulija ovo Akali. Mislim da je Ael samo došao iz bottom rivera da je mogo da flash charge o MV-a proba gubi ispod kule. Oni nemaju plate, ne znam što ostaju ovdje, da. Inspired mora da baci flash W da bi stigao.
I think don't expect him to be too active early, just from how he generally plays, but setting a quick pace of the game. And once you have that ult available, so often I feel like with Maokai jungle, even though we don't tend to see him lean towards bot, bot is such an easily into gank, just with how the ult covers so much of the lane. And, there's no cleanse on Bull. I'm not saying I typically expect it, but without a cleanse available into a Maokai, it's so punishing. You get caught by that ultimate, it's kind of doomed.
Definitely can be tough. You can see the steadfast presence there, interrupting the Zenith Blade from Redbird as he tried to go forward.
Inače, kapiram common knowledge kad igrate Poppy, ali ako sa Poppy ubijete kripa ili heroja, shield se instant vraća na vas. Ako bacite pasivnu, samo durite damage, shield se odbija random.
The Q there from Young Jay, so kind of dancing on him right now, feeling confident that they don't have the damage or the CC to knock him down. Inspired also is going AP. I'm not sure what your feeling is on that.
Isles nije imao W, Zrk je ušao u range Leona je.
I think I'm okay with, we've seen a lot of it's Leandri's and then the, what's the second line this shot item called?
Bloodletter's Curse.
Bloodletter's Curse. I'm not sure how I feel about Bloodletters. I think Leandri's...
Oh, Saint flash forward there.
Dobro, ne znam šta je video da će provući još dva basica tu nekako, ne znam nija kako.
Forces the flash. Envy trying to greed for this. Will be able to get back and take that cannon, but Saint definitely putting the pressure on, but unfortunately
Brat mu je komitova flash da uzme 3 kripa. 4. I Jay su mili formi, vraća mane ko bolestan. Neko mora da ode da kavera Sainta sad na midu ovdje. Dragona ti i Vat Prio. Jer tvoja Kali nema flashne... Ovo Lion kontesta. Lion se bije za ovo, pa on nije njihov zmaj. Pa ne mogu da uzmu zmaja. A Kali sedi sa 42,5 health ispod kule. Gled, tog zmaja samo nije njihov.
I think the first time Leandri's, I think, is completely fine. I feel like transitioning to tank after that could make more sense to me, because we've kind of just been seeing like the full AP builds. But, maybe like a Leandri's, Bandle Pipes, and then the Protoplasm Harness. Like you get that first AP item, then a bit tankier after that. I think, in my mind, for like a pro jungle...
Ja mislim da je Zeki u Protoplasm fine za Maokaja, iskreno. Ali ajde, Liandri u Warna i u Leonu možda i pije vodu. Ali mislim da svaki tank trenutno, bilo koji hero koji je tank, a većina tankova su ult-based, jeli? Svi ult-based tankovi samo trebaju da builduju Zeke u Protoplasm Harness.
you can do a lot of it. And Envy now does have a slight experience advantage as Isle's going to find Bull. The deadly flourish will connect, but no real follow-up there to be had.
Da, ali ne Akali ne igra ništa, to je fora. Mislim, Jace je baš bulio u laneu. Plus ima i Grasp, tako da on skela i sa healthom. Ostavlja wave freezovan, ima 2 refillable pota. Jako lepo igra sin, baš mi sviđa kako igra ovaj matchup.
The pro players checking the damage at the end and always like, I did more than you. It's funny hearing some of the comms sometimes when games are ending, they're like...
Jin svakog kripa koji ubije Q dobije više damage na Q, tako. Ako ubijete 3 kripa pa Q bounce na heroa shota, mislim nešto te ga vidjeli ste koliko damage je prošlo.
You need to look a little bit better, you know, you need to get some damage in at the end.
Pump the numbers. And then you get the people who just like, don't care, you know, flawless game, perfect KDA, dive the fountain at the end and ruin it.
I kind of respect it, man.
Yeah.
It's that they don't care.
Sin baš lane igra. Baš mi se sviđa.
Some lethality come in through mid lane and bot. Of course, Shino is laning against Rumble, so he has to pay.
Će Berserker da uzme Hubris opet da gledamo Hubris Džina.
Almost always what you're going to see does mean that, you know, he's going to have less armor or at least.
A ne znam kako Džin igra i dalje, mislim da ga Nocturne samo rundown, ali jer ti bez flasha, dobro, unlucky. Mislim da je play od Ilesa bio samo da ode na MF i da je skine sa ulta. Ovo je baš huge za Loud. E sad imaju Prio na botu i Health i Akali sad rade Drakea. Ovo je sad tačan Drake.
Not at a Koenig spike yet, but one thing with the fact that, again, it's a rarity to have an AD mid laner, but you can send Saint into Shino after he has that Koenig Rukin completed.
Ok, ult za recall cancel i da uhvati wave decent. Gdje si Matej? I sad pržiš i mislim da ga Harpoon cancelaš opet. Da, Ornn ostaje na topu. Sad će Nocturne ulta top za 10 sekundi. Neko mora da ga kavera. Da. Loše od Lauda. Ne mora da sačeka da se ovaj flasha pa da proba da ga pogodi sa Ornn ultom.
Yeah, so Inspired finishes off his grubs, comes over, saves his top laner. Still flash burn from Dokla, still a resource, big resource expended. But the fact he doesn't go down to that first Nocturnal definitely feels pretty good.
Yep, it is going to be feeling really good. So Saint has built up a 600 gold lead for
Nocturne ide hexplay da bi mogao od ulta češće. Isles ima zonu, fajn je. I Berserker čuva kritko da mu je posljednji dobro. Sport game opet, ali prošli game je LYON dobio, to je Stalno je dobio sport game, tako da mislim da je fajn. Pa bar ne postoji Mad Lions u Evropi više, da ne bude LYON protiv Mad Lionsa na Worldsu.
With those summoners being down as well, you can see Isles very easy for him to disrupt the Leona engage. That steadfast presence is such a long cooldown. If we see Redbird get on top of Berserker, no plans available.
Ne znam, toliko diskutabilan draft već u gameu 4. I MF mi se mnogo ne svi. Kažem opet, jedno je competitive, drugo je solo queue. Solo queue možeš igraš što hoćeš, ali. Gledan J koji je ulto pa nego što je kupio item da ima manji cooldown, ali fajn i dalje.
See if there is a potential angle, and he has finished his Leandries. We're expecting Dokla obviously to move that way as well, and first item done for Youngjay as well.
It's crazy. You remember it was a thing that if you had 2 Leandries in a team, they couldn't both be in a target.
They couldn't stack. Yep.
Yeah. How crazy is it that that just was a thing one time, and you just couldn't have 2 people with it?
Exactly. I mean, if someone else picked a Leandry champ after you already had, he's like, brother, you just griefed us. Like, our comp is terrible. We can't build the item now. Redbird going to be spotted out here by Isles as they're going to look for an engage. Nice knockback there from Inspired. Will keep himself safe, and Redbird might not be so lucky going to get stunned.
Nice. I možda Ornn flash ovdje. Da. Dokla možda ulta niz liniju tu cijelu. Samo moraju prokuju Blasko neko to rade. Sad ultaj u žbun. Ne moraš da ultaš, on dobit će kill svejedno. Ovo se baš čini kao previše free za LYON.
1,500 gold up, and just cleaning up these easy kills. The team sets them up. We see here, Redbit going a little bit aggressive, trying to find an angle, goes in, and then just can't get out again. Tries to back away, this stun into the wall. I think you have to flash it, but may have just been in a comfortable position regardless with the rest of the team moving forwards, but flash is...
Ja sam juče dokle do ulta, ovdje uz liniju gore i ćao. Pa ne u njihovoj, a kako je Ajal loš. Dobit će kill, ali Ajal baš loše igra. Jeste, ubio ga je, da. Boga mi knap će biti završavanje po gradu. Možda samo neki mali poslić da se završi. Šta će biti s Partizanom? Pa ne zna se. Mislim, ja mislim da su potpisali na godinu dana, iskreno. Ok, replay. DJ replay in the house. Brate, pogledaj Poppy, ja nemam ko čovječe koji griv. Vidim mi ovo support uradi, brate mili.
I do hope someone on Loud pinged that and got the 15 gold reward, you know?
Exactly. Who's the real winner in that scenario? Sure, you killed the Nocturne, but they got 15 gold for pinging.
Yeah. I wonder... There's some players who just rapid fire on that. Like there'll be a top laner, a ward will get placed bot lane, they're watching it, boom. They'll ping it immediately.
Of course, there's nothing else to watch when you're playing top lane. You're not watching your matchup.
I think China in this situation probably in that state of mind.
Oh, he's locked in.
He's sitting there like
Ajmo da vidimo.
tank the damage and he's just pinging wards of them.
Exactly. That's how you really win the matchup.
Partizan ispao, jeste. Ali kažem, ja mislim da će oni zadržati roster do kraja godine, najiskrenije. Ja mislim da oni zadržavaju roster. Zadržavaju roster do kraja godine. Mislim, eventualno kažem, nikad se ne znam, možda neko dobije, možda lupam Čena zove ono SK, razumete, da igra u Lecu. Naravno, Partizan će ga prodati, ali mislim da osim ako neko od igrača ne dobije ponudu u transfer roku, što mogu i da proverim u teoriji. Mislim da mogu na Twitteru da vidim recimo Shy Carry, ali neko da im da li traže tim. Shy Carry. Teško ću naći.
Getting in onto Bull. Bull's going to be in trouble. Inspired as low, though. Envy picks up the kill. Berserker trying to join in, but they don't have any consistent damage. They cannot hurt the front line. Isles is trying to run for it. Won't be able to get over the wall. He's knocked down too. Lion gets the dragon, but that's the only thing that averts total disaster, as it's a 3-for-1 fight for Loud.
Možda mogu da naći. Možda neću komentarišem što je Loud dobio fight.
Looking for Redbird, has no flash just yet. He is overheated. He is burned down. Lazy recall punished there. As it was doubly bad that Sync got caught in that position because it also gave Young Jay someone to ult out to.
Feret nema Twitter.
Walks up from bot, coming from the bot wave, jumped on by the Nocturne, and then the Akali set a follow, gets hit by the Ornal, everything connects. You immediately lose your Jace, and your Jhin is ulting from super far away. And so by the time Berserker closes in on the fight's already kind of lost. You've already lost 2 members. Isles is in a comfortable position. You don't really have the setup to follow up this fight.
But the Jhin has his Ghost Blade. Why didn't he just kill the horse?
There you go.
The look of despair on your face.
Ergo tweeta samo basic stvari, ne vidimo ništa.
Yeah. So that is nice. We can see the Coinbase gold grind here. Almost dead even between the two junglers.
Da, niko od igrača Partizana nije postava traži tim, tako da verovatno su tu verovatno su tu cijele godine.
Yeah, I mean that is one thing to think about is you have that setup for the other AP champion on your team.
Yep, it is pretty valuable. Abyssal can also be really nice kind of for the same reason. The amp on Abyssal is really nice if you have a lot of AP on your team. But they are going to be looking. Paranoia coming in here onto Saint, and there is the perfect execution. He's got no chance, has no flash. Playing these side lanes is going to get dangerous for Saint.
I think we're seeing some of the concerns that we had about the Jace sort of show up. Anytime he decides to exist in a side lane, in a team fight, in the river, out of the river, basically anywhere outside of the fountain, or like directly under a
Kakav je sistem, jako glup. Jako glup sistem. Iz winner bracketa jedna best of 3 serije Ripsi. To je baš na laki. Bull builda Essence River na MF. BT u Essence River je moj stari omiljeni build, ali boga mi... Pa da, ako ostanu s tim rosterom, ne vidim da ih Hiko dobije, iskreno. Ako ostanu s tim rosterom, ne vidim da ih Hiko pobeđuje. Bukvalno ne vidim kako. Samo su previše dobri.
Not strong enough just to nuke him down quickly, but it's the fact that the Akali is always there to follow up, and that's someone who's much easier to cover and prevent. You're never going to be able to stop the Nocturne from reaching the Jace, but you can have people there to peel, and the Akali is someone that you can track much easier.
Biće interesantna sljedeća sezona. Bude. Ok, Young J pola health od harpuna. Nema spell shield, dokle mislim da ne jori ovdje Akali će gubiti. Da, ali imaš dojavu, Nemki. Ok, dokla. Šta radi, ali ajde. Sad uzmete kulu i onda ubijete Thor, jer nije dive više. Slobodno ubijte kulu prvo. Šta bi sa Shelly? Zašto Shelly nije chargeovala? Ne, bacio je Q. Cancelovo dash. Nešto mi govori da ta ekipa NMK baš neće nešto igrati sljedeće sezone dobro. Nešto mi ne daje veru u tu organizaciju. Ne znam niko još korom... Pa moguće, Mato. Verujem, iskreno. Verujem da je to ugao,
But it is a nice play there from LYON.
Bullet time chunked out here by the bullet time. So now she built up some pressure on this tower. No one there really to respond from the side of LYON, and
be looking for Envy here. Goes into the shroud, but trying to burn him down a little bit. Dokla taking a number of tower shots though, so ends up losing out on that trade. And I thought it was the IE second, but it isn't still that Storm Racer there for Berserker. And Isle's going to be looking for an engage here. The Nature's Grasp is popped. The Shock Blast does connect onto Bull, and the Equalizer is perfectly placed. He flashes, but it's too late. The Twisted Advance wraps him up and knocks him down, and now Redbird trying to run for it.
Au, Nemki, gdje je to javljeno? Gdje je to javljeno?
It is going to be the Dragon, though, for LYON as the reward.
Nema, kažem. Ne vidim šta može se dogodi u IBL-u da neko dobije Partizan, iskreno.
Coming in, Paranoia is going to be popped, and we see that Saint is with the rest of the team, but they're just going to jump in onto Saint, and this time the Dragon is stolen there by Young J. Redbird flashes out, and LYON are crumbling. Berserker can do nothing. He does knock down one. Now Redbird is low, Envy is low as well. They're looking for him. The Ornn is just too damn tanky. Akali going to try to exit the back of the pit. Will be able to do so, and will TP out to safety. So LYON win the fight, but they lose the Dragon. Both junglers being able to steal one way this game. Berserker in trouble now as Bull comes in.
Ma, Berserker jeste trouble. Priprešavanje po gradu. Ne, ako LYON dobije laganca. A ako LYON izgubi, GG, ljudi moji. Ako LYON izgubi, GG, braću. Ja vama da kažem, ljudi moji. Malo je problem što Jhin ima shit sustain damage.
And it just kind of feels very chaotic right now. It feels like Loud focusing a lot of resources on killing the Jace, and LYON just trying to find some structure in these fights. But I'm looking at the fact there's a 4-0-4 Akali. Super threat right now. 10 stacks on the Dark Seal as well, and with a ton of pen in the build already.
And you gotta find some way for Saint to be relevant, because he's just getting killed off at the start of every fight, it feels like. And they have no one to hurt the Ornn. So yeah, Shino is a problem. You know, Ornn does damage. It's not like this champion that you can just fully ignore and nothing happens. He is going to hurt in these fights if you're just ignoring him. And LYON are kind of in a position where they have to. And saw a big reaction from Dokla on the player cams after that fight. Was kind of interesting. Looked very frustrated. You know, they did win the fight, but they lost the dragon, and maybe he feels like
Nocturne dole. Dokla nema zoniju, šotaju ga. 5-0-4 Akali, Poppy TP wastovan. Dokla jako loše performa, iskreno. Baš loše performa Dokla.
I mean, Saint has a good amount of gold. Despite how fed this Akali is, it's still not much of a gold lead between the mid laners, but it's just irrelevant if you're getting deleted immediately in all these fights. And, I mean, the fact that you were behind in lane already is envy, and now you're in a situation where you just have so many items in pocket. I'm worrying for LYON right now.
And Chino is 15, so the ornaments are going to be coming through. You know, he's going to start getting in those upgrades for the team, something we haven't been talking about thus far. Of course, he's had his upgraded Canik Rooker for quite some time.
I wonder who gets the first ornament.
I think Redbird.
Yeah. I mean, the Protoplasm's a cool item. Why not?
It is. Kind of looks like a speaker to me.
I see that.
You know, like a boombox, you know, carry around on your shoulder.
Yeah, no, I see it.
Pretty good vibes for the team. You know, maybe upgraded a little bit, get a better sound system for the squad.
You say that, but if you wanted vibes for the team, you would have gone Bandle Pipes. That's the vibes I am.
True. That is facts. You know, turn yourself into an enchanter, something that everyone wants to be in this meta. As Redbird takes a little bit of damage from Berserker and Co. They are going to be able to push him back for now. Saint out towards that side lane, trying to catch the waves again, but Envy is just unperturbed. He's just moving around in the jungle, trying to put pressure on. No one can really face check him.
Ne znam, ovdje je grifovana Vayne, ali mislim da i Dokla i Jarl malo grifuju. Berserker igra dobro, ali koliko na Džinu možda da radi što je pitanje.
Saint is going to have no such luck. I mean, he's building a little bit of HP, you know, with the Black Cleaver coming out next, but I just don't know how they're going to be able to deal with this Akali Nocturne in the side lanes, and I don't know how they're going to be able to deal with the Ornn in the team fight.
This is a point in time where you really wish they had a nerf tank Jace. You could just slam all those items. I think, though...
No one has ever said those words, by the way.
There's definitely some top laners who said that.
Disgusting.
Yeah. I think right now Loud are just making the map...
Kako je Berserker odbijal, on ide na LDR, neće imati Infinity, a drop 3-4 item, nema Infinity. Saint je giga jak, 3 itema s Muramanom je dosta veliki spike, ali...
LYON to get the early and start getting those saplings set up, start getting control around the area. If they don't, I imagine they might just not contest it, because if you don't have a clear setup and you have vision of these threats like the Akali, I wouldn't bother.
And they haven't had the best soul luck. I mean, they obviously won last game with the Ocean Soul. But this time, I don't think the Ocean Soul is very helpful for them, but it is very helpful for Loud with this Leona, with this Ornn, who's already pretty much bulletproof. It's hard to imagine him dying ever in a team fight if they have Ocean Soul as well.
Also, against the Jace, right, the poke, if you're playing someone like Akali and you get poked out, you can sustain back up with the Soul. We do see LYON trying to get position, but it's difficult, and Envy is looking to loop round here.
Dobar kod Inspired, baš lep kod. A šta ćemo sa Akali što dolazi iz flanka, ali mora da ostaje Ward to. Ovo je ono most common flank od Akali da dolazi iz tog ugla. Mislim zato i Poppy stoji tu. Bravo, jako lepo od Poppy. Jhin nema dovoljno ovdje, on hoće da ovo isprska u Ornna. Ornn neće da umre, ovo Loud dobija. Ovo je game za Loud, ovo je 2-2. To je 2-2. Ne mogu, zašto Jhin ne može da prođe kroz Ornna. Mislim, prvo što Jhin i AD carry koji prolazi kroz tankove, a drugo što i da jeste, tebi treba 17 puta više dubio Short nego njima dubio tvog AP Maokaja. Koliki value ima Ornn ovdje, nehumano. Mada djelo mi što Dokla ništa nije uradio na topu. Čovjek je uzeo kometu na Rumble u Warna, ja stvarno ne znam što radi lik.
Waits for the steadfast presence, flashes in, and Berserker gone immediately. And the rest of the team was still doing damage. Bull got a lot of value off the bullet time in the mix in that fight. And it just felt like, you know, as soon as Envy arrived, the fight was over. Loud get exactly all.
Ne, Berserker, vidi. Uf. I je bilo bez drugog dijela ulta, koliko mu damage Akali radi.
With the perfect execution, Akali is flying from one side of the map to the other. And Loud are feeling very close to sending us to a game 5 here. Bull having a lot of value in that last team fight. This time, Saint did get a ton of damage out, but it's more and it's on Leona. It's just not on targets.
Rip da rešim nešto po gradu. Ne ovako, ljudi.
One shot Berserker at a moment's notice. Yeah, the damage is just insane at this point. And the fact is, he could just buy a Medjai's with the 10 stacks already and just capitalize on that spike if he wanted to. Just such a strong core of pen items available in the inventory just to decimate anyone without magic resist. And at this point, no one really has magic resist on the enemy team. Equalizer comes through.
They're going to drop the Equalizer, and here comes the Nature's Grasp. They're going to go forward, but YoungJ has the Paranoia. The curtains are called. The Coral Forge God is going to be thrown down as a response. Knocks up Dokla on the side. They get a kill on the Saint. Akali Nocturne. The combo that just keeps on destroying Lion.
Ne, ovo je 2-2. Ovo je 2-2. Rip da rešim nešto po gradu. Ne ovako. Posao po gradu par 2. Ne ovako, ljudi. Šta, ko? Obojice je zvedu ko ja hitujem? Ne, pa vidjet ćeš, mato. Ja samo znam nešto što ti ne znaš, razumiješ? Ne pričam ja stvari tek tako, nego znam nešto što ti ne znaš. Tako da... Ja ne pričam u prazno. Ja sam samo čovjek s dojavama. Ali dobro, vidit ćeš malo, pa će doći biti u fazonu, au Šajna, kako ti sve to znaš? Ja sam u fazonu, vidi, ja sam tata. Šta ti kažem?
Oh, the Banal Pipes! He's there for the good vibes!
He's got the Banal Pipes, and all 5 ornaments have been upgraded, so the gold lead's even kind of lying to you.
Ali ona je u stvari u jako decent poziciji. Ma jok, chillam. Slažem se, da. Ako je 2-2, Loud je u skroz ok poziciji. Envy se baš dobro snašao koliko je pao behind na početku. Ma da vidi ko ovdje pobedi ide na Genji, bro, ja ne bih želeo da pobedim ovaj game. Bio bi fazonu neka bolje da izgubim. Bolje da vidim kakav sam protiv JDG-a nego da me Genji išutira na najcrnje, ono.
Last game, we doubted the Garen, we were wrong. This game, we doubted the Jace, and I think we might have been right. Saint definitely struggling, even with a great laning phase, even with the 2 early kills, just hasn't really been able to have an effect. This Akali weathered the storm in the early game, and him and YoungJ have just been on a tear through the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of... Oh, Engage comes in.
They're going to be going in, the bullet time, the Paranoia, everything getting spent. Inspired, trying to survive. Nature's Grasp comes out, but it's nothing doing for Lion. The Equalizer, though, across multiple members. There's Envy coming to the back line, so Berserker just has to exit. The team has no damage because Berserker can't even get close.
Agencija za info. Imam jedan dojave. Vidiš, Mato, još malo, Mato. Samo budi strpljiv. Ja mu dajem 20 dana pre nego što saznaš ono što pokušavam sada ti kažem, ali baš ne ide. Ali vidjet ćeš malo. Dobro, rip postić po gradu, braću. Čiči, šta se radi? Da ne bude da nismo probali rip postić po gradu. Lagani Silver Scrapes i lagani Game 5. At this point navijam za Loud. Kad smo već otišli u 5. game, daj nek Loud dobije. Najiskrenije.
it's here. It's Envy that Akali dominated. 5 games. 5 games.
We made a deal. We made a deal. 5 games.
Yeah, we did make a deal. We made a deal.
We made a deal.
Yeah,
We made a
5
deal.
games.
I feel kind of bad about the deal now.
Ništa, pauzica, idem da idem nešto da jedem. Tako da brzo ću se vratiti. Brb.
I came to the fans and we all agreed 5 games, like 20 minutes into the game. We're like, this is not feeling good. And I think part of it started at this dragon fight where Loud was starting to claw back in. Like if LYON isn't far ahead in this comp and able to control Drakes, it's going to be a difficult game. So this was one where Inspired managed to steal it, but even the way these fights happened, Akali got a lot of gold here, which was kind of the beginning of the end, Emily.
Yeah, whenever you have a comp like this, you really want the Jhin to be firing across the Maokai ult, right? Like across this rumble so that everything kind of connects. And this was absolutely massive because until this point, Saint had shoved in. Like they did have mid-prio for so long using the range advantage on the Jace, but this got Akali back in and then Envy just took over the game.
I think the Mago leaving Loud and walking out was the best thing that could have happened to Loud. Because
it's crazy.
Envy and Young Jay, 2 games in a row, have been crushing it. They've really been carrying it. Envy's Rise game and Envy's Akali game, really big.
Yeah, and the fact that just he could weather that early storm, right? Come back in the team fights, sync up with Young Jay to control side lanes. It was insane.
I think it's crazy that Inspired is also sitting in like the center chair for the review for Game 5. So he's trying to pull this one back for LYON in Game 5. I mean, insane. Player of the game is Envy for this one. Envy wins player of the game for Game 4 as we head into Game 5. Just an insane Akali performance, getting the early kills and then always teaming up with the Nocturne every single time to make both the Jace and the Rumble kind of unplayable picks. So amazing job there by Envy.
81% kill participation. He was everywhere. And again, like I think Loud, interestingly enough, they've had good team fights, but when they've looked at their best, it's when they've actually been making picks on side lanes with Young Jay and Envy syncing up on prio targets.
The crowd is really feeling it here too.
We're feeling some confidence here.
Hyped up after that Loud game. This is the fan vote here.
So good.
Another 100%.
Envy.
Let's go.
He crushed it. He absolutely crushed it. 2 fan vote pogs for him in both of the games. I mean, where do we go from here in Game 5? Tons of champions removed. Stress. I mean, I feel like there's much more stress on North America than there is on Brazil right now. I mean, you already beat us in the America's Cup.
Yeah. They're like, yeah, you.
This is Brazil.
100% there is. I think that LYON need to go back to constructing a better 5-on-5 for their team fights here. Not a lot of people are a fan of having 2 of your carries be Jason, Jhin, these 2 lethality carries. And they weren't able to construct, the type of fight that they want. Obviously, the Akali being fed and paired with the Nocturne made it really difficult, and they kept on getting picks. But they need to go back to what really was working for them.
Yeah, I find it interesting here, even in Game 4, how it looks like it could have been a good game for LYON when you see all this damage from Jason Rumble. Yeah. But it was empty damage. So much of this was in lane, not actually getting the kills. And then when they did pick their team fights, they picked exactly the right team fights.
Yeah, I wish we'd been able to swap to see how much damage was taken by the Ornn and Leona, because I guarantee you so much of that Jace damage coming out is just getting soaked into the 2 tanks, especially the Ornn. Like, the Ornn just came to be unkillable.
And how much was healed up by the protoplasm on Leona, but here we go.
This was clutch, actually.
By IOS? What was that?
That was the biggest mistake by IOS of the game, is actually eating the Nocturne back in. That was a big shutdown, actually, for him, which helped after. And then, like, if LYON doesn't win this fight, game is over. When they're overextending all the way through, Inspired then re-engages, and then they just get wiped by Envy just styling in the back of the fight.
Yeah, and you see like how when this composition isn't able to kind of come together from that fight, how it just, everything falls apart if it's not synchronized. And meanwhile, Envy just took over the game. This is the one that happened actually off screen while they were focused on Loud taking down the top side as well. But yeah, this Nocturne Akali combo and just a fantastic game from Envy, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, Envy's been the standout of this series for me, because if we think about LYON's path from regular season LCS into playoffs, Saint was performing very poorly and then had this massive glow up where he was easily the best mid laner in playoffs. So we're kind of hoping that he just maintains that level throughout. But Envy is going toe-to-toe and besting him, especially in these team fights. So that makes me stressed, because I don't feel like Inspired plays well when his lanes aren't able to win, right? They didn't win with the counter pick in this game when they did win with the counter pick Vayne in the earlier playoffs. And now, with Envy popping off in this last game, it's more difficult, Emily.
So I think it's interesting you say that, because it felt like they still had mid prio, right?
They did with
and
the
then when I look at this composition, I'm like, okay, do I necessarily like this for LYON? Maybe not, if only because I think they have to get the mid-game team fights down instead of kind of hanging back and waiting for things to happen a little bit more. And their setups just weren't there in this game.
Yeah, and they have to play these fights a little bit cleaner with the setup here.
Yeah, they do. Okay, game 5 soon. We had negotiated for game 5. Listen, this year, it's 7 wins for NA, 12 wins for CB LOL. I'm okay if you'll give us the 8th, right? Like, I'll take the 8th win.
You have so many wins already.
Because you still have 12 wins. You already have 12 wins. Colby, what do you think happens in this game 5?
I mean, I think we're going to take it. I got to believe in North America. I got to believe in LYON. Ah, yeah, give me the booze, baby. Give me the booze. Let's go, LYON.
Love up loud.
Poppy, guys, poppy.
Both have flash. Nice, guys.
Nice.
Go front. Remember flash. Hitting.
Can't. I'll just use you guys.
Let's go.
Welcome back to First Stand 2026 here. We are heading to Game 5 between LYON and Loud, who have battled back here in this series, took the last game, looked dominant in it.
You know, I have a little stuff for you. 100% of the international best of fives I've cast have gone to Game 5.
Whoa, that's a good stat.
Yeah.
That's a crazy stat.
It's crazy, right?
Yeah. Can we have that to double check?
It's been confirmed.
It's been confirmed. Wow. Just put Ox in for a guaranteed banger. That's what we're learning here. And we'll see if LYON can turn it around after that last game. You know, definitely we had questions about the Jace and how that would play out, you know, in that game when we were looking at the draft. The questions kind of became answered in a very bad way for LYON as we watched that game. Both Jhin and Jace really struggled to play against the Akali Nocturne even early, and way more so once Envy was fed.
And I think, honestly, Envy and Youngjae, when they get their game plan going, have just been having such an impact. In that game 2, when they had the Aatrox and the Ryze, and in this most recent game as well, they know what they have to do. They start running the game plan, they get it going, and it just felt like they were the driving force for the game.
Oh, and look at this. LYON have now changed. They're going to go first pick. I do think first pick becomes more valuable in Game 5 because so many of the powerful champs are gone from the pool. So sometimes, you know, people will kind of revert to the other side, try to mix things up. And we'll see if that's going to help LYON out here in the draft.
It's interesting because we get the opposite in the LCK, where they always go first pick, and then late in the series they switch to second pick.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the beautiful thing about League, right? Is people have such varying opinions.
Yeah.
I always tell this story, but I always find it hilarious when I would do kind of side stage interviews with coaches after a draft, right? And so I'll be waiting back, and one coach will walk by me, and I'm like, how'd the draft go? Like, absolutely slammed them. Those idiots didn't know what they were doing at all. They're clueless. Can you believe they gave that to us? It's every win. Next coach comes up. So how'd the draft go? Absolutely just owned them. These guys are clueless. Can you believe they gave us this? And it's just so funny.
Do you know which coach is correct?
The coach with the better team.
The one who wins the game, because whoever wins had the better draft, you know?
I call that Genji is really good at drafting.
True.
Yes.
I call this outcome-focused assessments, right? You know, you look at the outcome of the game, and you make all your assessments based on that.
Exactly. So based on that LYON draft, all we had to do to make it a good draft was sub in Genji. And then it would have been a very good draft.
You're starting to understand now.
Because I think that Genji might have been able to win that last game.
You know, potentially. They've been doing a lot of winning recently.
They have. They do like to get wins.
Just be Genji. Is that the tagline?
That is. I mean, League of Legends is pretty easy when you think about it. Just be Genji.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know why more people haven't figured that out. We need to spread the good word. All right, Varus going to maintain on that ban list. Vi has been getting chain banned out as well, so it is going to be Vi and Nautilus getting banned. Quite a few of the engaged champs have been taken away, but I mean, Rakan is available, Rel is available. Support, you can't really ever get all of the engaged champs out, and Karma has been pretty high profile and getting banned quite a bit, so I'll be interested to see if that does reach the ban table, and it does.
Something to note is that LYON have had the same bans for the last 3 games, which has been Orianna, Vi, and Bessa. Loud has picked up the Orianna ban, but the Ambessa still open and available. Will it get left open here? We did see Loud banning away, you know, Nami, banning away Azir. Will they get a look in here?
Yeah, I mean, Azir definitely does rise in priority the further you get into the series, right? And there is the Azir ban. Ori not going to be played this whole series. Azir not going to be played this whole series. So the question is, what can LYON get value with as far as the first pick goes? Some of the junglers that I do think kind of get high prio sometimes, especially when you're getting less and less mobile, less and less safe champs. So things like Malphite that we saw banned out earlier in the series, but I definitely don't think that's first pick worthy. Trundle is still up and available. There's lots of answers in the jungle, so I'm kind of less concerned about that and more interested where they're going to go for the soul lanes, because I feel like most bot lanes are pretty plug and play.
Yeah, I think Corki, with the Nami now being open, Corki-Nami, really strong combo. You know, it used to be the Lucian Nami, now it's kind of like the Corki-Nami, the fact of the Gatling gun.
I evo nas nazad, ljudi moji. Finalni game dana, to je definitivno. Navijamo za Loud, zato što nas je LYON ispalio. I sad stvari po gradu neke na brzaka neće biti rešene. Nami tekave od Korkija.
I mean, I guess we'll have to see what's going to come out this game.
No, I tend to agree. I mean, I can think it's pretty difficult. I mean, I think Nami can plug and play with anything. Like, you can play Nami with, like, a Jinx or a Felio.
Oh, Inspired, please igra carry pick.
I'm just your plug and play enchanter.
Ako Inspired uzme carry... mislim.
But the question is,
Zaboravite sam išta rekao.
and that's the kind of the trade-off. Is it's like, yeah, I might get a little bit of a weaker pairing, but you're going to get a way weaker pairing if you believe that.
Yeah, and we are also quite deep in fearless, so like the Lulu option isn't there, the Seraphine option isn't there. We do see the Xin Zhao coming through, which is honestly pretty late for a Xin Zhao in a series. The Ambassador's on the other side, which is a flex as an option, but can be played there in the jungle. I do think Xin Zhao quite strong when paired with enchanters typically, but it looks like they're leaning towards the Rakan, want some solid engage available for them.
Yeah, and this can be one of the problems sometimes later in a series too, is if you go for an enchanter, where are you drafting your engage? Ornn is gone, Sion is gone, a lot of the best engaged junglers are also gone.
LYON je...
I do think sometimes that could be at more of a premium.
Pa dobro.
Caitlyn Nami, I actually really like this as a choice.
Obe ekipe su u fazonu nije do strane, što je legit.
And if you are quick, when Rakan W's forward,
Kogod iole gleda moj stream, znate koji draft ovde preferiram. Jedna ekipa ima Caitlyn Nami, druga ekipa nema Caitlyn Nami. Samo im treba neki nešto da setupam Besa ulti. Nemam pojma šta je to nešto, ali treba im nešto. Ma Nightbot smarač. Šta će biti hard lane to deal with će unplayable za Rakana i za Korki ako Caitlyn Nami iole igraju kršteno. Da, samo im treba nešto tipa Malphite. Young, Jay, Malphite u džungli i vinuli su draft. I dostavljam Besu na topu. Renekton je svako već banovan ili ti pikovan šta god, tako da ne mogu da igraju to. Veliko stavat. Gde? Na midu? Mogu. Mislim da i mid pick čak je ono, mogu da rade šta god hoće. Banovano je Eni. Treba im nešto, da, mislim da je Malphite skroz fine. Mislim, ne znam što igra Young, ne gledam Brazil, kao nemam ideje šta će da igra. Pa da, banovali su, pa klasika, banuju kad mene slušaju, red. Znao sam. Znao sam da ne trebam ništa da pričam. To je fajn. Jedino što je sad pitanje šta setupam Besa ulti. To je pitanje. Banovali su Malphite, što htjeli da igraju Jaxa unapred svakako, ali... Meni se ne sviđa ni jedan confirm za Loud ovdje. But there's a lot of squishy champs on the other team, so Zoe could have value. Victor, much more kind of standard stable, and I feel like fits what they're drafting, because this is basically just like 5v5, you have engage, you have side lane. It feels about as standard can get.
Yeah, this feels like you're ticking a lot of the typical boxes for
Šta je Talija ostala open? TF je ostao open, Talija je ostala open, a Nivea je ostala open. A Nivea je legit pick u Viktora, iskreno. Nije loša. Silas. Previše mili heroja. Mada možda. Okej. Što je najgore, ne horrible. Ne horrible.
The series has been slow, so I can see the merit in that. Yeah. The question is, can you keep stability in a very uneven 2v2 in bot lane?
This is a big test of LYON's theory that you can just play bot lane safe. You don't need to put attention to it. Advantages in bot lane are hard to build because you have the home guard. Because you're now playing into Caitlyn Nami, which is a lane who have said, we're testing that theory. We want to crush you. If you don't survive against this, you're going to have a problem. So we'll see how that pans out. I also think the Vex is interesting because a lot of dash-based champions who are looking to close the distance for Khan into Vex. If you dash forward and get feared mid-grand entrance, you're going to have a really bad time.
You absolutely are. I mean, anything land on that Rakan building, you're probably just getting deleted. But at the same time, for the Vex, you know, you can be engaged on yourself. You know, if you don't have that fear prepped and ready and you get flashed on with the quickness, with the grand entrance, anyone on Loud's team is pretty killable with a good engage coming through from LYON, so they have to be a bit worried about that. Zehen can be tanky, but only when you are having a good game. Xin Zhao, obviously you have the Crescent Guard, you can create a lot of space, they can control a lot of the area here with some of their picks, with the Gravity Field, with the Arcane Storm. So it's going to be an interesting one. All comes down to this. So much pressure, I think, on both of these teams. The weight of expectation of your regions. Of course, you are not eliminated, but you are knocked to lower bracket. And you're knocked to lower bracket against a JDG who is hungry for redemption. This is realistically the best chance at a series win for both of these teams. The other two opponents are expected to be harder. Yeah, and if you end up losing a series and then you go up against JDG, who after a rough defeat against Genji are hunting for a win, the worst feeling is getting 2-0'd out of first stand and leaving without a series win, and that is ultimately going to happen to two teams at this tournament. You do not want to be one of those teams. Absolutely do not. We got an early pause here. I'll update you as soon as I find out any information about it. But as we look across at the runes, nothing really standing out as very different across the board. I think for me, this game, I think Saint on the Victor, quite a stable champ generally, and there's not as many threats as maybe like, you know, an Akali and a Nocturne that we saw last game. I think last game was really hard for him to play. I think it's difficult to give him all the fault considering the position he was put in last game.
Ok, ništa bitno na pauzi, fajn. Ništa bitno, 2 minuta pauza i to je to.
Solo kills when it shouldn't necessarily have happened. You know, the LeBlanc game, he got solo killed by both the enemy mid and top. There was the Ari game where he charmed himself in unfortunate situations. So, yeah, I think ultimately this is a chance for redemption for Saint, and I hope he has a better game here because the Victor can have a lot of power here, a lot of melees on the enemy team, where if you get a good Gravity Storm, good value, you get a ton of damage. Completely agree. So the update is we are back in the game. There were some minor audio issues that the players were experiencing, so they paused, they sorted it out, we're back in and good to go. I completely agree. You know, one of my concerns though for Saint is that he has 2 games of Victor all time in his career. Wow. And you know, you assume that you're playing in solo queue, you assume that you're getting practice elsewhere, but still, let's be honest, it's not going to be a comfortable.
Znate što mora se dogoditi samo na početku, prođu kroz njihove grafike sve. To najbitnije sad. Chosen do Wolfenbessa, Rose Quartz. Obavezno da znate da je Rose Quartz. Čisto da znate. Obsidian na Vex također. Boja krome.
And I hope that he does, but we'll have to see how it plays out. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are thinking about LYON as, oh, it's an inspired team, right? And one of the things that was kind of an Achilles heel for FlyQuest, you know, with Inspired, back when they were kind of this expected team to be able to challenge the LCK, the LPL, was often Game 5 mid lane picks. So his quad was kind of getting destroyed, you know, famously the Zillion pick, getting solo killed really early on, you know, going in for the blind Yone into Chobi's Smolder, you know, a lot of these times where they did get to a Game 5, and you're thinking maybe this is the time they finally do it, and that was kind of a stumbling point for Quad.
Ja mislim isto. Sad mogu da se pojavim ja. Ja mislim isto. Mislim, pogotovo koja je kroma. Znaš, to je vitalna situacija ovdje, znaš, ili ipak, znaš, da li je Rose Quartz ili nije, ja bi se pitao cijel game. I onda ne bi mogo da razmišljamo o analitičkom pristupu ove partije. Sad kad znam da je Rose Quartz, sad je okej, znaš, sad već možemo da gledamo ovaj... Zašto Dokla umire između dvije gole, fucking hell, šta radi ovaj nikad. Dokla channeluje Ineros Karinina. Šta nama sutra matchup onda, znači... Korea 2 protiv Secret Willsa i... PLG protiv G2, a sutra će bude fiesta. Ali iz nekog razloga uvijek prvi game dana bude na peti. Slažem se. LYON me je prodao, to je LYON. Inspired si seti da igraš. Da, daš, kao ovo je Rose Quartz, samo da znate, ako ste se pitali koja je kroma, Rose Quartz. Kao roza, ne, Rose Quartz.
but just chase down under tower and inspired flashing out again.
Dobar damage iskreno od Vex.
Extra tower hit with the ramping damage. I'm not even sure if it would have killed him, but it would have been close.
Yeah, I feel like he just allowed Inspired to close the gap without having to flash because he ran back towards him instead of just walking down into the bottom side river.
The thing is, his bot lane has so much prio. His bot lane would be able to move up.
Oh my god, bot lane ima prio. Ok. Clowny se trese, gubi kosu.
Well, big advantage here for Saint. Nice pathing from Inspired. He took the early base, got the scuttle, and ganked on a timing that he wasn't really expecting because often junglers
Rip završavanje po gradu. I dokle tuci.
Then get out on the map. So I think Envy was taken aback a little bit by that timing, not expecting.
LYON, jel tako? A oni govore LYON. Znači oni ne znaju, to ću da kažeš, Horva. Znači ja sam dobro rekao, samo oni grifaju. To je kao kada Zahena zovu Zahin. To je kao da Shena zovu Shin. Zahen je Zahen. Zahen ne može da bude Zahin. Isto kao što Shen ne može da bude Shin. Jer je Z-A-A-H-E-N, a nije Z-A-H-E-N. Znači, tako to mora da radi. Mora da bude Zahen.
Feel a little bit healthier, right?
That's what I'm thinking.
You took a little stone and it just gave you some extra vitality.
That thing is glowing.
Ali ćemo vidjeti. Mislim, lepa kroma za malo. Lep skin za Korki. Ovaj skin je dosta clean.
Yeah, sure. You've sold me.
Exactly. I mean, Berserker was sold. Why wouldn't you be sold?
Da, nije, dva. Ona, njih dvojica. Ja sam good, ja sve znam. Sve lagano. Je, sve okej.
We didn't see how that started up, but this is what I was talking about when you're playing into this kind of matchup. You can't really ever.
Ali igra baš loše.
It's kind of the same thing when you used to play.
Baš igra loše, Als.
As Rakan, you go forward, and when you're dubbing forward, it's so easy to just place the trap, place that.
Inspired. Panika, pravo na Drake. Nema mečke više. Sad je Kia došla, ja mislim.
They back off, they secure the dragon. Well played and well escaped.
Samo red baron Korki. Tamo posla, Horva, ne, to se nikad nije dogodilo. To se nikad nije dogodilo.
And you have scaling elements of your composition like the Victor, right? You really would love to get that early dragon, or at least slow it down. Even if they didn't get that first dragon, slowing Loud down, slowing the pace of the game could have gone a long way.
Sam je upravo dobro, bolje ga nisam pročitao.
Dragon second as well, and
da, Red Baron Korki je next level.
Be a really high value soul, you know, Hextech still on the cards, Infernal still on the cards.
Yep. Saint just trying to pull the wave here, see if he can actually deny that cannon. Of course, will not be able to. They do have to be a bit careful as Isles goes forward. Berserker taking the bad end of that trade. I mean, Isles is moving in on Redbird, but Bull is just shooting your AD carry the whole time, and now he steps in onto the trap.
Barijera. Čuli smo zvuk, nisam vidio.
Sense the frustrations and the want to go in, but it's just not helping you in this lane. Bull even popped yet the triple tonic adaptive potion. And he's already got 147 AD with bad, so he's doing so.
Ja mislim da bi pre sat vremena završio po gradu, jeste. To je zvučalo možda malo loše. Važi, Horva, da gore.
Pretty good with the gleaming quills though. Every time you hit one of those, it is, you know, a little bit of relief, you're healing up. And that is very important in difficult recon matchups because if you can't engage, all you have is your Q, and you need to be hitting those gleaming quills to just try to keep.
Ok, dokla sve dugmiće kliknuo. Jako je brzo ovo iskliktao, iskreno. Da, već bi završio po gradu i igrao bi DK game. Lagana priča. Već bi kupio Slay the Spire 2 ili kako se već zove igrica i da provalim zašto pola miliona ljudi igra tu igru. Stvarno mi nije jasno i dalje. Mada nisam ni Keca igrao, to da ne znam.
On the public execution, that is a trade of flashes. The ulti was already down for Dokla. Dokla almost gets Shino with the solo bolo. Will send him back to base. He has no TP, and Dokla has TP advantage plus lane prio. So he's going to get a play here, you have to think, and hold that teleport advantage. Envy, though, on the roam. They're looking to set up a dive down on the bot side here, potentially.
Yeah, and I mean, as much as things aren't going great for the bot lane offline, the gold lead isn't crazy, and it's being matched by Dokla in the top side. With that kill mid as well, Saint has an even bigger gold lead.
Jel imaš pečak, idem. A, legitimno još 500 XP-a. Smurfuješ. Je neko hajpovo? Nije, ali otvaram, evo danas je bilo 400.000 igrača na Steamu. Sad trenutno, pošto je malo kasnije, 213, all time high, pola, skoro 600.000 igrača. Ne, nije mi jasno zašto je toliko hajpovana igrica.
It's a bad thing. Not great. Do you see Dokla trying to get a reset off there? Oh, I've seen this angle before.
I have too. Envy going to be forced to flash out. The Arcane Storm comes down.
He walked down into the river though this time.
He's evolving. Trap's going to be set on both sides. It's a little bit awkward here for Lion as they want to retreat back, try to dodge as many skill shots as you can, but you always have to be aware of where those traps are sitting. It does feel like they're stabilizing a bit though in the bot lane 2v2. Their wave clear is getting better.
Yeah, you see at this point with some points in the phosphorus bomb and also having the ult available for Corki, a lot easier to clear the wave. I know we joked about the tier and the items he had, but the extra mana...
Dobio, dobro. Ljudi kažu da je drugi deo isto giga dobar. Kažem, danas sam video sam 400k live kao concurrent players i bio sam u fazonu, brate, WTF. Kako, zašto? O, Ghost. Slobodno bule tuci Quarkija, uđi u full on trade sa njim. Imaš little tempo, on nema supporta. O, brate, mili, prebiše ga dokle je živ, zašto ulti je ne prima damage. Inspire možda ostane ispod kule. Samo treba legit da ostane, a dokle možda last hita. Lostark je izašao, ostatak sveta imao je pik skoro milijeni, pa dobro da, ali zato što mislim svi su... Lostark je izašao u giga dobro vreme gde stvarno nije bilo što drugo da se igra tog tipa. I realno brda nas smo probali, Lost Ark je bio je giga fan i onda kad si skapirao gameplay loop i koliko je pay to win i koliko moraš da imaš 17 akauntova. Čujem da je sad malo bolje, da sad baš i nije toliko ono, mislim i dalje je pay to win. Pay to have a chance to win. Crafting. Ali opet, mislim ono, znaš, ja prvi kad sam provalio da mi trebalo 14 akauntova, brate, neću i ne mogu da igram to ono. To je full time job, ono. Ne mogu da igram na 17 različitih akauntova. Ne, vidi, ja mislim da je Lost Ark i dalje u fora. Ja mislim da čak i sad da se vratim na Lost Ark imalo bi mi smisla samo da ne moram da se levelam 2 nedelje. How long does it take to get to max level in a Lost Ark?
I think the top jungle, like, yeah.
20 sati approx.
No, it doesn't feel great, but it is going to be only one dragon piece for both teams, so it's not as though one team had a big stacking advantage and is going to be devastated by that.
Yeah.
Soul is a long ways off this game. Young Jet going to be moving in, goes in with the Grim Deliverance immediately. Can he hit the dreaded return? He can, but there is really no follow-up. Envy hits the ulti, but Saint is pushing him back. Saint needs to be careful to not go too far. Young J low, inspired in the area. Trade of ultimates, 1 for 2, so Saint's going to be pretty happy again to be absorbing this pressure.
I don't think Envy was ever going to go in on the ult, but Saint got his quest leveled up as that play was happening and got the upgraded Make Treads just to even further dissuade any potential for that play to follow through. So Saint able to survive from that one, puts a lot of damage back in return. Things have been pretty stable so far.
Yeah, Dokla at a bit of a weak spot right now before you complete that Triforce.
Znam, Solti, ništa od rešavanja po gradu. Uštine pitanje sam igraš Lost Ark 6-2, jeste. To je baš ono previše. Baš previše.
Envy is going to be behind him. Has no ult because he spent it, but they are looking to try to set up the potential dive. Young J coming over here. The public execution is up and available, and now the counter strike is gone, and I think that is going to be curtains for Dokla. He's going to try to run for it. We'll see if he can actually outplay this. Leap strike back, pops the Grandmaster's might, but he's going to be pulled in by the dreaded return and knocked down. No shot with no counter strike. Loud. Try again. They love these repeat angles. They love these repeat yanks, and they have paid off.
Ja se slažem, abuse Doklu inta cijelu seriju. Close. Lepo je od Envija. A Bull, brat mu igra kod je on 2 levela iznad Viktora. Valorant? Ne, Solti, pa moram da streamujem malo, brate. Ne valja bataliti cijelu streaming karijeru, ok, s vremena na vreme da banem, ali valja malo streamovati posle. Ne znam koliko ću zabadati uveče, ako LOL ne bude išao, možda banem na malo, ali moram prvo malo da... Lola da pecam. Ko zna Legend, ko zna, brate. Sve je to moguće, sve je to moguće. Ne, dokle grifa. Što znači, prošli International nije bio loš. U Americi nije bio loš, zar ne? Supportovi preferiraju da rundowne, I guess. Supportovi su u fazonu, to je to. Da, znam da je patch, je patch. Pa sreda, utorak na sredu, ne? I u LoLu će isto biti patch, ali svako neće ostati toliko kasno. Mislim, i da LoL budem grindov, opet neće streamovati do, do fazonu dvojke ću biti tu, ja mislim Maxi, to je to. Da li u Valve, da li u LoLu što ga budem radio. U Americi je bio jedan, čekaj, dokle je opet solo killovan. Jedan od najboljih u finalu. Brate mili, ne, dokle je legit griffer, ne znam šta radi ovu cijelu seriju. Lion ako izgubi ovu seriju, dokle je... Mislim, ajde, Isle ne znam kako je došao tu, neću lagati. Ali je malo imposter. Obrati mili, dokle mnogo grifa. Bro, najrandom smrt ikada. Na istu se zatvara oko 12, a na Vestu se zatvara fazon oko 3, pola 4. Vest se uvek mnogo kasnije zatvori. Matchup that's really going rough is that top lane matchup. 1,300 down. I mean, I guess Redbit has a 45 gold lead, but you know, who's counting? Yeah. And Dokla had been doing really well. You know, in the 1v1 he was up early, you know, had that couple hundred gold advantage after he took a plate. But got ganked a couple times. He ended up dying to one of those ganks, and then now getting solo killed really does put him in a tough spot. He is not going to be able to interact with Shino at all, but Shino is running down for this dragon. Dokla does have Shino radi šta?
They clearly want to fight. NV is coming from below, so they're going to look for a different angle. Approach is coming through. Yep, Bolt trying to get past that gravity field, taking some damage from Saint, but the dragon is already gone. Dokla has arrived. NV still in behind them. Dokla looking with the counter-strike. Nice buffer, though, from Shino, but he's going to get charmed. Flash across multiple members. Berserker pushing forward. It's Isles incredibly low. There's another stun going to be landed.
Miles je goat, u stvari, Charlison se on baituje. To je za bait all along. Flash basic, to je to, nice. Mogli samo 3-0 pobedi, ali ne možeš ne rešava stvari po gradu, nema sve lagano. Ovaj fight nikad ne bi smjeli da izgube. Vidimo ko je najveći griffer, ajde. Mislim, počinje u bull pola healtha, pola mane, Ambessa uleći 1 na 5, Vex maši ulti. Znači, Loud je bukvalno uradio, u fazonu su bili, šta sve možemo da uradimo pogrešno i izgubimo ovaj fight. Pakao, iskreno pakao. Ok, stage intervju će biti na portugalskom, to je good to know, good info. Shino's gold lead gets cut down quite a bit, and the mid jungle advantage is massive. Berserker now almost 1,000 gold ahead of Bull. So, you know, the experiment here of this Caitlyn Nami, taking away the Nami, trying to pick for the priority, got them a little bit of an edge in the early game, but not paying off now.
Not enough. And I think in a scenario where it's a higher value soul and you've got those two first dragons, maybe there's a better argument for it. But the fact it's an Ocean Soul, you traded dragons, doesn't feel as good. And on top of that, just the setup. I feel like if you're playing Caitlyn, Nami, you want setup on the objective, you want the trap line down. They were late to that dragon, and it really didn't favor them.
And it shows the power of snap engage, right? That is something that you don't really have at all on Loud. And you have these powerful melee.
Loud nema snap engage, Vex sam besa combo, preko pola mape samo da pogode i mogu da engageu na koga hoće. Pada činjenica da Viktor samo dobija free game jeste malo problem. Lions, true. Iskreno Disguise to smurfuje, mnogo cool stvar pravi.
Caitlyn seems really strong until you make a single mistake, and then it feels like the worst champion in the game.
Yeah, and especially you look at the item that we're coming to now. Berserker has Triforce, about to have the Muramana fully stacked. On the other side, Caitlyn with the Storm Razor and then the IE not quite completed. You're going to feel so much weaker right now in comparison.
Dokla is going to spot someone down there, but they are behind him. He needs to play very, very safe. Young Jay's in the area as well as Envy. Isles was on a really long flanking angle, and they feel like Shino may have overstepped, but has the ward and Tribrush spots inspired. Dokla now going to get the bad news.
Ok, Dokla je fine, Dokla je ok. Dokla je ok, Dokla je ok. Čekaju minut 4 sljedećeg Drakea pa se biju za to opet, I guess. Korki je spajkao, prošli fight nije imao Ramanu, sad ima. Lion je sad dosta jači, a Bull koji je igrao Caitlyn i trebao bi da snowballa game je uradio ništa s Caitlyn. Napravio je lead na botu i prošli fight su izgubili taj ceo lead jer je izgubio pola healtha pre početka. I promašio je Canona, ali dobro, mislim, to se najboljima dešava. Svi najbolji AD carry maše Canona, lagano. Nema frke.
Still sitting on TP, so you would think you would want to cycle through that before this dragon does spawn. And Berserker now has that Muramana fully charged up, so that is ready to go. Saint, you think, probably has his gold for Azonias if he wants to upgrade it before this fight. And it is going to be Envy finding Isles with a nice little chunk of damage. Now maybe the TP pays some dividends if he needs to go back to base.
The thing is, even if Saint doesn't complete the Zonias, you get so much value out of the Seekers. I hope Bull has the Infinity Edge now, because if he doesn't, you're going to feel really bad. Actually sells the Doran's Blade to complete the IE there, so they are very set on getting the power now for this team.
Pa moraju da budu jaki za sad, ali ne znam koliko im to znači ovdje, iskreno. I dalje.
Young Jay's got his second. They really want to make their stand at this dragon and ideally get that early and get the trap set up. But we actually see Bull moving in bot lane and getting Cryo there. I think you need your Caitlyn group with your team setting up the traps, because now Lion are pushing in, they're taking control.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Bull just kind of greeting for the wave, and it's not like you're going to base again before this fight. You already based, you sold the D-Blade, you got the Infinity Edge. This is as strong as you're going to get, so now you got to play for the fight. Chino does have that item advantage over Dokla, so Dokla just has to play it very far back. Both top laners with their TP, but Chino about to have his flash and does have it now. He is TPing in already, and he's going to be coming in behind them. Will be spotted on that ward, though. The trap line coming out. Isles trying to get around the side, but he's spotted.
Ok, Chino ima decent poziciju. Aj će dropati sve jedno ovo. Vex je opet, ja ne znam, znači mnogo su... Ne, ali mnogo random se pozicioniraju pred objektiv. Znači znaju da ovi kontesti od Drakea. Bull mora izvuče, a neće moći raditi damage Xino, mora da flipa dole. Lep flash od Xina da immunuje basic. Berserker je bacio WZ i dalje će dobiti fight. Shit. Ovo je moglo samo bude 3-0, znači ja ne znam zašto je ovo moralo da ode u 5 gameova.
Crushing blow for Loud, and Lion going to move straight onto the Baron. The respawn time is a short, but I just don't think it's enough to get back there in time.
I don't think so either.
Ma jok, ovo je moglo da ode u 3-0 lagano.
Isles is going to make sure no one is coming to contest this. Young Jay has respawn now, and they do have...
Da, bukvalno.
I think he's going to run straight over, but it's down to 5k. He's so far away.
Mali mi shit damage, ali mislim da je... Pa da ima vision full, onda je mogo da baci Epa flash i da dođe tu, ali džabe. Nije imao full vision, tako da je doomed. Jako lep flash od Inspireda.
so many resources onto the front line. You know, Berserker untouched, Saint untouched. They can just keep pushing forward to the point that they're tower diving this Nami in this situation, turning it into chum.
Yep, gonna be able to grab an easy kill on the Nami. And that was honestly the goal difference in action for Inspired. He was barely surviving. The difference between him and Youngjae was that Youngjae's on brown boots and he had tabbies plus 2 cloth armors on top.
Yeah.
That was the difference. He is surviving because of that extra armor, and now he is going to be close to the GA. Now a full death cap for Saint. He didn't even have to pop the Seekers, so go straight in towards that death cap. Third item done for Berserker. All of the luxury items coming through. Shino's lead now means essentially nothing.
I think, honestly, Loud needed to get the trap set up, and they've struggled to do that. Struggled to get in early and get the Caitlyn in an ideal position. And now, 2,100 gold lead for Berserker over the Caitlyn. I mean, mid, jungle, and AD carry, all just massively ahead of their counterparts. And Shino's lead just not nearly as big as it was earlier in this game.
It's so tough because, you know, Bull, obviously, you know, he is a target if Isles finds that flank, but even if he doesn't, at this point with the carry so strong, all Isles has to do is press the quickness and CC the melee champs when they go in on your carries, right? As long as they are not stacked and getting one
Berserker je mnogo jako ovdje.
and trying to fight through as
Skinu pola helta Caitlyn iz 2 rakete, oni baš ne mogu da igraju.
and they just don't have the players in the spots to actually answer, so they're pushing through bot, but they give up the top tier 2, the mid tier 2.
Pa da, ali nema šta sad. Gube od... Mislim, ja ne vidim da ne bude playoff Kina-Koreja. Dokle se jako trudi da izgube, baš daje sve od sebe. Posle ono je kanta sam nosite me. Bravo, kolega Kastero. Da.
Kind of does put an end on the Baron push from Lion here. It's a minute 20 until that next dragon is Ocean Soul. Again, not the most impactful, but I feel like when you're already behind and you're struggling to kill off those targets, just that extra bit of health that comes in is going to be problematic for the side of Loud. I need to see them try and find some good setup, but the problem is they were struggling to set up for the Caitlyn when they were more even in gold. They're behind now. How do you push in? How do you get control? How do you contest this? Or maybe they just give it up and try and fight at a different time. 6k gold deficit.
Yeah.
It may just be the better play to just leave it for now.
Yeah, I mean, if you try to contest and you get ace, the game's probably over. If you give it, then you're praying for an elder flip, right? But is it going to get easier to contest later? I don't really think so. And then you're...
Ja mislim da je Ocean Soul jako big ovaj game također.
Well, we've talked about this Soul not being that powerful. When Inspired is this fed, I do think it's actually really valuable for the Xin Zhao. You know, Crescent Guard gets so much value in a fight like this. Bull can't really do anything about him. And if he can just battle against these melee champs in the front line and win those 1v1s, which he can already, let alone with Soul, I think it makes it really tough.
I think just getting onto a key target, if it's Saint, if it's Berserker, connecting that CC is going to be key. But you see, Lion are kind of flanking around here.
Yeah, they are 4 members strong. Dokla is behind Loud. They could look for Bull here. If Bull walks up towards that top side, he could get a rude surprise from Dokla. They have controlled that mid wave, but the dragon is spawned.
Da pa i danas i juče, boga mi, juče je bilo 7 sati, ja mislim. Okej, oh my god, ale nešto radio ljudi. Insane. Insane. Žive Bull, ali ko da nije, ko da su gubili ovdje, izašli iz fajta. Možeš probati da wave clearuje s ovog, ne, mrtav je sve, nije mrtav, šta se događa gore? A, Kingston. Ajli je otišao sam da juri, bro, ovaj lik je boostovan 100%. Još ja gledam, rekao, brate, ko gore juri ovu Caitlyn. Kad ono Isle sa Rakanom, razumete? Rakan bez... Cleanse Rakan the Assassin. Ja želim da vidim replay i šta je Isle uradio gore, evo najozbiljnije. Kako je došao do toga da 007 Rakan juri Caitlyn i Zahena gore kod Raptora? Ariote, please dajte mi replay. Ja mislim da je lik bukvalno samo randanovo gore. Opet isti Soul, by the way. Ne, samo da mi daju replay da vidite go, a neće ga pustiti 100% što je toliko glupo umra. Ne, ja samo želim da vidim šta je bio njegov proces razmišljanja. Znači ovdje je bilo lepo, uhvatio si 2 čoveka, lep knock-up, sve ekstra. Inspired ult u prazno reda radi. I onda ovaj trenutak dalje, znači Isle ide gore. Ovo me zanima. Aha, on je bacio W u Caitlyn i onda ušao u trap i bio je shotovan. Ne, odlično. Ekstra, super.
Might not have been the best play, but it was the confident one.
It was the confident one. The rest of the team got the Dragon. They took out Shino.
Dokle Jal 2 MVP-a za...
The game is in a rough spot.
And you can see it, right? You know, that is the nature of competition. For there to be a winner, there does have to be
I meni je ovo vezano, ovo to? Ja mi ove rupicu. Kako oni imaju stolice, alo šta je to?
Loud has to know it. It is a snowball's chance right now for them to come back in this game. You know, your best shot really, I think, is just delaying. Hopefully, you know, you can live through the Baron and maybe find an Elder angle.
Dobro, decent.
I mean, I like the attempt, right?
Inspire ti flipaš to, a?
I think you have to go for things like that. That is your engage, one of your best tools.
Caitlyn ima skoro 100% krita.
Inspired start up the Baron.
Da, oni igraju long game, oni ne igraju za ovu seriju, oni igraju za posle ove serije. Ima tu neki ugao. Više se borili za ono cijel njihove ekipe, to je to. Uspeo je 2 gema da baci, ali...
Honestly, LYON could stall this out and make it sync a little bit better with the Elder. I mean, it's a long way away from the Elder, so maybe they can't stall out for long enough.
Yeah, that's the question, is can you survive until the Elder? I do agree that when you've already given Soul, Elder is your best chance of the game, right? Elder is kind of that great equalizer where if you can steal it, if you can manage to make everything happen in your favor and not just die in the attempt at a steal, then hey, it kind of erases the gold lead, right? Because all of a sudden everyone has like 25% less HP because there's the burn plus the execute. But it's a lot of ifs, and they haven't been able to find really any fights.
Yeah, if LYON are playing this correctly, the Elder never even gets below half HP. Unless Loud are like trapped in their base or something. So they have the Baron now to push in. They have control of the game, and Saint 0 deaths so far this game. So I said I really wanted to see him step up.
You had to say it, buddy.
Yeah, and he's had a great game so far. He's been pretty flawless. And a big redemption considering some of the rougher games this series. It's been a struggle.
Inspired u fazonu, ne možete vi da bacite koliko ja mogu da nosim. Legitimno.
A very good game state that might just get them this series win.
It's looking like it likely will. All of Loud down here on that bottom side as Saint and Berserker, they hurt at this point, and that rocket is going to show them just how much damage he can do. You can see that as soon as they saw all 5 from Loud down here and the trap line, they're like, all right, we need to play multiple lanes, right? So they send Saint up towards top, they send Dokla mid, and they're going to be looking to push in all of these waves. Look at the damage difference between the mid laners in this game. Envy has not really been able to find any purchase on the Vex at all, and it has been Saint in control from pretty early on.
Yeah, he's just been doing so much work, and he's been playing pretty aggressively in some of these fights, flashing forward to secure kills, but just still never really being threatened up to this point in this game.
Yep, and now, as the other lanes are being responded to, Loud know they cannot hold bot lane any longer. They send 2 members mid to answer Dokla. They have 1 top, so it is a 2v3 down here for Redbird and Bull. They're just trying to thin the wave as much as they possibly can. There's only 1 minute remaining on this Baron power play here. But that is enough to potentially threaten this bot side.
Sad će Dokla da daju mid, ne brinite se ništa. Ništa se ne brinite, ljudi, ništa se ne brinite. Ej, taj Ocean Soul je toki problem.
You know, it's not that long of a cooldown, and you're going to have to back off and heal. The pressure is just mounting. Turret going down top. Bot seems soon to follow.
Saint going to be able to knock down that inhibitor. You have to think.
10.000 goldom, ovo je samo win. Mislim, oni ne mogu da izgube ovaj game. Mislim da i Elder flip ne postoji ako ti ne daju da ga flipuješ. Mislim, ne moraju nikad ti daju da priđeš zoni.
A nearly 3,000 gold lead as well. Saint goes back to base. Double TP's come out with the Zonias as well as the completed voice.
Super Berserker damage. Level 18 Quarky. Dalje ga Caitlyn, mislim, tuče, ima Infinity, ali... Ajl, molim te, čoveče, daj pobedite seriju, ono... Ok, Bull je mrtav. Young ima rez, ali nije ni bitno. To je game, to je to. Pa dobro. Očekivao sam 3-0, 3-0 najiskrenije. Malo su zagrifovali, ali... Dobro, na kraju su dobili, to je fajn.
well, it was a close one. It was hard fought by both sides, but LYON in the end come out ahead in this game 5.
Nicely done there by LYON. Really good series here from Loud as well. Very competitive, as you said. Very back and forth. Pretty impressive, overall.
Ništa, GG's ljudi moji, nemam komentara za ovu seriju iskreno. Ovo je samo bio Beyond Griffith, da čekam da ih nalupa Kina i Koreja. Znači sve je moglo se završi po gradu, sad samo verovatno jedna stvar može, a i to je pitanje da li može. Da, upalit ću live, moram pecem neki anti-decay game, tako da ću večeras upaliti stream. Neće biti neki dugačak stream, ali će biti stream nonetheless, što bi se reklo. Tako da, kolamo ga ljudi moji, ja se nadam da je bilo fun. Gasim live, tu sam malo kasnije, tako da vidimo se na mom YouTube kanalu na Decay Game-u, pa ću poslije da vidim da li Valorant, da li levelovanje u Lost Arku, da li Slay the Spire, ko će ga znati. Vidimo se kasnije svako, ljudi moji.
The first and last page were